All rise for Demon Mana.
My lovely, lovely imps! Rev your engines! I hope you are doing wonderfully today. Let me adjust the audio just a tiny bit, just a smidge. My lovely imps, Windleby, Polaire, Fels, Informa, Marceline Flowers, J, S, Masochist, Page, Punk Corpse, Uncle Gumball, Baphomet, TSW, The Shadow Wolf, Punky Gal, 90, Glitchy X, Jessica Metal, Sentient, Rat, Believed, Comrade Amatrine, and from the YouTube chat, Neb, Abhorrent, Arcana, Evil Morty, Pyro Guy, Another Bored Person, Silver Tongue Bastard, Storm, Macbeth, Felix Rios, Eviction Notice, Ruby Moonlight, Voice Boxer Brittles, hope you're doing wonderfully, Al the Healer, Raised by Field Mice, Maria, Fernanda Vega, Joseph Rose Tito, and Leth. This way of the mackerel is dope. Is it not? Is it not absolutely fire? Is the mackerel mask in here? No, but maybe in the future. Thank you very much, Marceline Flowers. Yasmin, Adriana, Veronica Benson, Mixiel. Welcome, my lovely, lovely imps. It is a nice and hot day up here in the Seattle zone. So if I look a little bit hot, it's because it's really warming up, which is a nice sign. It means it's the beginning of the summer season. And of course, tonight is going to be a very spicy stream, because tonight, in addition to doing all kinds of fun things like talking about a very spicy movie and playing some very spicy games a bit later, which is going to be very fun, we are also going to be doing a Pride Discourse Gauntlet, where I am going to talk about a whole bunch of Pride Discourse items that have come up already all across social media, and I will actually open the gate for you to drop some on me fresh that I may have missed, because, you know, you don't want to get isolated in your own bubble too much, you know, as they say. Well, you're very welcome here, Yasmin Adriana. Thank you for being here. Happy to have you. Punk Demon Mama, hell yeah, just a little bit. I've been feeling it. I don't know, I've been looking for the right opportunity to wear this new little vest, this little vest jacket, and I'm gonna probably add a bunch of stuff to it. I don't know if I'll do patches, because I'm not all that good with sewing or anything like that, but I will likely get a bunch of pins, is what I'm gonna do, because I love pins. Pins are cool. And spiky things are pretty cool. There's iron-on patches. That's true, there are iron-on patches, which those are pretty easy, but I like pins, and I don't know, I like the look of pins, you know what I mean? I don't know, and I already have a collection of pins. Well, okay, to be fair, a lot of my pins are missing the things that let them stay on, but it doesn't really matter, does it? This is such a nice fit, thank you. Oh, I can show you something more. Want to see something even cooler? Take a look at this. Pretty cool, right? They're not leather, but they're faux leather. They're definitely super nice. I don't know what material, I can't remember off the top of my head what material it is. I could probably find out, but it's some kind of fake leather-like material. Yeah, I don't know, I don't need leather things, you know? I don't need the leather. Like, if I'm gonna buy something leather, actual leather, it's gotta be for a really good purpose. Like, for example, my giant armchair, which isn't in this studio setup, which is a huge bummer. I wish I might be able to find a way to fit it into the studio setup in the future. But for now, it's not in the studio setup. And also, why am I slightly off center? Slightly off center, and I left a dish. Probably had sweets and snacks in here. What is my problem? This just goes to show you how. This just goes to show you. This is what happens. This is what happens when you have a busy week and you're all over the place. Look, I got my nails redone. They look much better than before. Well, I like the long style, but they were getting, it had been a while since I had them done, so went and done them. But the same color. See, there's still the gold and black. I've been busy this week, is the long and short of it. Really, really busy this week, but it's been good. Yeah, as you can tell, I still haven't 100% fixed my slight offset in positioning since last stream when I bumped my camera and it really annoyed me. I tried to get it back to the exact position, but for some reason I was struggling. I'm sure I'll get it in time. For now, this looks good. The person in chat last stream who was like, the angle, the viewing angle is 0.15 degrees off from where it was before. I was like, damn, you fucking got me. That was actually, I appreciate that. I'm making a little bit of a funny joke because it is a little nerdy, but it's my kind of nerdy. So making fun of you no, they're locked in. In that case, it wasn't pedantic because it was done with love. I was only doing the nerd voice because it was a little bit funny to do. And, you know, I like to keep things light and fresh here. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. Triangulates your exact coordinates to let you know your camera's off. That would be a true challenge. If somebody could triangulate my exact... That would be scary, and don't do that. Don't ever do that, in fact. Oh, thank you so much, Hypno Amber. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Is that asphalt? I've been thinking of getting some nail polish. It's a little bit hard to tell here. I'll just change the focus for a second. Here. Swing, swing, swing. It's actually black with gold, platinum gold sparkles is what it actually is. I think it's literally called platinum gold sparkles. There we go. I got the B ending in Fear and Hunger. Wow, awesome. Well done. Well done. Oh my God, did you do these? No, I have a really nice nail artist. I do not have a steady enough hand for that type of fine painting. I've never had, I mean, my hands are not unsteady, but I'm not that trained, so, but yeah. I used to do my stiletto nails on my own back then in the high femme days. Okay, that's really based though. That's really based though. And a lot of work, but that's really cool. Trickster Jackal says, I've been getting back into Monster Hunter World. That thanks to Monster Hunter Go. Excited about Wilds. I am excited about Wilds as well. There's some things that look like they're going in some weird directions with Monster Hunter Wilds, but honestly, I think it's going to probably be a banger. I have not played a Monster Hunter game that I don't like. I don't know what Monster Hunter Go is off the top of my head, but I really like Monster Hunter World, like a lot. And I really like Monster Hunter Rise, so I'm not one of those people who's like an either or. I think my preference is like, I don't know. I don't even think I have a preference. I like them for different reasons, but I know there's a lot of contention among the Monster Hunter fandom about, you know, which is the better game or whatever, which is the true heir to the series, and I don't care. I just think they're both really good for different reasons. It's like Pokemon Go. Okay, yeah, okay, all right. Shrimp says, I really enjoyed Furiosa. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Well, you're going to get to hear them. I have a lot of thoughts about Furiosa. It's a fantastic movie, and I can't wait to talk about it. I also am going to try and make sure that we have enough time to talk about I Saw the TV Glow, which is another movie that you should go see immediately, and I've given you all enough warnings. So, have you driven a motorcycle? I wish there was more EV options. I've never driven a motorcycle. I have driven a dirt bike. I have driven a powered scooter, like not like a, you know, like a powered razor scooter, like the type that have like a chair and everything. They went really fast. I've driven four-wheelers, three-wheelers, dune buggies, but I've never driven a motorcycle like a chopper or anything like that. Blue-Eyed Samurai is still on my list. I have a lot of movies on my, I have a lot of stuff to watch on my list right now. I am, I can never keep up with everything that I want to see at any given time, but I'm going to do, I also have Scavenger's Reign on my watch list. That one's been on my watch list for a while, and then it disappeared off of HBO Max, and now it's being picked up by Netflix. So I'm gonna have to catch that one at some point. I've heard it's fantastic. So that's cool. Have you seen the new Alien trailer? Alien Romulus. Yeah, it looks pretty good, honestly. Kind of looks like a return to form. I don't know. I haven't really enjoyed the last few Alien movies. I was a huge super fan in my, like, you know, teen years for the Alien movies. We owned the Alien Quadrilogy, super special edition box set baloney, whatever. And I played all of the AVP games and all that stuff. I really loved them back in the day. And then, I don't know, the reboot stuff where it's like, what was the first one? Prometheus, and then Covenant, and I don't know. Prometheus just didn't do it for me, and I don't know, it wasn't, I don't know. Playing as a xenomorph in AVP, legendary. No game. Okay, this is gonna prompt a little rant for a second here. If you can bear with me, why the hell, okay, are there no monster games? Can we be serious for just a second? What's going on? What's the problem? Is there something somewhere that has like forbidden it from American and other societies from making monster games? Like, I know there's a handful that people are gonna throw out there, and they're gonna be like, okay, you know, people are like, well, Hulk Unleashed, yes, excellent, cool. Not exactly what I'm looking for, not exactly the same thing, okay? People say Dead by Daylight, but that is not the same, okay? Dead by Daylight is a battle pass multiplayer system, and it is, I don't know, it's not what I'm looking for. What I'm talking about is kaijus, werewolves, aliens. I'm talking real monstrous gameplay, okay? I'm talking, and AVP 1 and 2 did this spectacularly, okay? I'm talking, when you play AVP, you actually have to modify the way that you think about 3D spaces in order to play as the xenomorph. It is a totally amazing and transformative experience that I cannot recommend enough. And of course, that's carried forward in AVP 2, which was also fantastic. And there were some other games I can think of back in the day. Like, another example of a game like this was War of the Monsters on PlayStation 2. If anybody played that, that was a real kaiju game. You have a bunch of unique monsters, they play differently, you're huge, you're pounding through buildings, you're picking things up and throwing them at each other, you have no respect whatsoever for the rules of human engagement. It's amazing, right? And I don't know, why are monster games so hard to find? I don't understand it. And I know there's a few. And I'll you know, I think it's called Contagion is one where you play as like a goo blob. I think is the name of the game. Is that what it's called? Yeah, Contagion. Is that the one I'm thinking of where you play as a little goo blob? No, that's not Contagion. What's that one? Carrion. Carrion is the one I'm thinking of. Carrion is the game. Sorry, I got the name wrong. Carrion. I think I saw Contagion in chat and went, wah. Carrion is the game. You play as like a little meatball and you gotta grab meat and get bigger. Very cool. Although it's a bit of a like more of a puzzle game as opposed to like you are a big scary monster. It's more like, I mean, you do get monster at some point. It's very good. Don't get me wrong. A little short, but yeah. There are just, I don't know, there are so few games where you can actually play as a monster or even with monsters. It's very strange to me because I feel like the appeal is most certainly there, right? Like, I feel like a lot of people are like, wow, it would be... Exactly! That's what I'm saying, Retcon! Retcon says, where's my Fee-Fi-Fo-Fum simulator? Straight up, though, where is it? Where is the game where you get to be a giant, like a Titan from Attack on Titan style, you know what I mean? And pound down a building and rip the people out and go to fucking town on a fortress or anything like that. What is going on? Or any of the variant Titans, the Beast Titan, the weird crawling Titan, the Jaw Titan, the Iron Titan. What's going on? Vampire the Masquerade is the only game I can think of, but vampires are all humanoids. Vampire the Masquerade is another great example. You do play as humanoid monsters, but it's still, there's a lot of monstery stuff going on. Thank you very much, Big Papa Pancake. I appreciate that. Rampage was fun, but simplistic. Rampage is another great example, a bit earlier. You know, Rampage is a bit of an older game, but Rampage is great, and it was doing a lot at the time. Does a monster game need asymmetry? It can. I think monster games are most effective at when you have asymmetry, but monsters versus monsters, where they're kind of on an equal playing field, can definitely be a vibe. It's because Evolve flopped. Okay, Evolve was the coolest thing in concept, and a lot of the gameplay looked amazing, but it had to be, it couldn't be just a monster game. It had to be some kind of multiplayer Xbox Live experience thing with tons of microtransactions. Why? I just don't get it. It's so infuriating. And now it's so rare to find a monster game, and I've tried. I have searched and searched. Where is the game that lets me have like 6 different limbs that I can activate with blades on the end, where I'm running through a facility, busting out of the facility, shredding people up, ripping through walls? Where is it? And why is it so hard to get one made? Because I know there are people out there who want this. And I can imagine, like, there could be, it doesn't even matter the genre. It's a whole, like, it's a concept that can apply to 100 different genres. You barely even get RTS games that let you play as monsters anymore. Thank God there's stuff like, you know, Warhammer 3 and 2. 2 is better than 3, or Total War Warhammer, I should say. Total War Warhammer, you know, 2 and 3, where you get to play as monstrous factions at least, you know? Prototype, but, okay. Prototype has some of it. It has some of the juice, but it's not 100% there. And the reason being is that it's still very, like, the Prototype games are still very stuck in the Spider-Man 2 gameplay, which means that you get monstrous abilities, which that's a common thing. Monstrous abilities are very common, but being a monster is not, you know? Yeah, I'm not saying Prototype is bad at all. Prototype, cool. But it's not the same exact thing that I'm talking about, you know? Now I want an FPS game where you are just a monster who goes around terrorizing people. First-person monster stuff, there's AVP, and then there's almost nothing else. It's very unfortunate. So AVP takes it so far that not only do they have one monster, but they have like 8 variant monsters. And then they have a whole other type of monster, the Predator. And you can be weird, monstrous humans with the mechs. They put the fucking mechs in the game. And it has multiplayer, and it works. It's crazy. Yes, exactly, Retcon. It seems like you want Armored Core, but as a monster. Instead of parts, you alter your monster's genetic code to change things. Yes! 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 Thank you! That's exactly what I'm talking about. The Armored Core was poggers. I had a great time with Armored Core. And Armored Core has elements of what I'm talking about. Like, and it did great. People had a great time with Armored Core. The thing about Armored Core, and this is just me saying, this is just me, in a perfect world saying, how do we shape this monster game into reality? The thing with Armored Core is that Armored Core is mostly focused on fairly tightly crafted missions. You're supposed to go in and hit an enemy and blow them up and take out targets rapidly and avoid getting hit. Whereas in this game, I want you to be barreling through an area, climbing on walls, trashing the environment, Just Carrion. I've played Carrion. I just mentioned Carrion. I gotcha. Carrion has some of what I'm talking about, but it is good. And I do think that Carrion fits the category, but it's like one game out of like potentially tons, Left 4 Dead 2. Left 4 Dead multiplayer lets you temporarily play as monsters, but again, humanoid, very humanoid monsters, and it is super, super limited. And that is not, there's no single player experience for that. You only have to sort of wait your turn and get assigned as a different monster type. And, oh yeah, Predator Concrete Jungle, banger game. Why, crazy game. Insanely difficult, really weird game, but awesome. Yeah. I heard we're doing Pride Discourse. We're gonna do Pride Discourse, but only if I can get more likes, because right now I only have 99 likes, and that's not enough likes for me to justify illuminating the path through Pride Discourse. I'm gonna need a lot more likes on the YouTube video than that so we can get more people in here so we can actually have some discourse. Because other than that, what am I doing? Maneater, excellent. Maneater gets the point. Maneater counts 100%, 1000% qualifies. And it's an unsung game because it was so goofy, but it does fit the category. You are a shark with superpowers. You play like a shark. You get shark-based updates and upgrades. It is great. It's great. Yep. Dino D-Day. I've never heard of that. Dino D-Day. I don't know that one. Maneater's definitely great. Dungeon Keeper. So Dungeon Keeper lets you command monsters. You don't play as a monster, so it's got that RTS thing, which RTS games kind of let you command monsters, but there's not, and that's a little bit more common, although RTS, of course, as we know, the RTS genre has all but disappeared. There's only a few RTS genre, games that stick around. Yeah. You can possess the monsters in the second one? Okay, that's pretty good. There was that awful Godzilla game. I never played that one. I really want to say Plague Inc. Is that the one? Wait, Plague Inc. I don't know that one. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. Okay, playing as a Pokemon is still very cool, and it is technically a monster, a pocket monster. But I don't know. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, you go around doing dialogue and stuff. So it's not really, it's like a human that's shaped like a monster. You're not, and that's a problem, is you do get games where there's a human who's shaped kind of monster-like, but you do otherwise human things, right? I loved playing undead in Warcraft. That was my Warcraft 3. My faction was undead. No surprise there. I love those guys. Evil, but amazing. Yeah. It's an unfortunate tragedy, and gamers should demand more because, you know, gamers deserve more. Destroy All Humans. I love Destroy All Humans, and Destroy All Humans has elements of it, but again, you're playing as a humanoid character doing like quirky but otherwise humanoid things. You're an alien, a humanoid alien with guns, and you do destroy the environments, and you do get a big UFO, which is very fun and awesome. And don't get me wrong about that. That is cool. But it's not in the monster or like alien category. Like, I don't know, like, trying to think of like an alien type that would be cool. Like, what if you got to play as like an alien from Pacific Rim? Like a kaiju type alien, where you're like, you roll up on shore and your goals are not to like do, you know, your goals are to be a force of fear and destruction, a Godzilla type, you know? Does Bloodborne count? Bloodborne, ironically, it kind of does. And the reason why I think now Bloodborne, imagine Bloodborne, but you can play as the cleric beast. Imagine Bloodborne, but you can play as Rom. And that's your game, is like, you're in a, you know, you're in a chalice dungeon and there's hunters trying to hunt you, and you have to use your environment and your unique evolutionary abilities and whatever to destroy them. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. However, Bloodborne does kind of count, not only because there are 2 monstrous forms you can take in Bloodborne, no spoilies, but also because all of the weapons in Bloodborne are constantly taking shape and changing shapes and changing forms to adapt to your playstyle, and your character is fairly bestial to begin with. You are a brutal hunter hunting down other monsters, and you are kind of treated by the game like a monster. It's not quite there for what I'm looking for here, but it's pretty close. And of course, Bloodborne's one of my favorite games of all time. Yeah. You want to be Vicar Amelia, exactly. Bioshock 2. Bioshock 2 has some of it, yes. And so does Bioshock 1 for a short period of time. But yes, Bioshock 2, ironically, does actually reach that level. Now, it is a little bit locked in by the FPS specifically style, where you got a lot of guns and stuff. But I don't know. I think it fits. I think it does. You're playing as that universe's monster type, and that's a huge chunk of the game. Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, I think so. My goodness. A lot of games have moments at the end where you become a monster. At the conclusion, like at the end of Metroid Dread. Yeah, and then you don't get to play as it for more than 2 seconds. Games are like allergic to it. They're scared of it for some reason. It's really weird. Really, really weird. I don't understand it. It's the tease. Yeah, it's so frustrating. Like you should be able to, at the end of Metroid Dread, you should get to be a big Metroid monster and have some fun for like multiple hours of the game, but they don't really do that. Yeah. Xenomorph werewolves, kaijus, you know, The Thing. Give me that stuff. That's what I want. That's what I want to see. Anyway, this is my monster game rant. There needs to be way more monster games. There needs to be way more games where you play as scary animals. There needs to be way more games where you get to go a little wild with it, you know? And there's just not that many of them. There's a handful of treasures that we cling to like diamonds. But yeah. So yeah. Oh, dragon! I almost ended this section without talking about a dragon game. Dragons! The biggest thing, the most... Okay, I'm gonna extend this. You wanna know a game that did it amazingly? Okay, ready? Heroes of the Storm. I can't believe I'm gonna be listing a MOBA here, but in Heroes of the Storm, there are multiple explicitly monstrous characters who play differently than all of the other characters in the game. Alex Straza has every like minute and a half, you could turn into a giant dragon that takes up a ton of space. You could play as Deathwing in that game. They just straight up put Deathwing in and were like, yeah, you can be an absolutely unbelievably enormous dragon and stomp around the map. And if people are near you, they're gonna take damage from you stepping on their head. It's actually crazy cool. You have breath attacks and you batter people with your wings. You get tail sweeps. It's so cool. You could play Ridley in Smash Bros. That's a good one. Ridley's a good choice. It's so cool. And also there's other types of monsters in Heroes of the Storm. Heroes of the Storm really went there with it, which is cool as hell. There's new Beast Claw weapons in Shadow of the Erdtree. Shadow of the Erdtree, so we'll see about Shadow of the Erdtree because it looks like they're adding a lot of cool new stuff. Elden Ring was getting there. It was reaching. It was reaching for and almost touching. And maybe it's just a little bit bound by the beloved Dark Souls format, which is fine. I am the biggest fan in the world of the Dark Souls format. But you get breath attacks, you get wing attacks, you get you get like a tail swipe, you get horns. Those are all spells though. You need those to be part of your move set. So you get and you know one of the coolest feelings in you want to know one of the coolest feelings in Elden Ring is getting an opportunity to use one of those air-based breath attacks where you'd have to jump and then breathe down, and you're like, and you go, sick, amazing. But it's kind of niche, and you don't get to do it all that much. So we'll see. Maybe Shadow of the Erdtree is going to give us more, but yeah. Skyrim Werewolf Simulator. In Morrowind, you get to play as a werewolf. And obviously, the gameplay is a little bit limited by it being Morrowind, but still really cool. You can be a werebear as well, if I remember correctly, in Morrowind. There's both a werewolf and a werebear. So, let me get a Bayonetta 3 clip. Well, okay, I'm open to Bayonetta 3, but from what people are saying, it's more like you get a special attack that uses a monster, and I don't think those really count for me, because that would be like, that doesn't appeal to the fantasy at all. Like, you get summons in all kinds of games. Speaking of summons, Summoner 2. And Summoner 1, I never played the first one, but Summoner 2 was a game on PS2 where your whole thing is you shift between monster forms and you have different monsters you can equip in each area, and you like play as a weird monster for a while. Cool as hell. So people have done it. It's possible. But oh, Death Claws. Baphomet's on the money right here with the Death Claws. Exactly. The death You know where I'm at. We're here. We got the psychic connection going on right now. It's going. The Death Claws are one of the, like, I don't even like Fallout, I haven't even been on the Fallout train for a while due to the antics of modern Fallout. And Deathclaws are still like a 10 out of 10 monster. Yep. Anyway, that's my rant about monster games. I hope you enjoyed it. Make monster games. If you're a game creator out there, make me a monster game. I will eat it and devour it and make it a part of me. Tarako-sama says, I've been gone too long. Demon Mama is blonde now? I am. That's true. And also, I'm going to be getting my roots touched up soon. Real soon, in fact. In a couple of days. Should be pretty good. Thank you, Somniostatic. That's why FFX is the best. The villain is Godzilla. Yeah, basically. It's pretty cool. I mean, Sin in Final Fantasy X is genuinely terrifying. A truly scary creature. They did a really good job with it. I'm trying to think. Is there anything... Are you going to get an undercut again? Not right now. I'm enjoying my long hair. Maybe in the future I'll get an undercut. I really enjoyed my undercut, but not right now. Being a druid in Baldur's Gate 3 owlbear form. Oh, you know what's ridiculous is Diablo 4 inched towards it with the werewolf and werebear forms in Diablo 4. But for some reason, I don't know why they do it this way, but you have to, like, your ability just turns you into that form for like a second and then you turn back, and so you're like, rash, rash, right. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel correct. That's not werewolf, really. I did like that there's a legendary item that lets you stay in your werewolf form, but then you turn it off whenever you cast an elemental spell, which just seems lazy and weird to me. It is. It is. Absolutely it is, Retcon. You're 100% right. Diablo 4, the king of almost getting it and then just kind of failing at everything. Yeah. Recently I saw an ad for Diablo 4 and I was like, oh my God, that game came out like a year ago or more. And I was like, I haven't thought about it since like the first month and a half where I played a whole bunch of it and got to max level and whatever. And then I was like, huh. Were you a druid player in WoW? In WoW, I played 3 characters. In WoW, I played a warlock, a hunter, and a shadow priest. And my priest shadow priest ended up being my favorite class of all. I really liked warlock. I really liked hunter. All of my WoW characters are very, very special to me. But my shadow priest was my most favorite. I loved being able to switch between a holy healing and shadow damage. I love the the void mechanic where you're like, you build up madness and then you go void berserko mode. Love that shit. Absolutely love that. So druids are really cool, but I couldn't resist the call of the void when it comes to the shadow priest. They're just too sick, too amazing. Plus, I loved the stacking of dots and all that stuff. Super cool. Look at that. Right now, we jumped up to 163 likes, and we are bumped up to 232 viewers. Likes equals more viewers. So if you're here and you haven't pressed like, press that like button. We have like 60 more likes or 70 more likes we could get, and that would almost guarantee that we get even more people in here for all the fun stuff we're gonna do tonight. I'd really like that. So, give me the like-a-tosin. I got a Kinnikuman clip. All right, let's do a Kinnikuman clip. Let's get the Kinnikuman clip. Let's do it. Let's see it. Let's do it. All right, let's see it. It's a long one. A 2-minute one. We're always playing this game, Mr. Krabs. We're always playing this game, this back and forth, where I'm like, you know, let's not overdo it. And then I'm like, let's do one video a stream, if I have time, on a good faith agreement. And then you're like, here's a 4-minute video. But 2 minutes is just across the line. It's just close enough. But don't get used to it, because that's pushing it. Wait a second, why is this playing music? This music is gonna get me. This is music from the TV show. I'm gonna get hit. Hold on, I'll do the sound effects. Clang, conk, clang. I don't know what to do for this guy. Here we go, here's some people again. Boing, 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 boing. Ah, whoa! That man's dead. All right, my throat is starting to hurt now. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me rehydrate. And we'll try again. Here, we'll rewind so I can get to the start of this one. Okay, here we go. We already did that one. Here we go. Boing. I thought he was gonna do one more there. All right, this is starting to hurt my throat. One player win. We got to see it. We saw it all. Yeah! Yeah! I'm the winner! There we go. All right. There we go, everybody. Oh, that was the worst thing I could have done for warm-up. Why did I do this? Oh, Dizzy, that's wonderful. With a little more practice, I could probably have totally unique sounds for each one. Oh, shit. I forgot. How could I have been so... This just tells you how busy I've been this week. I forgot. We have a drama mama to do. Not today. We can't do it today, obviously. There was a big update to the Illuminati situation. Like a huge one. So we got to do that next time. That'll be next stream then. Again, yup. Yup. Mycena said, "Oh, I thought this was gonna be about James Somerton's butthole." Oh, that one was funny, but it wasn't substantial enough for me to follow up on. You know, it's just one of those things. Like with the James Somerton's dick and balls, like it was very funny. But I was busy during the time that it happened, and afterwards, like I can't do like more than 10 minutes on that. They weren't even his? Are we sure about that? Are we sure about that? Have we confirmed that? I mean, it is in character for him to steal someone else's dick and balls, but I know that he stole, or he did like an AI yassification of himself. But I didn't think he stole them. It's real, I found out from Surus. Well, Surus is pretty trustworthy, I will say. But I can't confirm myself because I haven't looked into it that far. For those who are completely in the dark about what I'm talking about, it was discovered that James Somerton had a secret alt account where he was posting heavily filtered and edited versions of his own face and nudes and retweeting all kinds of horny stuff. And to my knowledge, I don't even think it was privated. It was just out there. And somehow it got linked back to him. How it got linked back to him, how people discovered it in the first place, eludes me at the moment. We're not doing a whole segment on it, but in the end, it was discovered that he had posted some asshole with backsack images, and yeah, that was kind of funny. Very funny, in fact. And it's really funny too because he was horny posting on that account while he, like within like hours after he had posted his fake suicide note. So he needed the just faked my death orgasm. Well, you know, sometimes when you think you're gonna pull off a sick scam or a sick manipulation, you just get really hard. You know, you're like, yes, those fools, they're never gonna know what the truth really is. You know, you just get, some people are really into that kind of thing. Retcon 404 says, if I ever post taint, just take it as a cry for help. I'll keep that in mind. I'll try to judge the context, because if it's like a joyous moment, you know, like for example, I don't know, if someday it's just like the world changes, there's a period of strife, and finally the forces of reactionary thought are defeated, and so everybody's just like, we can post ourselves on the internet now without having to worry about weird people being weird about it. Maybe that would be the context that would be fine. But other than that, I'll take it as a cry for help, for sure. Hey, Twitter, should I show this to my doctor? Boo. And it's just like, yeah. Ooh, okay. All right, cool. Thanks for the ping in the Discord. All right, that's interesting. I'll take a look at that. Sounds interesting. So this is from, okay, so this is a monster clip from Bayonetta. All right, let's take a look at the Bayonetta thing, and I'll judge it as my monster game preferences. Here we go. Woo, that's a little loud. Yeah, see, that's like a summon. That's like a summon. You don't get to play. When this thing began, I'm like, let me play as this guy. I want to be I want the camera to be behind this guy, and I want to be swinging this giant bulbous thing around. And I want to be going, let me do that attack and pound this frail thing off into oblivion. This is no doubt very cool, though. And don't get me wrong, summons are cool. They're just their own different thing that I'm not talking about.
If you would. Ready? Fire! Go!
Definitely cool though, definitely stylish, definitely awesome. Just not exactly what I'm reaching for, you know? That's not exactly what I'm going for. Yeah. Can you imagine a flashy character action game where you play as a sexy monster? Yeah, I can. I can, yes. But I have to keep imagining it because they're rare and you don't really get to have them. Morgue East River says, who likes hole picks? Are you for real right now? Are you being, you can't be serious. This has got to be trolling, right? What? Are you kidding me? Over half the planet. Like I'd say close to like 80% of the planet. Like what? Wait, hold on, everybody. Wait, maybe, to their credit, maybe they thought that I meant pictures of a hole, like, in the ground. Which still, a lot of people would find that compelling, but it definitely has a different context. I don't want to be too mean. Somebody in chat was down for that. Even better, the K-Vussy. Yeah, okay. Oh. Careful what you wish for with that one, Retcon. That's a monkey's paw wish if you're not careful with that. Oh my God. Oh, yeah, you gotta be a little careful with that one. The monkey's final finger just curled on me. What the? Chat is in a special mood tonight. What is going on here? Charlie Ginmeyer says, picture of oubliette, please. What? That's like a totally different thing. That's not just a hole. That's like a dungeon at the bottom of a dungeon. Post oubliette, ma'am. Retcon says furiously whacking it to how fast they fixed that sinkhole in China. Oh. Oubliette in bio. Yeah, what the hell? What is everybody on, okay? Listen. I showed you my well, please respond. Something in the water, it's lead. Listen, I don't know. I don't know if lead can explain this. I think it's something else. I think it's a confluence of forces. Okay? You say you're gonna do Pride Discourse, and a bunch of people are like, yeah, you know, I was hanging out in my dungeon earlier, and I was thinking about a lot of things while I was in the you know, sensory deprivation and chain rattling chamber, you know. I'm gonna do Pride Discourse post cave. Can I see your stalagmite, mommy? Are spelunkers allowed at Pride? I'm pretty sure that they're like a core demographic at Pride, you know? Post Fjord. Morgue East River says, wait, while I have your attention, can I DM you? I do COVID and viral mitigation IRL, and you're one of the few leftists who get it. You should email me, demonmamaonline@gmail.com, for anything like that. My DMs are perpetually swamped, and I have, like, it's very difficult to reach me by DM just because I already have a hard time getting through the list of people who add me on Discord, and I always have 9,000, so email me, demonmamaonline@gmail.com. Would hermits be allowed at Pride? I don't, why wouldn't a hermit? So, I'm confused. What is going on with the is X allowed at Pride thing? Is it because at one point people said, like, we don't want cops at Pride? When did this become like a trend? Is it like the current social media need to just like iterate on something that someone said on the internet once forever? Because I don't, it started with cops, but cops make sense. Obviously, given the literal root history of Pride being the fact that cops were regularly raiding gay bars in order to try and punish and imprison and ruin the lives of as many gay people as possible on completely ridiculous and impossible to live by rules. I think it started with the Kink at Pride Discourse, probably. Wait, when were cops raiding gay bars? When is this happening? Well, right now, still, it does actually happen. Last year, we covered the story of 2 separate gay bars being raided multiple times here in Seattle. However, the very first Pride, hold on, Stonewall, where largely believed and attributed to be the riot that led to the creation of Pride, was in response, that riot was in response to a mass arrest at a gay bar, and which had happened to the degree, the amount of raids was so regular that gay bars would have signs up at the entrance to their gay bar that would say, this is a raided premises. Be aware that the cops are likely to raid here, and you attend at this location at your own risk because there's always going to be a cop raid. And if you get caught dancing with somebody or sitting with somebody, or not even joking, buying a drink for somebody of the same sex, they're going to haul you off to prison. So. In fucking Seattle? Yes, in Seattle. Seattle is a very progressive city, but has a very, very, very dangerous and infamous police force. And yes, they still do persecute people to this day. So yes. The Portland's another one, yeah. The police bureau. Wait, somebody said something here that I wanted to answer to. JS Mascus says, I was told I can't wear my pup hood at Pride, so I just stopped going because it ruined my mood about the whole thing. These discourses are ridiculous and often harmful. Okay, I'm sorry, but people who are offended by pup hoods are weak and pathetic and will not inherit the power of heaven. Okay, it is so weak to be scared of a pup hood. Like, first of all, like, obviously people know that it's like that it's referencing a BDSM thing, but so do a lot of things, and it's like it's just a dog mask. Literally every parade in the world has dog masks. Every sporting event in the world has people wearing things that are more complicated, more restrictive, and more weird than a pup hood. It's just because the pup hood has been popularly associated so strongly with, homosexuality that people are mad about it. And it's like the weakest thing to get mad about. And people make a big deal. They act as if, like, there are people who will be as mad about someone wearing a pup hood, a dog mask that doesn't do any, just a dog mask, as someone having their fucking dick out. It's actually crazy. Yeah, of course, Retcon points out, I don't want to hear any shit about Pride when it's part of pop culture to flash your tits at Mardi Gras. That's another thing, which is just like, it's like actively encouraged in certain areas, and like, oh yeah, that's totally fine. And then people are like, oh, but a pup hood, that's a bridge too far. The pup hood is an embodiment of everything we hate. It's just so pathetic. Of course, JS Mascus says, thank you, Demon Mama. The words mean a lot. It's my identity, and so I often get hate for it. I will always appreciate you and your community for accepting me. Of course we should. Why shouldn't people? It's absurd. But I'm sorry that people are weird about it. I think that it is a total, you have been failed by whatever your Pride organizing community is. Whoever's making that call to say you can't wear a pup hood at Pride, they've lost the plot. And that is not somebody who is thinking about things appropriately, in my opinion. It's just, people are demented. And I don't, people will be like, I don't know, it's such a stupid discourse. Obviously, this year, and when we get into the segment where I go through the Pride discourses of this year, we'll talk about why Kink at Pride isn't one of the ones that we're going to do, because it's not going to be. The steam, they've really lost the steam for being anti-Kink at Pride, because the thing is that it relies on a immediate snap judgment based on your personal disgust. And when you sit with it for more than like 10 seconds, you go, oh, this is actually insane and doesn't make any sense at all. The rules that you would need to fairly, like, to construct a consistent rule for banning a pup hood at an event, you would have to ban nearly every piece of clothing imaginable. You would need to ban underwear. It's ridiculous. Mayfleet DX3 says, any idea why aces and arrows are discriminated at Pride? I've been yelled at by LGB individuals because of being ace. Okay, well, if they were LGB people specifically, there's your key. Because if they're like LGB without the T type people, there's your problem. Those people are like, I don't know how you are supposed to, like, those people are always looking to exclude everyone they possibly can besides themselves. So yeah, I'm sorry you've had that experience. I don't know why that would happen outside of the sort of defensive othering type thing, where people who are scared of being oppressed themselves turn and try to eliminate anybody who they think is not like vital to their view. It's a very flawed way of going about things. That's the only thing I can think of, is that there are people who think, well, we don't want to take this too far because then I'll lose my freedoms. It's the mentality of pulling the ladder up with you. You made it one step higher. Now you don't want anybody else to get up lest they endanger you. But of course, if those people are endangered, then you're endangered as well. And you are stronger together. So that's really the only thing I can think of. I'm surprised and disappointed that anybody would be mad at you or treat you poorly. That's really unfortunate. I'm sorry you had to experience that. Trickster Jackal says, did a bit of a discussion yesterday, but was wondering how to tackle people who have pushback at the idea of not talking to journalists. I mean, I feel like the video I made on it does a pretty good job of explaining my reasoning. I think that most people who believe that you should talk to journalists have an unrealistic relationship and perhaps a bit of a pedestalization of the role of journalist, when in reality, journalism is not some pursuit like what's the word, sacred pursuit. Journalists historically have been full of liars, propagandists, opportunists. It's not like it's not like some kind of it's not that journalism is immune to capitalism or is immune to political hijacking. We should know that. In America, the most popular journalistic outlet is fucking Fox News. It doesn't take much to be able to sit back and go, yeah, journalists can say all they want about, they can bloviate and act like they're super extra important in some holy calling, but they're not. A journalist is not a heavily, there's not even the same level of scrutiny as we put on like a lawyer. And we already know that there are scumbag, asshole, corrupt lawyers. Obviously there are some organizations that try to impose journalistic standards, but the reality is that it's a free-for-all, and then people call themselves journalists all the time when they're just liars. The 24-hour news cycle is an embodiment of this. The fact that there are entire business ventures that are built around finding any story or making them should tell you that, journalists are not just like, you can't just say the word journalist and have something be trustworthy, especially when we're talking about matters of life and death. A journalist getting hands on information that is vital to the survival of a community can be very dangerous, especially if you can't trust that journalist. But even if you can trust that journalist might take that information and do something with it that you don't want them to do. So, yeah. The journalism thing, I think a lot of people adhere to this idea that journalists are basically like torchbearers for democratic society, when the actual real world experience shows that they're anything but that. You know, there are certainly some journalists out there doing incredible work. There are definitely journalists who are doing cool things and who are upstanding people. But being a journalist alone does not guarantee that at all. And the category of journalist contains a broad spectrum of actors. There is a risk in highlighting any information, especially, you know, when we're talking about, like I said, resources that are of life and death matters to a community, giving that information to someone who could spread it to potentially national audiences. Yeah. Oh, an example of this. You guys remember that something that Doe and I have been talking about a lot lately. You all remember that teacher story that Fox News ran, where it was like, oh, there's a trans teacher in Canada with Z-cup breasts, and she's coming for your kids and whatever. And it turned out that story was like totally AstroTurf nonsense. That story was started by a journalist by the name of Anna Slatz, who has written and collaborated with neo-Nazi outlets. No joke, not even joking. That is just, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And the individual who dressed up like that, never identified as trans in any way, never, like, had no history of that, and seems to have done it purely for the purpose of generating a buzz. It was a total AstroTurf event. And so what happened is this right-wing journalist writes about it, and then a slightly less right-wing paper picks it up, and then a slightly less right-wing paper picks it up, and it gets laundered and laundered and laundered, where one paper is referencing another paper and saying, well, get mad at them, they gave me the information, all the way up until it reaches international news via Fox News, where all of a sudden the story has transformed into a legitimate, demented panic over something that is happening in a rural Canadian school by a right-wing asshole who's trying to stick it to the school board. A literal, like, about as close to a psyop as you can ever get. Just straight up. Yeah, journalists, like, there's already enough ways for important and valuable information to get into the wrong hands. We don't need the help of organizations that have money to make and do not share the interests in any way of vulnerable communities. CNN, AP News even, these corporations do not share the interest of marginalized communities. And when it comes down to us sitting in the middle of a moral panic, there are all kinds of stories that they could write that do not require them going down and asking random trans people to volunteer vulnerable information. As always, Shut the Fuck Up Friday. Every day is Shut the Fuck Up Friday. That's how it goes. Look at that. We're up to 275 viewers. We still only have 224 likes. So if I could get another 50 likes, that would be super cool. But since the last time we pressed like, since the last time I asked for likes, we've gotten almost another 100 viewers, which is amazing. We want that. We want to see that. Okay, we want it. Thank you. It's free and it means a lot. Also, if you're watching, please consider donating to the show. This show is 100% viewer supported. Your donations are what keep the show going. And I don't know if we've gotten any donos tonight yet. So it would be really nice if people would be willing to throw a few bucks this way. It'd mean a lot. But of course, my show is always free to the public. We're gonna talk about the one of the other, like, who can attend Pride, which is the straight boyfriends of bi girls. We're gonna talk about that one. Yeah. We have a couple of discourses we're gonna go over, and we'll do that in just a little bit. So far, we've been going for about an hour and a half. We've ended up having basically 2 segments. And yeah. Yeah, for sure, Retcon, for sure. Tiki Dragon 1 says, have you read the book Cloud Atlas or seen the movie? I haven't. I've heard interesting things about it, but I've never actually seen it. Time for Furiosa? Not yet. I think I'm gonna do the Furiosa stuff after we do the Pride Discourse, because I wanna do fun stuff after we talk about discourse topics that are likely to get me super amped up. I'm the bi boyfriend of a straight girl. I'm excited for this. Yeah, we'll talk about it. Don't worry. We'll get there. I feel called out. Oh, don't feel called out. It's just nonsense. Another bored person with the $10 super chat. No donos tonight. Take 2. Thank you very, very much, another bored person. Thank you so very much. Jade Monkey with the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. A few bucks, you say. Thank you so much, Jade Monkey. That means the world to me. Thank you so much for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Let me just make sure I didn't miss any before we move on, and we'll start talking about some stuff. Maybe we'll start plowing into these discourses. MJK Moon with the 5 gifted YouTube subs. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Cy Deathful with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much, Cy Deathful. You were actually the first dono of the night. So extra special thanks to Cy Deathful with the tier 2 sub. First dono of the night. Thank you so much. Mithril with the £10 super chat. Thank you so very much. Tories in the UK have already tried the anti-trans stuff in their general election campaign. GE campaign, I think. I'm here because struggling to sleep. Love to all from the UK. Much love right back to you. Thank you very, very much, Mithril. Cosine V with the tier 1 sub says, I've recently realized how scary the world is for trans women, so here is a few bucks. Thank you so much, Cosine V. It is definitely a very scary place. And we're actually going to touch on that just a little bit when we get to the discourse section. Thank you very much for supporting the show. Really means a lot to me. Oh, don't worry about it, Nerodia. You're a purple sub. You don't got to worry about that. You're all good. No one ever has to apologize for not donating. If you can donate, that means a lot to me. But if you can't, you never owe me anything. That's why my show is free to the public. And I just do little asks every once in a while. That's how we keep it sustainable, you know? It's kind of like listening to NPR or something, except we don't have government funding like NPR does. The Dark Canuck with the renewal as a chunky imp on YouTube. Thank you so much, Dark Canuck. Dark Canuck says, Happy Pride, imps. Happy Pride to you, too. Mother Meerset with the gifted YouTube sub. Thank you so much, Mother Meerset. Thank you so very much, Mother Meerset. Do you plan on doing a segment about what's going on with Team Fortress 2 and its bot crisis? No, I don't think I do. I don't play Team Fortress 2, and I didn't know anything about that, but that's interesting. It's Not a Cookie with the gifted YouTube sub. Thank you so much, It's Not a Cookie. Thank you all so much for your generosity. Thank you so much, It's Not a Cookie. Willow Tree says, I went to my first Pride on the 1st of this month. It was so fun. That's awesome. I always have fun at Pride events. They're always wonderful. I am the type of person who tends to prefer working on stuff at my house and playing video games. I don't shy away from like big social events like that, but I tend to prefer the quiet stuff. But every Pride event that I've ever gone to has been a blast, and I probably will be going again this month at some point. Hey, High Progressive. You're introverted? Yeah, believe it or not. I don't know. I don't really believe in a clean distinction between introvert and extrovert. I don't really believe in that, dichotomy necessarily. But my usual choice of activity is artistic pursuits. And, I like reading. I like watching movies. I like playing games. I like thinking about them. I like staying cozy at home, stuff like that. Streaming is a way for me to be hyper social, but in a fairly controlled setting. I don't know that it would be a lot harder for me to do like performances with a live audience where I don't have the ability to like step away if I need a breather or whatever. That ability to be able to say, okay, and take a breather if I need it, ironically makes me feel like I don't need to at all, like because I feel like I have that level of control over what's happening, Hypno Amber says, I still haven't gone to Pride since coming out. I can't get anyone to go with my disabled self. It seriously sucks. I'm sorry about that. I hope that changes in the near future. I truly do. It depends on the event, I don't know. Some events are more accessible than others, but I hope that changes for you in the future. Riley Kilo says, the diaper kink community constantly has the argument over whether or not it's okay to wear diapers at Pride. Well, with or without the diaper kink community, there are people wearing diapers at Pride. Shocker, I know. In fact, everywhere you go, there are people wearing diapers. That's just a reality of life. Have you ever been, like, I know that this is like going to be an uncomfortable conversation for some people, but have you guys ever walked like through a hygiene department at a Walmart or a grocery store and noticed that there is like usually like a wall, an entire wall devoted to adult diapers? That's because, as it turns out, people got to wear them sometimes. That's just how it is. Oh, not even always old people. Sometimes you get injured. Sometimes you get sick. Sometimes you get old. Sometimes you're a baby. That doesn't really... Okay, well, never mind. You get the picture. It's just how it goes. And some people use it for a kink. Being weird about diapers is... I know that it seems weird because people have an ick factor. Some people have an ick factor around diapers, which I get it. That's fine. Nobody has to be into anything else or whatever. But it being weird, being like, oh, like somebody wearing a diaper is the same thing as like, it's the same thing as the flip-flops thing. Like, if you're like, oh, yeah, but they're wearing it for a kink reason. It's like, okay, well, you don't know that, and you can't know that, and you wouldn't know that unless you ask somebody, at which point you're asking them for the information. So, I don't know. Well, the thing, okay, that's a whole other thing, Ryoma. Well, let's not bring Matt Walsh into it right now. Although, Riley Kilo says, I think there's this repressive aspect of kink where the internalized shame is externalized. Yeah, I think yes, absolutely. There is a repressive aspect. I mean, I think some of it is a misfiring of survival tactics, you know, that people are like, well, you know, we have to keep it on the down low because otherwise they're going to hurt us. Even when that's not really what's going on. But there's also a moralistic aspect as well, where some people are like, you know, oh, you should never even so much as reference this part of who you are because that's wrong. And I just don't, I can't get behind that. You know what I mean? I can't get behind that type of mentality of like being like, no, the only correct and moral way to exist if you have a particular kink is to like hide it as much as possible because you're no one who doesn't have a kink that's like I don't know, sorry, I'm wording that poorly, but what I'm trying to say is like it's a microcosm of the broader kink at pride discussion in that displays, like innocuous and harmless displays of sexuality are literally everywhere, all around us in public all the time. They're in our advertisements. They're mundanely displayed on the every moment of every day in public. When a straight couple has their wedding rings proudly displayed because it explains their devotion to one another, sexual and non-sexual, that is no different than somebody else wearing a little keychain that has a flogger or wearing a pup mask. There's not really much of a difference for that, in my opinion. And that, of course, you could take this further by saying public displays of affection are obviously largely accepted, unless you're gay, at which point people yell at you and honk at you. Something that's literally happened to me on multiple occasions. I remember I once gave my partners a smooch in the Costco parking lot. We were unloading a ton of stuff from Costco, and we finished putting all of our stuff in the car, and one of my partners was about to run off and go take the cart away, and we all just kind of did like a three-way little, like a little smooch. We just kind of came together, and some guy in a big truck literally was like, fuck you! And it was like, really? I was like, okay. So I can't get behind a worldview that insists that like, first of all, because it's hypocritical, and secondly, because it's impractical, but like, and unhealthy, but like, I can't get behind a worldview that says that like all sexuality, all references to sexuality must persistently be repressed in public. I think that's an unhealthy and demented way to live, you know? Yeah. Yep. Of course, Riley Kilo. Sentient Rat says, yeah, but what about feet in public? I need the other one. I need the other sound effect. I should just get it. I should just download as soon as possible. I need to download the other. Do I have it? I might actually have it. Hold on. Let me double check. I need the other Among Us sound effect. Do I have it? Let me see if I do. I feel like I might. The round begin one. That's the body found. That's this one. I guess I don't have it. Oh, that's too bad. I wish I did. I need to add some more. I definitely need to add some more sound effects to my soundboard. I haven't added new sound effects in a while, and I've been thinking of some good ones to have. This one, hold on. The sound that I'm thinking of, this one. Oh shit, it's quiet, it's muted. That's the one. I need that one, but one that doesn't cut off so aggressively. See, that one is so good. You got it? For real? Oh, but it cuts off too aggressively. I gotta get the other one. I can't, I need it to have like a smoother outro so it doesn't go so, but that is really good. Thank you, Renewed Wolf. I did see that Puerto Rican vegan musician. It was very funny to me. What are your thoughts on Pixar's anti-diversity arc? Pixar is having an anti-diversity arc? Perfect. That's it. Here, I'll add it right now. You know what? Let's add it right now. How do I download this? Oh, here we go. Sick. I'll add this right now. May as well. There we go. While we talk about this, I didn't know they were having an anti-diversity arc. That's very weird and sad and unfortunate. So we need to do that with the... Okay, good. It's all set. So now I just need to go like this, and we just need to set it in the... There we go. Let me open up my Stream Deck. We'll get that one set. Here we go. Pardon me, pardon me. Here we go, here we go. There we go. We'll test this in just a second. We're gonna move the I am Adolf Hitler to somewhere else. We haven't been using that one very much. Look at that. It works. Now we have it. Now we have the... Thank you. Thank you for your help with that. That was perfect. Now we have a new one. We gotta add some more. I got a couple more. I do have this one.
My mother had me tested.
Pixar is cringe now. More universal appeal equals less POC. Have they tried just making more interesting movies? They should try doing that. Do you actually have a soundboard, or do you use a keyboard? I actually do have a soundboard. It's this one. Look, see? It's even got little images on it. I got this as a gift from my friend. I actually have two Stream Decks. I have a Stream Deck Mini and a Stream Deck XL that has all the soundboard stuff on it. It's incredible. I love it. Oh, the Get Real would be so good. Oh my God, I need some David Lynch ones. I need some David Lynch. You know what would also be great is the Hold on. The Cheryl Lee scream. One of Cheryl Lee's screams from Twin Peaks, or Dougie Jones. Dougie Jones. That'd be great. Wait, do you have the I Am Adolf Hitler? Yeah, I do. It's right here. I am Adolf Hitler! That one? I do. Shut the Fuck Up Friday would also be good. That would also be a really good one. I still have the Paul Ziga one. I just don't have it on here right now because it was funny. I still have it. This one is right? Of course, it's a classic. I just don't use it that often because, I don't know. I have What Do You Mean too. Where is that one? Oh wait, that one isn't queued up. I don't have that one queued up right now. I still also have That's My Wife.
That's my wife you're talking about.
Do the scream from the very end of Twin Peaks: The Return. Yeah, Primo scream. Cheryl Lee's one of the best screamers of all time. Like, no joke. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. The Homer Simpson dough is like... The Homer Simpson dough is... It's too ubiquitous, you know? I would prefer to just go dough myself, you know what I mean? Yeah, the dough is a little too much, you know? It's a little, yeah, it's exactly Windleby. That's what I'm saying. It's a little too ubiquitous. Obviously, see, the Among Us one is very, very popular. But you have to understand, Among Us is relatively fresh, and only a certain range of people, like, are into it. So it hasn't been around for 20 years being used by everyone forever. There will probably be a point, actually, I don't know. I am impressed by how long the Among Us memes have been around and how strong, like, they're still kicking. Among Us is like primo meme stock. You know, it's right up there, but I wonder how much longer it has. You know what I mean? It might stick around. I don't think it has the staying power of Simpsons related stuff just because Simpsons is something that people keep going back to. Same thing goes for like The Office. The Office, memes from The Office are like they're almost guaranteed to be around for like so long because people keep going back and revisiting it for nostalgia reasons. I don't think Among Us has that level of staying power. However, Amogus and stuff like that, these things those were prime memes that have, I think it's going to be hard for the culture to shake those, you know? Nostalgia is such brain poison. It can be. It definitely can be. And we do have... Nostalgia is one of those emotions that's like... it's like an acceptable emotion in like, you know, pop culture. So it's like... And it's easily monetizable because it's such a strong emotion and it's so cheaply exploited. I don't know that I would say outright that nostalgia alone is a brain poison. I think it's like you need it to have like it is a healthy part of a balanced breakfast, so to say. But it's like, you know, Chopped Liver says, I have never once seen The Office, and at this point, it's a point not to see it. Well, I don't know. The Office is still really good. Like, it's so good and it's so funny that like if you've never seen The Office, it's totally valid to just go watch it and you're gonna have a good time. The Office is like an all-time banger. Yeah, like you do get a little tired of like millennials posting the gym face on social media as if that's like a legitimate response to anything, you know, like a gif of him going like, but it's nonetheless actually an incredible show. So, yeah. Somehow Emperor Palpatine has returned. No, I can't do that. It's so bad. There's not even energy in the delivery. It's funny to think about conceptually, but it's not funny in execution. You know? You gotta have ones that are funny in execution. Every time on this stream, every single time I smack one of my buttons, I want it to make people laugh. And all of my buttons have that power right now. You know? Like, the Bazinga is, of course, a classic. The post-ironic Bazinga, where it's, like, no longer even remotely connected to what it once was. It just sounds funny, is, like, incredible. There used to be a bonk sound. Okay, that is Uncle Gumbald. I would love to have that one. I would absolutely love to have that one, except it would always get hit because it's a Hans Zimmer track. So the da-da-da, that one, I could do the Hudrea, which is very similar, the like Bronze Age memes thing, but that one's a little overdone in my opinion. It's not like, you know, this one. When I smack this one, perfect, you know? Nah, I would never do that, Mr. Krabs. The Pillarmen intro? I don't know the Pillarmen intro. I do have Dios, though. What? Why did it work? I got that one. Pause it! That sound still has no meaning to me outside of that stream. Oh, that's a shame. It's from a fantastic movie. How about Doorstuck? Nah, Doorstuck doesn't. Doorstuck is just a reference. Okay, we're getting into the weeds here really bad, but I'm understanding the reason why. And I don't mean this to be mean, but I understand why you all are chatters and I'm the streamer and not the other way around, because some of you don't understand what makes a soundboard funny. Soundboards are not funny because they make you think of another thing. You know? Like if I had on here, like, I don't know, it's just, that's not how it works. The sound has to be funny in and of itself. It has to communicate something that you need to be able to emote to express yourself. Like, for example, if we're listening to some centrist giving a speech and they start making weird references to a conspiracy theory, and I go, we all know immediately what that means. It's not me going, this is like Among Us, guys. It's taking a thing from a popular game that communicates oh, we just discovered a clue about the imposter, you know? When I'm sitting here and I say,
my source is that I made it the fuck up.
That's funny in and of itself. Half of you don't even know who that character is. Half of you don't even know who the voice actor who did that was. It's funny because of the words and the delivery. And it works in a moment. Because it's what I would want to say in my mind, and the way that I can communicate that to you without doing a bad impression is by just playing the sound itself. And some of you are in the know and also appreciate that there's a Metal Gear Rising Revengeance reference in there, but yeah. Okay, see, all brother, this guy stinks. That's a good, now that's a good recommendation right there. See, oh, brother, this guy stinks. That one's excellent. And that one's excellent because the delivery is good, the communication of the mood is correct, and as a fun little bonus, you know, some people are going to know it from SpongeBob specifically. But can you guys imagine if I just had like a sound effect that was just like Squidward going ha 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 ha? I cringed even thinking about the concept of me having that on my soundboard. It's like, it doesn't communicate anything. Yes, we know it's Squidward's laugh, but what's that supposed to mean? It means arrogance? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. No, how would you... No, wrong. Reference it, no, stop it. Stop it. It means stuck up, arrogant, or hear me out on this one, snobby. No, it doesn't. It's a funny laugh. In and of itself, that doesn't mean anything. See, that's the thing. That's why I don't use the Paul laugh all that often, even though it was a funny one, and for a while, we had it on our soundboard as a reference to a really funny stream that we did. It was an internal reference to us. It was an in-joke with my community. A random Squidward laugh is not an in-joke with anybody. It's just a bare reference to SpongeBob. So what do you look for in a clip sound effect? I look for communicating a mood or emotion that sounds funny or interesting or energetic in some way or another. Like, for example, when I do this one, you know shit's about to get real. Usually in a comedic way, but that it's like, oh, you can feel it instantly. You don't need to know that that is Ultimate Instinct Goku from Dragon Ball Super episode whatever. You don't need any of that info to know, whoa, shit just got real. Someone's about to get fucking pounded. It has that mood. It sounds great. It communicates a mood and an emotion, and it sets the tone. Another one that would be killer would be the whoa from Metal Gear Solid 5. That one would be another one. You do not have to know that it's from Metal Gear Solid 5, although you get a little bonus. You get a little mood bonus if you go, ooh, I know where that's from. That's a fun bonus, but you can't build it around the I recognize that. Otherwise, you're just doing the equivalent of holy shit, it's the Millennium Falcon! Oh my god, red lightsabers, it's Mace Windu! Oh my god, it's Ant-Man! I know what Ant-Man is! And that fucking sucks, okay? That's not funny, it's not enjoyable, it's not a good time. Wait, what did I say? Did I not say Metal Gear Solid? What did I say? I thought I said MGS5. Whatever. Maybe I said something else. I did not. That's bullshit, NASDAQ. I don't even know what that fucking game is. I'm almost out of soda. Damn it. So your criteria is good delivery, versatility for a variety of situations, not overused, a bit niche, and easy for most to understand, even if they don't know what it's from. Yes! You basically honed it down to my parameters for what determines a good soundboard sound for me. Yeah, that's pretty good, Ryoma. Well done. Why not add Carl Wheezer croissant sound effect? Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll try and explain this one. The croissant sounds funny, but it doesn't communicate literally anything. It's just lol so random. So while it has its moments, a croissant can be funny in certain contexts, specifically generally in like weird YouTube poop situations where the randomness is a big part of the humor. In and of itself, it's not very useful to me. When am I gonna say croissant? Croissant? When am I gonna do that? What would I ever use that for? That's the problem. So it meets one of all of my criteria. It's funny. It sounds funny in and of itself, but it doesn't communicate anything. It's not relevant or versatile, you know? It communicates croissant. It would be like me having the meme, the minion, a banana, or whatever they do, banana. If I had like a meme sound where it was just like banana, and I just did that all the time, it would be like the dumbest shit you've ever seen in your entire life, and nobody should ever subscribe to me if that was the case. Ironically, Bazinga is the advanced and evolved form of something like that. It is so post-ironic, and it annoyed so many people, and it does sound funny in and of itself. So Bazinga sounds funny in and of itself, but it is so ridiculous and complicated in its own presence as a meme, you know? Because Big Bang Theory was so hateable and obnoxious and shoved down everyone else's throat that Bazinga has gone through an entire transformation where it stands as like a platinum meme, as a survivor of literal years of nonsense and bullshit. And so it comes out on top as like this thing that you can use as it's just, you get what is being said immediately. It's just like, it's basically using the Bazinga. Bazinga can mean all kinds of things, and it's great. I blame Young Sheldon for its revival. No, Bazinga's gonna be around for a long time. I hope you guys recognize that. And at some point, it will probably become like the Homer, the like, doh, you know? Because of its ubiquity used by other people, but right now it's still really funny. We're still in the era of it being very funny. What about the wow sound effect? Way overdone, sounds stupid. I know why people use it, because they want to make it sound like it, but it's too basic. It's too it would be like having a guy say good one. You know what I mean? Like, it just wouldn't be that. It's not, you're being snarky, but yeah, no, so now. Yeah. What other sound effects do you have? Here's all the sound effects I have on my board, okay? Ready? Here's what we have right now. Ready?
Bazinga.
Oh my God, he admitted.
Beautiful. Oh my God, he admitted is like a perfect one. That is a great one, and it's a niche one because we only have to use it in certain circumstances, but it's so good. It communicates with it. It sounds funny. It communicates what you're trying to say. Oh my God, a liar just revealed it. There you go. Bam. It's amazing. Okay, so then we got the oof. Sounds funny. Obvious what's happening. Somebody got hurt. somebody goofed up. It's an oof. We all know what oof means. Then we got, already explained that one, evergreen, okay? Already explained that one, legendary.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Also, explained legendary. Self-explanatory. You don't need to know anything about it to know what that means. That's like, it's intimidating, it's creepy, something's upsetting you. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa, what do we stumble into here? You know, easy. Okay, next. Variation of the original Among Us sound. You know, just a variation. It's versatility. You want to have the same basic thing, but for a slightly different mood. Then we got this one.
My mother had me tested.
That one is, it's the same. It falls into the same category as the oh my god, he admitted it, where it's obvious what's being said. It's a snarky. It's not the best one. It's not my top one, so I only use it once in a great while. But it's a pretty good one. It's a funny delivery. It's a funny concept. It's you know, being like, no, I can't be crazy. My mother had me tested. Communicates itself pretty well. Then, of course, that's the most referencey one that I have on the entire soundboard. But also it communicates with its sound what's happening. It's, whoa, slow down there. Hold your horses. But more epic and with more gusto. It's more theatrical. What else we got? Oh yeah, then we got, of course, the ever classic, which I am Adolf Hitler. Come on, come on. Do I need to explain that one? A guy screaming with his full lungs, I am Adolf Hitler. Like, come on, that's so fucking funny. And then, of course, we got the like. The like, it feels great to hear. You feel good when you hear the like button. I feel good when I hear the like button. It reminds you to like the stream because that's what you gotta do. And also, as an added bonus, it's a reference to a game that very specifically, an aspect of a game which very specifically commentates on social media liking addiction, why we love to get likes on social media. So there, now I've explained my entire logic for why soundboards can't just be or Donald Trump going, that's interesting, you know, like, or I don't know, I don't fucking know. Yeah. Did you remove the Paul sound effect from the soundboard? Yeah, it's not on my hotkeys. It is on the soundboard. I just don't ever use it. So we're adding the door stuck? No, we're not. We will not be adding door stuck. I want people to know, like, oh, what game is the like from? Death Stranding. One of the greatest games ever made, in my opinion. Death Stranding is a game that goes so far above and beyond. There are barely any games that stand alongside it. It is truly good. Thank you so much, Prosy Rosie. I appreciate that. Okay, so actually, from Signalis, there is a good one. Okay, hold on. There's a sound effect that's used from Signalis that actually would work really well. Let me see if I can find it. It's the, oh, shit. What's the actual sound effect? It goes, it's like, hold on, it's the, like, alarm. Yeah, here we go. I think this is the one. track. I think it's right up here. No, this is the opening. Where's the sound effect? It was somebody had a clip of it going around on Twitter. If anybody has it, if anybody has a link to it, hit me. It goes like. Let me see if it plays it here. No, that's the save noise. Where's the one it goes like. Somebody will have it. It was going around on Twitter last night. I know one of you queers out there has it. I know you have it. It's so good. It's such a great. Now that one would work on the soundboard, but it would have to be a replacement. It matches the same mood as the this one. Because it's in a similar vein. I don't know if was it on the radio? Is it this one? There it is! Thank you! God, Signalis is so god tier. Is this the one I'm thinking of? This is just a song. What a killer game with a killer soundtrack. What is Signalis? Signalis is a incredible indie horror game with a phenomenal soundtrack by 1000 Eyes and Cicada Sirens. It was one of the games that I bought the soundtrack like the moment that I finished the game. Its gameplay is in the vein of old school Resident Evil mixed with Silent Hill, so that it pulls from a little bit of Resident Evil, a little bit of Silent Hill. It's got limited inventory where you got to do inventory management, and it is a very scary game. It also has a phenomenally written and very touching love story as a part of the storyline. I won't go into detail, but that's the basics. It is a very complicated and wonderful game, and I could not stop playing it. It terrified me, and I recommend it to everyone. It is a phenomenal game. Tiki Dragon 1 says, have you played Darkwood? Yes, Darkwood is one of my favorite horror games of all time. both Signalis and Darkwood are games that I would put on like my top 10 games of all time. They're fantastic. There are actually some similarities between in gameplay actually in gameplay and mood between Signalis and Darkwood, but they're different in aesthetic, but they do have similar moods. Both fantastic horror games that are very punishing and really, really scary. But yeah. Yes, Signalis is a pretty homosexual game, as I've heard. Is it really that good? I haven't heard that much about Darkwood. Darkwood is, it is truly that good. It is really that good. The reason you haven't heard much about Darkwood is because the studio that made it disbanded. They made one of the greatest horror games I've ever played in my entire life, and then they were like, we can't do this anymore. Darkwood is genuinely incredible. I cannot praise it enough. It's so messed up. It is so upsetting. It's a game that truly makes you feel in danger at all times. It is a experience from the moment you start the game to the end. There is never a moment I would say there is never a moment where the game lulls at all. It is just a solid 10 out of 10 from beginning to end. It's amazing. Yeah. You should play it. So. Yeah, it was one of the first games I ever reviewed on my channel. Like, did an actual review with gameplay of. I still want to play it on stream at some point. Though I do feel like it's a game that's best enjoyed being played by yourself because of how much it gets under your skin. Did you play Darkwood on stream? Yes, I did. I did play Darkwood on stream. Are there Disco Elysium sounds you want to add to the soundboard? Not really. Disco Elysium does not have like a whole lot of sounds like that. Oh, yeah. I did play Darkwood, yep. But I meant like I want to actually play, I feel like I kind of want to actually play the game, the whole game. It's so fucking upsetting. God damn. I'm remembering so many different things that I loved about Darkwood. Oh yeah, the true ending to Darkwood is just like, what the fuck? Anyway, I should stop just spending my time beefing up these games. When would you use the Signalis sound if you did add it? It would be the same times. It would be the same time that I would use the Annihilation one, where something upsetting and abnormal is happening. That inspires suspicion and fear. I don't think it hits quite as hard, but it does. It could be a good one. It could be a good one. Honestly, I should play the Signalis soundtrack more often on here, just so people will go buy it and play the game. So goddamn good. Did you all see the Silent Hill 2 controversy? Okay, so I have not followed the Silent Hill 2 controversy, but I've heard whispers of it. The controversy being that they're doing a remake, but drastically changing basically everything about the game, it seems, which is a weird decision. at that point, it's like, I don't know what they're aiming with the remake for, but yeah. I've also seen some people who are like freaking out about redesigns of Maria, I think her name is Maria. Right? Maria is her name? Is that her name? Yeah, Maria. They're like mad about Maria's outfit changing, but the outfit didn't look like that like that different to me. But I saw some people mad about it, and I was just like, okay, I don't know. I watched Fawn play Silent Hill 2. I didn't play it myself, so there might be things that I don't know, and I haven't been following the controversy, so I could be wrong about any of this, but yeah. Gaming Below says it's very worth watching Stephanie Sterling's Silent Hill 2 video about how they're just so disrespectful of the themes with their absurd costumes. Yeah, I'll check. I'd be totally open to check that out. The controversy is that the right-wing YouTubers are calling Angela ugly. Oh. What the fuck? Yeah, I thought the first thing I ever heard about Silent Hill 2 was that they were making massive changes to the gameplay. And people were just like, well, why do a remake if you're going to change the gameplay that much? But I don't know. I didn't play the first one, so I don't really know the feel that well. Renewed Wolf with the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Demon Mama keeps expanding my Steam wish list, so I'm giving you money instead of Gaben. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much, Renewed Wolf. Seriously. That makes me happy. I do very much enjoy it when people listen to my recommendations and go check out what I'm talking about. I like to believe that I have pretty good taste in games, and also I try to make what my taste in games is clear to other people, so that they can know if it's the type of thing that they will like as well. Yeah, so yeah. Hey, Nuts. You've been lurking? I think that a lot of gamers, they don't deserve games. They don't deserve the video games. I mean, maybe that's the thing. Maybe the gaming industry, as it changes to be what it is now, is like what a lot of gamers deserve, you know, in that like it's worse. But like gamers as a demographic are like, it's so sad because there is a like at the top of the gaming world there is like a cream, okay, of people who truly understand the wonder and the beauty and the potential of video games. And then there is an enormous like sludge layer at the bottom of people who I wonder if they are smart enough to even be able to have fun at all. And it's so sad because there are some people who would be like, oh, like the Call of Duty gamers are the lowest common denominator. But I'm not even talking about that, okay? Because those people at least know how to have fun. They know they can talk at length about what they like about Call of Duty and whatever. I'm talking about the type of gamer whose entire life is just being mad about games that they don't even play anyway. And basically just kind of like being a hanger-on to the gaming industry. Like I don't know. You know? That makes me sad. And those gamers, they ought to find a new hobby, because there's so much to enjoy in the world of gaming. And those people also, they don't know what, like, if they could just open their minds just the tiniest bit, just a crack in the door, it would be like an ocean of wonder would flow into them. There is so much magic being made in the gaming world. It's awe-inspiring. And I'm not someone who's afraid to criticize a game when I don't like it, or to you know, you guys know I spent like 2 hours criticizing a game that I played a ton of, which was Dragon's Dogma 2. I can obviously, you know, I'm not saying that every product that comes out is perfect or, you know, whatever, but the gaming world as a whole, and I'm talking not the industry, the world of it, is so full of magic. These experiences, these artistic experiences that are just breathtaking. And, yeah. All right, I'll check that out. I'll put that on my watch later, Gaming Blows. It's been a while since I've watched a Stephanie Sterling video. I'll go check it out. All right, thank you for that. Good link. Oops, that's not my water. Have you played Little Nightmares? No, but I watched Fawn play a bunch of it. It looked fun. I used to play, this is probably going to be a surprise for a lot of you because I don't talk about it. Some of my old school fans will know this deep lore, but I used to play Call of Duty every single year. I don't anymore. The release schedule is way too fast for me to keep up with. But I used to play every single Call of Duty, and I would play the multiplayer. I'd play the hell out of the multiplayer. And in fact, I had a sort of, I don't know, tradition of, you know, grinding up through the levels and trying to unlock a lot of the challenge skins, just because I found that a lot of fun. I fell off of it, you know, mostly because it was just like, oh, there's too many. And also because I'm confused. I shouldn't say I'm confused. I am off-put by the number of layered live service products, and I can't keep track of them or keep them separate in my head. There's DMZ, Warzone, normal Call of Duty multiplayer, and some of them change between titles, some of them don't. I don't know. I couldn't keep up with it, and way too many battle passes, way too many microtransactions, and I was like, I'm out. I'm done. I'm out. Zombies, all this other stuff. So, but I used to play a ton of them, and I quite liked them. So I understand the Call of Duty gamer. I had a lot of fun with Warzone when it first came out. I used to play a lot of Warzone in 2019, and then I played a ton of Warzone in 2020. I loved the Battle Royale mode. I thought it was really fun and challenging, but it's just gotten to be a little too much for me, so I've checked out about that. But yeah. No, what is going on here? What are you doing? Why do I look at chat and people are yelling at each other and being weird? Nuts. Is this a nut? Is Nuts in the wrong here? All right. Okay. You're lucky. No fighting during Pride Month. Listen, we'll get to that. We're going to get to that, okay? We have time. We have plenty of time. We've had a lot of fun. I've been having more fun with these, a little bit more loose schedule streams. True, Nuts. True. Levi Matthews says, I'm a fighter no matter what month this is. I believe that. I believe that. Oh, all right. Well, see you soon, Renewed Wolf. Thanks for being here. You're all good. I want to ramble about something real quick that made me laugh really hard. I was watching. Anybody here watch Northerlion? Anybody heard of a small streamer but talented guy named Northerlion? Anybody? Anybody? Okay, some people have. Wow, some people haven't? Really? Only from the memes? Oh, that's a bummer. You're missing out. All right, yeah, all right, okay, yeah, we're getting some. Okay. Northerlion is a very, very, very talented streamer who's been streaming for a long time, okay? And hilarious. Regularly makes me cry laughing type hilarious. Like one of the funniest streamers I've ever seen, and one of my inspirations for sure. But recently I was watching one of his videos. It was an older video of his, like I don't know, a year and a half old video, and he was doing a Reddit. He was reading a post on Reddit, and it was like an "Am I the asshole?" post. And the post was like explaining the situation, you know? And it was like, I don't know, the guy was like, the poster was like, oh yeah, I gave somebody a ride to a party, but I wasn't planning on driving home because I was gonna drink at the party, and I didn't, you know, I don't believe in drunk driving, so I made plans to not drive on the way home after the party. And Northerlion, he like stopped and he was like, I know that this poster has got to be a streamer, because only a streamer would sit there and be like, oh yeah, you know, I would be like anticipating all of the people being like, what, you're gonna drunk drive home, like that type of thing. And it killed me. It broke my no! I did it again! Oh my god, you've got to be fucking kidding me. How did I do this? God damn you, you fucking bullshitter. Ah! I need to move this thing. Shit. If I so much as, god damn it. Fuck. Actually, it's a little better than it was. No, it's about the same because my drink's here though. God damn it. God, that pisses me off. I can't glue it down. It's a result of I need to probably get a new solution. I have a really nice tripod, but the tripod, given in the current position of the stream, the tripod is at a risk location where if I move my legs in the wrong way, it's too easy for me to bump it. And then that happens. And I don't like it when that happens. God damn it. Pisses me off. But I don't know what to do, because the only other solution, well, I could get a new mount, but I don't want to do a new mount. I guess I could if I got a new mount, but I have like 3 things already clapped onto this damn desk. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I could do that. Palm Top Tiger. I did that in my previous set, but the problem with that is that the the last time I did that, the tape, the markers did not stay. And then I went to go, and I moved it, and then I went to, anyway, I could probably do it. You're probably right. That's the smartest way to do it, would be to get markers and actually just block it out properly, which would be the best. In my last set, I had an arm, but it was very restrictive because it was an arm. It was a improvised solution. It was not like I didn't buy a camera arm. I was using another arm, and whatever. None of this matters. I interrupted my own ramble. My ramble was about Northerlion being like, this guy's got to be a streamer because he's paranoid about people thinking that maybe he would have driven home, when in reality, the average person in the real world would never assume that. They would just be like, oh yeah, you know, you probably didn't drink at the party or whatever. And it killed me because I was just like, my God, that is such a real, it's such a real thing. The streamer anticipating weird, bad faith people nitpicking the hell out of everything you say thing, it's a brain disease that streamers get. Yeah, he does. Ugly Pie, you are so right. Not only, I mean, not just from this particular example, like obviously, you know, Northerlion is like one of the most realist. He's got the realness factor that everybody wishes they had. He knows he can jump into like 3 different perspectives and be like, I get where these people are coming from, and still be able to chart a path forward, which is a talent that I greatly appreciate. And also he does it while being funny, which is like, that adds to like the genius factor, you know. But he was so right on that point where I'm like, Jesus Christ. It is a brain disease. And it's funny because I didn't even, there's like elements where it's innocuous, you know, like me spending an hour of stream explaining the reasonings why I would choose certain sounds for a soundboard to others when I don't have to do that. That's like the benevolent version of it, where like people are interested in what you're doing. But the dark version is that everything that you do is like somebody out there is fixating on it and gonna go, whoa, what does this imply? Whether or not it's based in reality or not. And I was just like, ooh. Why would we shout that out? And what? Don't be fucking annoying. Oh, don't make me mad. Don't make me lose my shit. Chatters, it's been such a peaceful night. We've had and then we get a new account in here, coming in here, trying the lowest tier bait. This is your warning, okay? You're gonna have to bait a lot harder than that. I mean, technically, yes, I am responding to you, but I'm not responding to the content of your message. I'm responding to you, whoever fucking took their time and energy to waste it typing in a goddamn message like that. Literally nothing. Someone just came in and typed some stupid drama baiting bullshit, and it wasn't even a good one. I'm just like, why would you even dirty up the chat like that? Nuts. You tried, Nuts. You really did try. Did you know that Demon Mama's gay? For real? JS Mascus says, do you take book recommendations? I'm reading political graffiti in critical times. I think you might enjoy it as someone who can appreciate the power and importance of art. That sounds very interesting. I have a pile of recommendations, of book recommendations that are like, I don't know if I'm ever going to get through them, but I appreciate that. You're good, Naga Slate. You're all good. You're all good. I'm just roasting you. Oh, come on. Oh, really? I just fixed that earlier. Oh, everything's coming apart on me. Did you see it? It fell. Oh, you fucking... fucking bullshit. You fucking bullshit. Oh, come on. Really? That's what did it? Come on now. Stay. You're gonna fall down immediately, aren't you? You haven't ruined anything. You're fine. Don't worry. I'm a high energy streamer, you know? That's how it goes. Any advice for someone who's trying to make it to the surface with the aspect of Guan Yu and Hades so that they can 100% the game before the sequel comes out? Aspect of Guan Yu. That's the one where you can heal with your special ability. You want to get just enough HP that you don't get one-shotted by bosses, but don't overinvest in HP because you have massive reduction in HP gains. Damage reduction is helpful, but the healing percentages are where you're at. Status effects that can be applied multiple times are really, really, really good because your spin will apply them multiple times so you can get them stacked up, and it's a sustain type weapon. So it means that you can play far away and evasive, dive in, get your Frostfire blade like spinning, you know, like this, and then you can go take a hike and stay safe. I've always found for the aspect of Guan Yu that that Doom, Poison, Chill builds, really, really great stuff. Good stuff. Beautiful, in fact. And Rupture as well, Jolted, all of the basically dots that you can apply, you want to pick those up and you want to stack them as high as you can get. With aspect of Guan Yu, you have to play pretty carefully because obviously your HP is low, but your healing, your passive healing really, really, really gives you an advantage. And if you get the ability, the Daedalus Hammer that makes your special charge faster, you get that every single time. There's your hints. That's what I would say. I don't know. I can't really recommend off the cuff like what you should do for your mirror talents, because the mirror talents are really, a lot of those are are like down to personal taste. But when I play aspect of Guan Yu, I always pretty aggressively use the early game, what are they called? The little trinkets, talismans. I can't remember what they're called in that game. The trinkets that let you decide which god that you're gonna get and get higher rarity from that god. And I'll start early with Dionysus, stuff like that, so I can get that dot build coming together. And if you can get a killer dot build, oh yeah, for another example of that, with Dionysus, you can get the ability where, like, when you're in the fog, you take less damage and do more damage. So you can, like, fog up the whole map, and it'll make it hard for you to get taken down in a single hit and give you plenty of time to regenerate while doing damage over time. Obviously, you can't really control this to the same degree, but getting a really powerful, like, nuke type ability, like the Aphrodite cast or call. The call spell for Aphrodite that lets you do like 2,500 plus damage in a single shot is really going to help you at taking bosses down. And because it's it's one where you can play afar, you can charge it up fairly easily without taking damage and then just hit him with a big nuke. There's my advice. Would a dodge build with the Guan Yu spear work? It could, but the thing is that good luck getting your dodge levels high enough to guarantee that you don't die. Dodge is always helpful, but it's never guaranteed. You can't, I don't know what the highest maximum dodge you could possibly get is, but it's never gonna be 100. It's safer to make sure that you're at just enough HP that you don't die to instant kills, and then rely on your regeneration, which is kind of like that's its whole thing, is that it can regenerate your health, and you can regenerate indefinitely in a battle. There's no limit to how much you can regenerate. Guns, games, guitars. Which part of Dark Souls 1 is worse? Shite Town or Sen's Funhouse? Worse. They're both amazing. Personally, I have like worse nightmares of Sen's Fortress, just because I always mess up things in Sen's Fortress, and falling down sucks. But they're both amazing. I love both of them. Sen's Fortress is the part with the big boulder. Yeah, and the axes and the big snake guys. Dark Souls 1 had some problems. It did, but Sen's Fortress and Blighttown are not one of them, unless you're playing on the PS3, at which point Blighttown FPS was one of the problems. But if you're playing on anything else, you don't got to worry about that at all. Hey, Ada. Are we still in warm-up, or is this a video game stun lock? It's kind of just a free-for-all right now. I did warm-up included a couple of little mini segments, and then we've been taking it as the flow goes and having a really good time. So yeah. It's a free-for-all right now. We're gonna do some Pride Discourse stuff in a little bit, and then we're probably gonna do some media review things. Gonna maybe do some little short media reviews, and then some gaming. You're onto something there, Mycena. For the first few playthroughs, I couldn't for the life of me figure out why they put a dead end at the top of Blighttown and the boss near the beginning. Entered through Valley of Drakes. Oh, okay, I see what you mean if you go straight down and then across. But even still, like well, I guess maybe it depends on your instinct. My instinct has always been to go horizontally and across to make sure I get everything. But that's my approach to Souls games. I recognize not everybody has that same approach. I'm playing the OG, so 1 FPS in Blighttown. Oof. 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 I am waiting to play Hades 2. And I don't regret my decision. I don't regret my decision at all. There's a sweet spot for playing early access games. I've found in my personal experience. And also, it very much depends on the game. So, like, I played Tiny Rogues, which is a amazing game. I love Tiny Rogues. I've played Tiny Rogues. I played Tiny Rogues pretty early in early access, and the game is it's so different. I mean, it's the same game, but it's like it's changed so much that it's very drastic. Like a lot of things in the game are just totally different than they used to be, and that's a cool experience to be able to have played it at one point and return to it at different points when giant changes are made to the game. That's a cool experience. But not all games are quite like that when it comes to early access. And for games that are very story-oriented and progression-oriented, where it's like a lot of the progression is tied to like story stuff that may not be complete, I tend to stay away from that type of early access experience, just because I hate falling in love with a game and hitting an unfinished wall. Even with Tiny Rogues, that has happened, but Tiny Rogues had like a completable loop fairly early. It's just it was clear that there was meant to be more after the like core run. Yeah. So as far as Hades 2 goes, I'm waiting on that one personally. So you won't be alone. I've heard it's great, but you know, I've heard it's really great. In fact, it's been praised by some of the people I trust the most in gaming, which is to say, my partners and Jacob Geller. I didn't know Hades 2 is early access. Hades 1 has been out for a long time, but Hades 2 is early access. The other thing too is like another thing is like I haven't been watching any of the play previews for Elden Ring because I don't want to see it, you know. I don't even think they're going to be able to spoil that much, but I don't really want to know. I want the minimal amount of information possible to be excited for it. So I've been like avoiding all of that. I watched the trailers and the lore conversations around the trailers because that's fun. That gets you working, your brain working about what are we gonna do. But yeah, no, none of the preview stuff have I been watching or anything like that. Gaming Blows says, playing a brilliant, once-in-a-generation game when it isn't finished yet is simply insane to me. I can't imagine wanting my initial experience to be half complete. Are people that impatient or starved for games? There's thousands to play while we wait. I agree and disagree. On one hand, yes, it is kind of the early access experience can sometimes be a spoiler effect. However, like I explained with Tiny Rogues, certain games, it's actually really amazing to get to see, and it's an entire experience in and of itself to get to see how the game evolves over time. Another example of this is Balatro. Balatro is like a game that changed dramatically from earlier stages. They've made huge overhauls to the way that the game is played and to the way that things operate and the rules of the game and different combinations you can do, how different cards work, how progression works. All of that has changed a lot. And so for a lot of people, and I've enjoyed this. I've enjoyed that experience. So to me, that made like with Tiny Rogues, being able to play it at different stages and see the decisions that they make and why they made them and feel those is like, oh, that's pretty awesome. It's pretty cool to feel that. So, you know. C Witty with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. I don't know what we're talking about, but hi from Deep Fat Fried. Hello, hello. Saka Possum says, this is why I'm so excited that Kenshi 2 is not going to do early access. I want the world to be as ironed out as possible at launch. See, Kenshi 2 is the type of game that I think would be best with an early access. Especially since Kenshi 1 is already a game that, let's just, to put it kindly, benefits massively from mods. I think that Kenshi 2 is the type of game that would be like, oh, this is cool. You get to see how it evolves and play along with it. But I get it. I get it. Not for a Kenshi lore freak. Okay, yeah, okay. All right, that's fair. Lore is the one that I think is the toughest for early access. And also, I sympathize the most with people not wanting, I mean, because I don't. There's so many games that I just will not early access because I'm like, the story is very important for me in this game, and or the world is very interesting to me in that way, and so I don't really care for an incomplete one. For me, like Hades 1, a lot of the draw of the first Hades game was how melodramatic and interesting and wonderful and it was like a big soap opera, but with these amazingly written characters that are funny and beautiful, and so Hades, if that's not complete, it's just like a roguelike game with good combat. And what made Hades go from being a excellent game to like a phenomenal game was that it didn't just have excellent gameplay and nice art design. It also had this layer on top of it of engrossing writing that makes you want to keep going in and be like, oh, I gotta go do a run to give, to give ambrosia to Poseidon, see what he has to say. You know, all that stuff is like, it pulls you in. It's such a balance. And Hades 1 had such an immaculate balance. But I don't know. There's also another angle, which is an economic angle, which is that a lot of smaller projects are able to get off the ground because of early access, because they open their doors to feedback at an earlier stage. They're able to make the money to actually sustain the project based on the excitement for the final result. And I don't think I have a problem with that. I think it's not as endearing or compelling when like a giant super funded corporation is doing an early access, but for smaller companies with a really creative or risky concept, I think that's great. You know, I think it's great. Yeah. Kenshi 2 looks like it's going to be amazing, you know? Kenshi 2, what they're focusing on in Kenshi 2 is very exciting to me. I love the first Kenshi. Although Do is the true Kenshi evangelist of our household. It's funny, we have a trifecta in our household. My partner Gynotype is like the RimWorld lover. I am the Amazing Cultivation Simulator lover, and Do is the Kenshi lover. Nobody else has taken the time to check out Amazing Cultivation Simulator yet, but it'll happen. It's gonna happen. I'll get them to play Amazing Cultivation Simulator soon, but eventually. I've played RimWorld and Kenshi and Amazing Cultivation Simulator. And my favorite of all of those personally is Amazing Cultivation Simulator. Gynotype has played Kenshi and RimWorld and loves the fuck out of RimWorld, to the degree that like I will spend like after stream, I will probably watch Gynotype playing RimWorld for a few hours. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'll put on another stream. Sometimes I'll put on a video or some music or whatever, and I'll just watch Gynotype play RimWorld. But Amazing Cultivation Simulator is my personal magical experience. If you like RimWorld, you will probably find yourself both humbled and then enlightened by Amazing Cultivation Simulator. Amazing Cultivation Simulator is like it's like RimWorld times, like with like 2 extra layers on top of it. Let me just give you a pitch. This is for the RimWorld players who have never played Amazing Cultivation Simulator. This is not for the people who have never played any of these. I'll talk to you guys afterwards. For the RimWorld players who've never played Amazing Cultivation Simulator, in Amazing Cultivation Simulator, you can found additional, like, so you know how you have your colony in RimWorld on the map and you can go visit other places? Forget that. In Amazing Cultivation Simulator, you can found other schools, which is the equivalent of a colony, on the map and automate them by building certain, there's an entire system by which you can set a school to follow your teachings in a certain way and set up their buildings to do it, and then go back to your main one or go to another one or whatever. So you can build districts that automate themselves to do certain things and get an entire religion going across the entire world map. In fact, it's necessary for the highest level of play to have multiple schools of your religion practicing all over the world. Also, it has a built-in recruitment mechanic. Unlike in RimWorld, where you have to rely on a lot of random events or slavery exclusively to get new people or make them have babies, there's an entire system by which you can preach and recruit people, which makes social as a skill, charisma in Amazing Cultivation Simulator, really important. You can have a super charismatic character go and spread the word of your religion, and people will come to join your sect, and you can then filter them off into where you want them to go. Okay, we're going to relocate you over to this branch where we need these people, etc., etc. Genuinely amazing. Actually incredible. Yes, you can actually transition your cultists in Amazing Cultivation Simulator, your believers and followers. And in fact, their penis will fall off. It's incredible. Do you play War Thunder or Enlisted at all? No, I've never played either of those games. I don't know that they're my type of vibe, really. Are you telling me I don't have to remove my colonists' legs to stop them from revolting? Listen, one of my biggest problems with RimWorld, and I don't mean this to be a hater, but RimWorld has a very violent approach, okay? And while there is plenty of combat in Amazing Cultivation Simulator, you have to defend yourselves from the forces of evil. You have the option to not play like weird slavers, and it's actually a very viable and normal path in Amazing Cultivation Simulator. Like, there are evil sects that you can do that are like built around killing and murdering and kidnapping people, but that's only one of multiple types. In RimWorld, you are taking a severe disadvantage. The game is very built around keeping prisoners and slaves. And yeah. Sects. Sects. S-E-C-T-S. Sects. Spelunks? What's spelunks? Oh, I've never played that. I think Spelunks is too old for Demon Mama and Peeps, though. How old do you think I am? Out of curiosity. All right, we're getting some guesses. 22, 25, 33, early 30s. Interesting. Good guesses. 34. All right, good guesses. 28. Okay. Good guesses. 300,000. Good one. Excellent. 235. I don't think it's Spelunky. I think it's Spelunks. I've never played Spelunks, but it came out in 1991. So, wait, maybe I have played this. I've played something very similar to this. I haven't played this one. Younger than me? Probably. Maybe. Good guesses, everybody. Good guesses, everybody. All right. It's time. We're at the point. I want to do it now. We've talked about games for a while. We're going to talk about movies and play more video games later. But I want to talk about some pride topics. Let's do it! Pride. They're calling it pride. All the gays, they go out in the road. It's pride. They call it pride. It's very prideful. I think they should be proud. The floats look very nice, very nice. Get your discourse ready. Okay. All right, so here's the part where I have to do, hold on a second. We have to do something real quick. All right, hold on a second. We got to do this real quick. Okay. So here's the topics I have right now. This is the preparatory segment, okay? I have straight boyfriends of bi girls at Pride. We have the Egg Prime Directive. We have Femboy versus trans women. Civil war. I mean war. We don't want to say civil war. We don't want anybody to be offended here. All right, do we have any others? This is your moment to submit. Oh yeah, bi versus pan. Okay, we got that one. You'll find out if you don't know what these are. I saw some people arguing about asexual. Well, you got to tell me what that means. You can't just say that. That doesn't give me anything. I gotta know. Cultural gays, which are gay straight people. I haven't seen that one. All right, so hold on a second. Wait a second. Let's see. Can we talk about how you can't get your vagina removed? And I just thought of this today. I think you can, right? Like, they can seal it up, right? Asexuality at Pride. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Okay. No, Jessica. Non-binary lesbian discourse? What's that one? You have to be more specific. Okay, here's the thing. No being vague. I want a discourse that you've seen. Ideally, if you know where the source post is or a source post of the discourse, give it to me so I can know what we're actually talking about. Just a vague topic, unless it's really clear, does not help me to know what we're talking about. I want to have a number of these that we can go through. I'm trying to run a gauntlet, so we have lots of little discourse things to get people thinking, ideally in a productive manner. Have we talked about Damn it, it fell again. God damn it. God damn it, it super fell this time. Damn it. Well, whatever. We ignore it. We're not fixing it this time. No, no, no. We're done with that, TSW the Shadow Wolf. I don't care. Does non-binary count as trans? Okay. Okay, that's a good question. That's a good starting one. Mycena with the $10. Can we talk about accessibility at Pride? I was inspired by this short YouTube. I don't know if this is a discourse, but it's definitely a good topic. I feel like I don't know that I could make that into a good discourse discussion, just because I feel like that's the type of topic that I would need to have more preparation for in order to be like, here's what can actually be done. But I'm definitely open to that. Thank you very much for the $10. I'm open to it. Literally anything about chasers. What the fuck? I told you to stop being vague. Should the pride flag include the hostages taken by Hamas? Oh, I saw that. That was an insane post. That was an actually insane post. That's not even a discourse. That was just nuts. What about the post about gay guys and Speedos? We're not doing Kink at Pride because the steam is just not there for it. Kink at Pride, I've done like 3 videos on Kink at Pride, previous Pride months, so I don't want to do that one again. And no, the steam is not there. The arguments have effectively disseminated, you know? So we don't got to do that one this year. No straight people allowed at Pride. That's already on here. Wait, Pimenta, hold on. Why does any of it be a problem? We'll get there. They fab discourse. Has there been they fab discourse recently? I'm asking genuinely. Is it still going on? I feel like that thing stopped. Is queer okay to reclaim discourse? Has that one actually been going on? Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's that one. But I don't know if that's really a discourse. That's just more like a news story, Naga Slate. Good option, though. The queer discourse has been going on. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. We can do that one then. Is it okay to reclaim queer? Yeah, okay. There's totally still they fab discourse right now. For real. YouTube chat's kind of ripping it up right now. YouTube chat's got a ton of topics right now. I can't even get through them all. Oh, don't worry, Yuri. This is still going to be fun. Don't you worry. I promise. All I'm getting is people confused with the they fab stuff. Is it okay for elders trans to say transsexual instead of transgender? Transsexual versus transgender. Okay. Yeah, we could talk about that. That's a good one. That's actually a good one. Nuts, good job. That's a good one. YouTube chat's stepping up. Straight as an insult? I am not doing man versus bear. That's too silly. That's too silly. There was another one. There was another one that I was thinking of doing, which is I've seen this one, which was it was the do trans men experience misogyny pre-transition? Yeah, which I actually think that one's a really, really good one. Because I think it's a stickler for people. It stumps some people. That sounds like a whole can of worms. Yeah, it does, but okay. So I'm starting to feel like we're running out of suggestions. I was hoping that people had seen other discourses, but I guess, maybe this year's just a good discourse year. Aleph not? Fuck this. Why would you say that? Don't say that. What's going on? Whoa. Tone it down a little bit. You okay? Take it easy. We haven't even started the discourse. Don't get so angry. Don't get so hurt. No one's gonna hurt you. It's all fine. Are we only asking for LGBT discourse? Yeah, Pride Month discourses that have been going. I don't know if this counts, but furries are having their own. A shirt that says feral and horny is getting a bunch of people to insist it's a reference to real life zoophilia. That is too niche. I appreciate that. That is a good submission. But I think I'm gonna pass on that one because it's way too niche and it goes out into an area where I'm like, oh God, that's a big one and it's very silly. But that's a good one. I honorable mention for that one. Gabsty 1989, thank you so much for the 5 gifted YouTube subs. Thank you so very much for supporting my show. It really means the world to me. I still see many people attack neopronouns. But I've done a bunch of videos on neopronouns, so I don't think I want to do that one tonight, but that's a good topic. Maybe I'll do that on another stream. That's a good one. Neopronouns is a forever one, I think. Hopefully not forever, but it's an evergreen for now. That's not the meaning of evergreen. That's foolish of me to say. It's going to be kicking. We're going to be talking about that one for a while. Sleep in Void says, there are some people who are weird about people who identify as altersex. What's altersex? I don't actually know that term. Off the top of my head, at least. Okay. Okay. I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we got, that was the first one, Ryan Phoenix. Don't worry. Have you spoken on asexuals before? I have, yes. And talked with them before. And will in the future. Of course. Guns at Pride. I haven't seen that discourse actually happening, though, but it's not a bad one. Is there ever plural discourse? There is, but I don't think there's been one this year. I'm trying to address ones that are currently ongoing, not start new ones right now. I know I will, but... Jess, I guess, says, I don't know if people are talking about it, but like the argument about whether to let recently reformed people into queer safe spaces. Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one. Also, I think that one's interesting because it brings up two separate questions, like the ideal and the practical, you know? Yeah, you know what? Maybe we'll talk about that one. I'll put that one on the list as a possible. Oh my God. Okay, this is totally unrelated, but while everybody's thinking about this, I saw a person mewing in real life. Like, I'm not kidding you. I actually saw someone actually unironically mewing in real life. I was driving down the road and there was a FedEx guy delivering a package to another house, and he put the package down and he turned around and he was walking down the driveway and was going like, and I was just like, bro. And I was like, bro's mewing. And then Doe was like, holy shit, he is. It was undeniable. It wasn't just like we caught him in a moment because we were like driving past there and he was just straight up doing it the whole way down. He was just like, I was like, damn. What the fuck is mewing? Mewing is this weird thing, it's like a face exercise that is caught on in like red pillar incel adjacent communities. That's like supposed to make it's basically like a workout that you do kind of that makes you supposed to make your face look more masculine, make your jaw bigger. It's one of those. It's the straight male equivalent of those what's it called, trap mode aesthetics posts from 4chan, but just really boiled down and lazy. You know what I mean? Oh, no, NASDAQ. He was not walking slowly. He was not walking quickly. There was no rush in this guy's, he was mewing. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Oh, don't feel gross about it. It's fine. It's very silly. nuts. Well, you know what? Maybe we will talk about that. Maybe we will talk about that. Was he doing the thing where he points at his chin? Oh, I don't know about that part. But he was like, I can't even do it. It was incredible. Anyway, I just thought I would tell you all that little anecdote because it was funny. Okay, I think we're ready. I think we got enough. All right, we took the viewer submissions. We've got a ton of these. All right, everybody. Are we ready? Are we ready about this? Okay, are we ready? I'm ready. If you are here and you have not pressed the like button, this is your time. Press that like button because we are about to go into the Gauntlet. Okay? My lovely, lovely imps, happy Pride. It's a beautiful month so far. And of course, every Pride brings with it discourses. Discourses all over as far as the eye can see. Discoursing is about all that social media seems to be good at anymore, besides spreading blatantly fake bot accounts and AI art. There's been a lot of discourses this month, although I will note, not as many as other previous Pride months. More discourses than adjacent months of this year. But I actually think that the discourse count this year has been, fairly low, which is interesting to see. I'm surprised. However, there have been a number of discourse topics that I have encountered and that I want to talk about. So we are going to run the gauntlet of Pride discourses for 2024. And first up in our gauntlet is an interesting one that I'm sure is likely to get your hearts all aflutter. This is, do straight boyfriends of bi girls belong at Pride? Now, me just saying that one, you might already have your brain go, oh, I've heard of that one. I've heard that one. My goodness, that one I've heard of because it's been all over the place. That one has actually been, the reason why I'm doing it first is because I've seen it the most. Now, there's something I should say at the beginning of this, which is that I've been a little bit sneaky with you in that the discourse is not quite exactly straight boyfriends of bi girls at Pride. Well, it is for some people. It definitely has for some people, but it actually started about straight boyfriends of bi girls at lesbian events. Events for sapphics, people who are interested in other women. You know what I mean? So that was actually where it started, just so we're clear. And it kind of evolved from there. And as it entered into the dementiation process of social media, whereby all topics are bent out of shape and turned into something they don't even resemble, it did become whether or not the straight boyfriends of bi girls belong at Pride. And regardless, the fact of the matter is that people have been engaging in this discourse in both of its forms, and we have to talk about it. We don't have to, but we're going to talk about it because that's what I want to do. So, do straight boyfriends of bi girls belong at Pride? Now, my immediate response to this is to say that yes, I think that the straight boyfriends of bi girls are welcome at Pride. And the reason why I say that is because I think that anybody who is amenable and friendly to and willing to be chill and kind to and not hostile to LGBTQ plus communities should be welcome at Pride. That's my personal opinion. However, I don't want to just leave it at that. I want to be able to address why people have such concerns and, you know, maybe be able to help people work through their feelings on these things. Because I do think that there is a fundamental fear and frustration that leads to people coming to the point where they're willing to say, no, I don't want your straight boyfriend at Pride. So I'm going to try and engage in what we call good faith and talk about this a little bit. So one of the concerns that people have with the idea of straight boyfriends of bi girls being at Pride is the fear of conditionality. Basically, that a straight boyfriend has no real personal investment and only is really there just for that specific girlfriend, you know, and doesn't really care whether or not, you know, anybody else at that event is you know, taken care of or is safe or has rights or anything like that. And to that, I can understand where people are coming from in being frustrated or worried about that being the case. But I don't know how you would ever be able to, you know, prevent that, right? Or how you would be able to, like, sort through that. And you're certainly not going to accomplish sorting out that by just sort of saying no straight boyfriends of bi girls are allowed to come to Pride events. It's kind of a giant assumption. And also, while it's a real thing that can exist, there's also all kinds of people who undeniably have some kind of a place or a claim to being at Pride, but might have otherwise terrible or selfish opinions and positions, right? Like, I mean, we all know that there are gay people out there who really don't care about other gay people and are only really interested in taking care of themselves. Now, to be fair, that type of person is probably not going to go to Pride generally, but they might. And what are you going to do? Like, how are you going to deal with that outside of on a one-to-one basis if someone's being a jerk about it? I don't think that you're going to filter out those people by saying no straight boyfriends should be allowed at Pride events. I think it's just going to have to be that, you know, if someone's an asshole, then you deal with that as it happens. And there's no real way to filter that out with a generalization of that type. The other fear, of course, is the fear of sort of opening the doors to Pride so wide that no longer the focus is no longer on the, you know, queer people who are there at the event, the you know, various people who are there at the event, and rather it's people who are just sort of tangentially attached in one way or another. And again, I don't know that that's a fear that you can deal with in any real way. I don't know that there's any practical way to try and filter for that. I think that some people maybe think that, like, if I say my opinion loud enough on social media, it will convince people who meet that description to not show up to a Pride event. But I don't know that that's the case. I think it actually probably just creates unnecessary negativity. Right? So I don't know. While I think that the core fears are real fears, you know, gay people, trans people, queer people of all types do not have a whole lot of space in the world to express themselves and to feel safe. That's especially true right now. We are in the midst of a pretty aggressive moral panic going on all over the United States, and I speak, of course, from my perspective living in the United States. But so I understand where those core fears come from. But I also think that a lot of this is it's sort of a misguided attempt to address people who might have a problematic opinion by trying to find a demographic that can be sort of pinned or have that pinned to. And I don't think it's that easy. I imagine there's probably all kinds of straight boyfriends of bi girls who are super, super supportive and don't fit that category at all. Now, if we want to take a second and go to what the discourse started as, was being like, hey, don't bring your straight boyfriend to a lesbian event, that's not going to make a lot of people feel super comfortable or chill with it. I think that is a significantly more reasonable position of being like, hey, this is a space for women who are attracted to other women. We don't want to have self-identified straight boyfriends at this event, because this event is to focus on and center us. Now, obviously, you can only take that so far, but for an event, I think that's a fairly reasonable ask to be like, hey, all right, like, just, we're not looking to have this space centered around people who aren't meeting this category. You know what I mean? Can they stop asking for threesomes? Well, yeah, see, that's the thing. A lot of the concern, of course, in the original, like the thing that started the discourse before it became something else, was like, hey, we want this to be a space where we can feel safe, where we can focus on things that we're interested in, where we can take this space for ourselves in a world that does not give us this space. Lesbians and love between women is not given a whole lot of space in the world. They're just really not. And so people saying, hey, during Pride Month, we want to throw this event that's centered on people like us. We want to talk about these things. We want to be able to meet each other and find each other. We don't want to have any of the complications overhanging us. I think that's totally, totally much more reasonable. And obviously, people can take that too far, and all kinds of things. But I think the basic ask is fairly reasonable. And it's unfortunate that such a thing mutated into a significantly more, disconnected from reality type thing. Mr. Krabs123 says, for me, as long as the straight boyfriend isn't a piece of shit or a creep, then I would be fine with it. Plus, we need more straight allies, too, who are supportive of LGBTQ people. That's fine, and I can understand that perspective, but also at the same time, consider that not every event is meant to be about allies, right? Like, if you have a pride event that's supposed to be a space for lesbians to meet other lesbians, for lesbians to discuss issues that are unique to and plague the lives of lesbians. It doesn't really, allies are great, and independent of that, nobody's saying that allies are a bad thing, but it's just, it's not going to be a space that is, that needs to have allies in any way be centered, And I think that sometimes there is a tendency online especially to see every event and everything that unfolds as needing to be as maximally, optimally, angled at convincing people. Everything that happens has to be a part of a struggle to win people over to your side, as a part of the marketplace of ideas. And I think that that's a really, it's an unhealthy tendency, because the reality is that people need to be able to live their lives and are not, just because you belong to a minority group does not mean that your every moment of your life should have to be committed to some kind of greater struggle that is ultimately largely determined by the behaviors of people who are not you. Yes, Calliope says, the quote, "It has to be perfectly representative or else it's problematic." That's the kind of thing I'm talking about, where there's this desire to, this largely happens online because obviously, in the real space, if I decide to declare right now in my own house that it's a lesbians only party and I only invite lesbians that I know, what's anybody going to say about that? This type of thing comes up as part of people trying to like policy craft on the internet, I think, a lot of times. And I think that it's important to like be able to acknowledge and affirm people's ability to say, hey, we want to have this event that celebrates us and focuses on us, and without it being a flashpoint of hostility. And obviously, people will take that and go to the extremes and be like, oh, well, what if it's a TERF event and they say that trans women aren't women and therefore obviously that'd be a different situation and that wouldn't be good. But I think we should be able to acknowledge a good faith desire to be like, hey, we're trying to create an event that's focused on lesbians and for lesbians, doesn't really center around or permit non-lesbians to attend. Now, obviously, there's no way to brain scan people or whatever. You never know, and you shouldn't have to. But I think we can acknowledge that the basic ask is fairly reasonable, right? Yeah. And so yeah, I think, I don't know. I think that this, this conversation is one of the ones that it does make me laugh a little bit. And obviously I think the answer is fairly simple, but I think it's good to spend time thinking about it and why people feel the way that they do. And also, if you spend time doing that, if you take your time and work through these things and think about it before, deciding to weigh in, well, then you can actually be a part of a peacemaking process instead of a process of increasing antagonization between parties that probably don't disagree as much as they think they do. Yeah, exactly. As Louis Boy says, not every space should necessarily be a learning space for allies. Sometimes it's good to have spaces where queer people don't feel the pressure to educate, which is a huge thing. Queer people constantly feel the pressure to have to educate everyone all the time. There is a consistent pressure applied by our society to not just educate either, but to explain, that you must explain yourself, that you cannot just exist. You need to give me an answer, and if you don't, you are doing some sort of social faux pas. And this is something that a lot of people don't realize can feel inescapable. It can seem very easily like, and sometimes is genuinely true, that there is no part of your life where you can stop doing that, where you can just breathe easy and be yourself. And that's a pretty important part of pride. A big part of pride is being able to feel like you have the ability to be proud of who you are, not that you have to apologize for and explain who you are. So obviously, the straight boyfriends of bi girls at Pride at large is kind of a ridiculous distortion of the original question, the original subject. But I think it's informative as to what people are worried about, and we should try to get to the bottom of things and not assume the worst in most cases. I don't think that most of the people who are participating in this truly hate anyone. I think that they're probably frustrated and feel scared in a time that is particularly tense. Anyway, I hope that answers the straight boyfriends of bi girls at Pride. And also, I think most of this applies the other way around as well, the straight girlfriends of bi boys at Pride. All right, that discourse is solved. Solved. Easy solutions to your discourse problems. Here, hold on. I'll give you one for the thumbnail, Nasty. Hold on a second. Here we go. Here, I'll get rid of chat. I'll get rid of the overlay. Okay, ready? There you go. There you have it. There's a few, okay? There's a couple for the easy solutions to your discourse problems. We'll probably do these as separate segments because they're kind of going to be long, and I think it would be better to do them as mini segments. I feel that as queer people, we just want a spot to just chill. Well, yeah, that's a lot of it. That's a lot of pride, is queer people just trying to find a place where they can be safe. And one of the problems of the discoursification and corporate injection into pride is that pride is no longer an event that is largely exclusive. I shouldn't say exclusive, that is implicitly exclusive. So there was a time where the only people who would ever go to a pride event or know about a pride event would be other queer people, you know? Like almost no one, or somebody who's so much of an ally and has so many connections that it's obvious that they would go. There's no question. And that's not the case anymore. Pride events are city events, sometimes sponsored by the city or by a major corporation. And so they've totally changed their nature. So, and as a result, the culture war is no longer just an external threat that Pride is struggling against. The discourse goes into the Pride events themselves. Now, obviously, there's always been some, but the current nature of Pride is that it has shifted over time. And so some people, and not wrongfully, by the way, some people feel distressed by the fact that they can go to a Pride event now, which was an identifiable place where they were like, oh, I'm going to go hang out and be at home and feel like I'm not going to get harassed by other people around me, that I'm going to feel that there are people around me who are chill with me no matter how I am. And that's not exactly the case anymore, you know? That's not the same way that it goes. Now there's a lot of people and a lot of varying people who have says and opinions on Pride, you know? And so, you know, sometimes it can feel like, my God, like, yeah. It can feel like, wow, what do we do? Yeah, exactly. Calliope says, isn't it wild how some people take the exact sentiment of wanting like a space for themselves, but then end up creating gender-identifying face analyzers for their lesbian dating apps about it instead? Yeah, it's a total perversion of the desire for like breathing room, and ironically becomes a tool of self-oppression, right? Because that tool obviously is totally ridiculous. So it doesn't work. It targets and it keeps identifying cis women as trans over and over. Not even as trans. It keeps identifying cis women as men over and over and over again. And so that's funny in and of itself that this is a tool that's totally flawed. But even if it worked, even if the tool could perfectly identify what your like genome was, why would that matter? It fundamentally is not addressing what's going on. It does not make the app any safer. It does not make the pool any safer. It would only serve to isolate a very particular assumed body type, which even might not even be accurate. There are there is an enormous amount of body diversity among cis people and among trans people. There are trans people whose sexual characteristics are completely and utterly impossible to decipher without an incredible amount of invasiveness from cis people. Yeah, so it's very silly. And it doesn't solve the problem, right? Because the problem is to supposedly create a place that's safe, but that place isn't any more safe. That place is no more safe than it was. You've created a space where there are people who are paranoid and hunting and searching and believing that there's someone evil lurking around every corner. They're no more safe than they were before. So. Yeah, can you imagine? Exactly. Jesse, I guess, says genital checks before you enter the safe space. Can you imagine what that would cause? Can you imagine ritualizing sexual harassment as a part of safety? This is like the TSA, right? Where it's become normalized for Americans to just have their junk fondled by people in positions of authority regularly. You go to the airport, at any time, any one of those TSA agents can decide, oh, I want to touch you. And they can reach it down, they can reach their fingers down into your waistband and feel around. They can take pictures of you naked with their scanners and save them on their fucking computers. It doesn't create more safety. It makes it more invasive, more judgmental, more paranoid. It does the opposite of what you want. And also, the funny thing, of course, is that these apps, don't stop you from using a fake image, especially in the era of AI. People can still make fake profiles. But it creates simultaneously paranoia and a false sense of security that can leave people vulnerable. It's just terrible. All right. It's time for us to discuss another discourse. And this discourse is one that I have very strong feelings about. And I am going to do my absolute best to be very fair. But I wanted to state up front that I have pretty strong feelings about this one. So our second topic in our Pride Discourse Gauntlet is the Egg Prime Directive. Do, 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 do. Gender, the final frontier. Da, da. That sort of thing. The Egg Prime Directive. So, for those who don't know what the Egg Prime Directive is, I am going to explain it to you now. It is a fairly new term. As with most internet terms, it's hard to say exactly when it originated. But I am fairly connected in online queer spaces, and I have only really heard the Egg Prime Directive term used, I would say, in the last 2 years, maybe at maximum. The Egg Prime Directive refers to, first of all, the term egg. It's a slang term in transgender spaces. Egg referring to someone who is trans, but who is yet to acknowledge and accept that they are trans and need to, do something about it, basically. And hence the egg. The egg hasn't hatched yet. And the Egg Prime Directive refers to, obviously, Star Trek, as I made the joke. The idea in Star Trek, the Prime Directive is the idea that the Federation of the main characters of our show, the Federation, they're not supposed to interfere in the affairs of other planets that aren't a part of the Federation. So, like, if there's a group of a planet that has people living on it who don't have space travel and don't know about the Federation yet, in the story, you're not supposed to interact with them. You're supposed to let them, continue their societal growth, uninterrupted. And so, of course, the Egg Prime Directive, can logically be constructed as you are not supposed to interfere in someone figuring out if they are trans or not. And the Egg Prime Directive, much like the Prime Directive in Star Trek, is a subject of incredible controversy. Though, again, the Egg Prime Directive is, as that term, has only really been around not that long, although the fundamental discussions around it have. And people have a lot of very, very strong opinions about the Egg Prime Directive. Especially this year, I've noticed that egg discourse generally has kind of been a hot topic this year. Most of the time, I will be honest, and I said already, I declared my bias. I'm trying very seriously to not be judgmental. But I think that a lot of people participating in discourse around eggs and around the Egg Prime Directive have dulled a part of their empathy, and I think it's bad and unfortunate. I think that people can be very callous and not thoughtful and very impatient. And I think that's a mistake, because it is a complicated discussion, but also I have a pretty strong position on it. So let's discuss the argument for, and I'm gonna make the argument for the Egg Prime Directive. So people who support the Egg Prime Directive support it because they believe that basically imposing an assumed gender identity or an assumed future on someone else can be harmful or scary or potentially impact their decisions in a way that is dangerous or unhealthy, that can lead to undesired outcomes. The basic idea is that, if you tell somebody what they are, that could confuse them further. It could make them feel bad or make them feel scared. It could impede the process of them figuring themselves out. And so the Egg Prime Directive argues that, sure, you might have your suspicions or whatever, but you should probably keep it to yourself, because you don't want to risk upsetting that person. You don't want to risk making them feel confused or misleading them or sending them down a path that isn't going to make them happy. And so that's the more or less the simple argument for the Egg Prime Directive. People also sometimes will, and not all of these, in my opinion, are like common, but these are other things that you see in my experience with people who are in favor of the Egg Prime Directive, which is you often see people saying basically that that you're making stereotypes, that there's an aspect of stereotyping that goes into to the process of saying, well, I think you might be an egg. and that's not a good thing. That we should avoid stereotyping, that we should avoid making assumptions about other people in that way, and that can even be offensive. Like some people will even go so far. Now, of course, we're starting to veer into the category of where I don't think this is held by most people, but I have seen this position where people have said that the egg prime directive can be offensive to or even dangerous to feminine men, especially, and to like masculine women. Tomboys or whatever, that femboys, tomboys are could even experience some level of erasure by this, or that it, in the worst case, reinforces gender segregation by being like, well, if you do this, you must be that. So now most people, I don't think, hold that position. I have seen that position. That position argued. Sorry if that wasn't clear. To clarify for Sirius, the egg prime directive can be dangerous, or egg culture can be dangerous. Specifically, that what I'm saying is that the people in favor of the egg prime directive sometimes will argue that that basically people who are making assumptions about, like saying, oh, you might be an egg, that they might be erasive. There might be some erasure going on for tomboys and femboys and various different positions on the gender spectrum. I hope that's a little bit clearer. Sorry, I recognize that this is a little bit jargon, but this is discourse, so it's going to be a little bit of a process to work through it. Now I'm going to talk about, real quick, the position against the egg prime directive. Now, the position against the egg prime directive largely argues that to engage in the egg prime directive is to basically needlessly damn people to an existence that there could be a solution to. Recently, as a specific example of this, I have seen posted on social media the idea that, like, not engaging in the egg prime directive, refusing to tell someone that you think that they're trans, could be like refusing to tell someone that you think that they have asthma while they're gasping for air. And the position argues that the egg prime directive overstates the harms of conversations about being an egg, and also that it encourages people to further avoid conversations about gender, and furthermore, on the further end, as we go into people who are against the egg prime directive, we encounter people who point out that it mirrors aspects of allegations of grooming that are put forward by explicit transphobes. That explicit transphobes will say, oh, you went on the internet and you met a bunch of trans people and they told you that you could do this and that to your body, and all of a sudden you want to do this and that to your body. And so that's one of the positions that you will see on the further end of the of the anti-egg prime directive position, which is the argument that basically some of the rhetoric that is used by people in support of the egg prime directive mirrors that, and mirrors the problematic assumption of explicit enemies of the trans community. And so I can tell, by the way, right now, I have been avoiding looking at chat for this entire time, but I can tell right now that chat has a lot of strong opinions about this, and I knew that this one was probably going to provoke a lot of strong opinions. And I want to ask real quick, I'm just going to do a vote in chat. Here we go. I want you to vote, just real quick, which position you think I take based off of what I've said so far. Interesting. Yeah. Which position do you think I take? Okay, so we should do that again because people didn't understand the question even though I wrote it in there. One more time, okay? We're gonna do this one more time. Which position do you think I take? Pro EPD, Egg Prime Directive, or anti EPD? Okay, my goodness. There we go. Which position do you think that I take? It's not much different. Okay. It is a little different than the last time. The first time, it seems like the chat, the first time I did the vote, it seems like chat thought that I was asking them what their position was. But I was actually trying to gauge whether or not my description of this gave away where my strong feelings on this particular issue lie. And it seems like I've at least done a pretty good job. I've done a pretty decent job. Sure, you know what? We could do that. Let's see what YouTube thinks. Here we go. Which position do you think I take? The Egg Prime Directive is good. The Egg Prime Directive is no good. Okay, start the poll. Let's see what YouTube says. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Oh wait, I can't see the whole poll. Why is it? Okay, there we go. Okay, all right. So YouTube is much more decisive on what they think, at least the people who are voting on YouTube are much more decisive on where they think I am. Whereas site chat seems to believe at close to somewhere about 50-50. YouTube chat thinks that I'm against the Egg Prime Directive. Okay, we're going to end that poll. Thank you for voting. Thank you very much for voting. Okay, so let's continue then. So this is a topic that a lot of people feel very strongly about, and I also feel very strongly about. And just so that we can clarify for everyone who's in chat, once again, I'm going to state it again. The Egg Prime Directive is a position that states that you should not interfere in someone's understanding of themselves as trans. You should not, say, hey, maybe you should look into this or anything like that. It's basically a no contact rule. It's a let people figure it out, don't interfere. And the anti-egg prime directive position is one that says that's not a good thing to do, and the prime directive is a piece of fiction from Star Trek. So, now is when I will reveal my position. The truth is, I am fairly strongly anti-egg prime directive. But that is not to say that I think that I have enmity with people who are pro, but I want to state my reasons for believing that way. Now, obviously, YouTube definitely overwhelmingly had me figured out, whereas site chat was a little bit less sure. A lot of people seem to have voted, seem to have guessed my position, probably from having heard me talk about this before. And I want to talk about why I believe that to be the case. So first of all, I understand where people are coming from with the egg prime directive. There is an idea that too much can be, or how much is too much. You know what I mean? That you don't want to accidentally participate in something toxic or hurtful or alienating by making something, by making something too much of an issue. And I'm going to counter that a little bit in just a second. But I want to say I understand where people are coming from, and I understand why people would be worried and not want to participate in something that could be hurtful to somebody else, or would want to stay away and err on the side of caution. However, let me explain a couple of things. First of all, and this is something that I think plagues the entire discourse, which is that the internet is allergic. Wow, Jesus. The internet is allergic to anything that even remotely, possibly, can even be construed as quote unquote cringe, okay? And that biases so goddamn much of our lives and so goddamn much of how our discussions unfold on the internet. People on the internet are so scared of cringe that they don't even want to be seen as being adjacent to cringe. And as a result of that, it makes people, I'll be completely honest, very antisocial on the internet, and it makes people interpret things in kind of demented and weird ways. The idea that, like, you could commit a social faux pas by basically being like, I think you might be, are you trans? Like, maybe you should look into trying estrogen. The idea, or, hey, you might be trans. Maybe you'd like testosterone, I've always gotten that. I mean, I could be wrong, That in and of itself, the idea that that could be wrong and that you could be cringe and that you could be exposed or made fun of or look like a fool, it seriously weights, I think it weights people's thinking about this issue in a way that is just not reasonable. People are so afraid of making a social faux pas or even thinking about making a social faux pas that they don't think about, like, the stakes that are actually going on. And they also, there's this, not to like do a argumentum ad Tumblr post here, but have you guys ever seen that post? I think it's a Tumblr post where it's like, people will spend all their time on Tumblr and then they'll convince themselves that everything on Tumblr is normal. And so then they'll be like, normalize straight people. We need to remember that straight people can be normal, everyone. That post right there, I feel like that's a huge thing with the egg prime directive that makes me want to rattle people just a tiny bit. I resist, and I really try to be strong and loving and choose the path of peace. But when people go, oh my God, I see people talk about egg jokes or talk about referencing egg stuff as if it's like a gender regime that nobody can escape. I'm not joking. I'm not kidding with you. Like I've watched this egg discourse unfold for a long time, and I've seen the way that people talk about it, and it's almost like, have you walked outside and talked to anybody recently? Have you remembered what it's like to live in the rest of society, where the rest of society is so violently opposed to gender questioning that it's almost unthinkable in a lot of social circles to ever even conceptualize of gender non-conformingness in and of itself, let alone the idea that you could be trans. The standard discourse around gender in American society is the word egg it doesn't exist to these people. When they think of an egg, they think of Biden's raising the prices. It's absurd that people forget the regime of gender that we all live under the rest of our lives. That because you spend a lot of time talking with other people who are familiar about these issues, you forget what it's like everywhere else and all of the rest of the time. The idea that, like, for most people, let me give you an example. I'm a bit of an extreme case, but I didn't even know about the concept of trans people until I was in college. I had heard, I'd seen a documentary about intersex people, but I didn't know about the word transgender at all until I was in college. That's how, and I grew up in a very extreme religious environment, but I went to a public school. That was, you know what I mean? Like, I went to public high school, and I still didn't learn about any of that at all. So, I think that some people are informed by this by thinking that there is like a culture of imposing transness on people. And that is why I do think that sometimes people should be careful about that last aspect. Now, I don't think that most people who advocate for the Egg Prime Directive are doing this, but I do think that people should take care in the way that sometimes the narrative that is told with people who are proponents of the Egg Prime Directive, the narrative that is told does echo of the broader culture war narrative that basically people can be corrupted and misled by encountering the concept of transition or the possibility of transition at all. I think that can echo the narrative of like groomer narratives. I don't think it always does, but it can, and I think that people should pay attention to the narrative structure of it, because I do think that there is this is a bias. You know what I mean? That there is a desire to meet a middle ground between an insane position, a perceived insane position. You know, the hyper transphobic. They're only woman and man, and that's it. Men don't wipe their ass, and women do. That's as simple as that. You know, the insane right-wing position type stuff, and and a perceived extreme left-wing position, and the desire is to split the middle, which the split the middle would be accepting 90% of the regime of patriarchy. You have to be careful about that. Niana says, I really don't think that's a fair take. Really? I feel like I'm being quite fair with that. The idea that like, okay, let me give an example. I have seen big content creators do entire segments decrying jokes from niche transgender subreddits about a particular popular figure possibly being trans. and being like, can't wait until you start taking hormones, and that's the joke. And I've seen not just one, but many, take the time out of their day to be like, this is a serious issue. And the idea that a joke on the internet on an already niche trans sub, like, you know, subreddit or website, could be dangerous enough that it could impact and mislead and lead someone to not transition or to transition, those things do echo a narrative. It's not the same, but it has elements of it that I think people should pay attention to. I definitely think that people should pay attention to that. Niana says, lumping let people figure things out and let them know you're safe to talk to with Matt Walsh as dishonest. You are not listening to me. I think maybe have you seen the care with which I approach this segment? Maybe take a breath, calm down, and ask yourself if that's actually what I'm saying at all. I feel like I've been abundantly careful with my language so far. I feel like I've been almost laboriously. Like, I feel like this segment sounds terrible to listen to and is probably gonna bomb when I put it out on the channel because of how careful I'm being with my language. But okay. There's another angle to this. So I've talked about how I don't think, I think that a lot of the feelings that people have towards the Egg Prime Directive are informed by a desire to avoid being cringe, which leads to a overstating of harm. That's the real problem that I think is, I think that's the real problem that happens in the Egg Prime Directive discourse, which is that I think proponents of the Egg Prime Directive sort of routinely overstate the harm and also mischaracterize what most of egg-related stuff actually like the shape that they actually take. And that overstated harm leads to a demonization of something that is actually kind of important. When you live in a society that aggressively represses and suppresses any gender variance whatsoever, conversations around gender variance, conversations around transition, conversations around the existence of trans people, even if they're imperfect, are pretty important. And I think that the desire to further police the already policed, sometimes really cruelly so, I might note, but the desire to police the over-policed is the wrong way of approaching things. And additionally, to tie this all together, I actually think that it's pretty goddamn important to transition if you need to. And I don't think that people who aren't trans are going to be convinced ever to transition, or that people who are trans are in most cases going to feel pressured by someone going, haha, wouldn't it be funny if you tried estrogen? Or going, hey, I'm just acting on a hunch here, but are you trans? Do you think it'd be good for you to start estrogen? Because I know some people who could help you with that. The ability to do that is really important when the downside is so great. Not living as yourself, a thing which a lot of trans people spend a significant amount of their life doing, is a agonizing and terrifying process. And the reality is, the complex truth of that is that you spend some of that time completely and totally in denial of who and what you are. Almost every single trans person with very, very few exceptions, is going to have some period of their life where they reify or enforce upon themselves what has been enforced upon them by others. It's exceedingly common. It's especially common in a country where a lot of people have religious families that have unbelievably strict views on gender. And so I think that people having the door illuminated, even if it's through a joke, even if it's through a brief conversation, even if it's imperfect, people having the door illuminated for them is very valuable. Because most people don't believe the door exists. In fact, a lot of people spend most of their lives being told the door doesn't exist, that you are delusional and insane, that you might be dangerous or bad for even thinking about the door. So somebody taking the time and going, that door exists, it's right there, you can take it, is actually a pretty good thing. And the downside is that most of the time, the vast majority of the time, if it's not the door they want to take, they just don't take the door. The joke might, at the very worst case, be a little cringe. And the internet needs to get over its fear of cringe. Cringe is not the world's worst sin. In fact, it's not even close. It's not even, it doesn't even register on the sin Richter scale. It's a pretty low range thing. But the internet being a bubble in which perception and perceive and how you are and self-perception is everything. Cringe is like, it's the easiest to access universal negative emotion, and everybody is very attached on that, you know? But I want to talk about one other thing before we sort of wrap up the Egg Prime Directive segment, which is that I do believe it's possible to go too far. And in fact, I have known people who do take it too far. And I mean, not just in a cringe way, but in an overly aggressive and domineering way. I have known people in my life, not many, I think I've known maybe one in my entire life. One person who took their, the idea of breaking eggs to a level of manipulation, where it was not only am I going to try and help you see the way, but I'm going to try and decide the way for you. Not in the like I'm gonna forcibly trans you type way, but in the this is the right way to do a transition. This is the right way to do it. You got to do it like this. And even in that case, that person, the people that I've known, a lot of the people that they were egg cracking were trans and are trans. So that's not to say that they weren't a bad person and they didn't do things that were wrong and that were hurtful. They did, but everybody who they did that to was already trans and was struggling in their own ways. They just went too far. And that person also was more broadly and generally a manipulative person. So the takeaway from that is that, yeah, there are bad and manipulative people, but they can't manipulate you into an identity that you aren't. That's just not how this works. That is an incredibly difficult and arguably impossible thing to do. So I do think that there is, the reason why I say I have such a strong position on the Egg Prime Directive is because I think that the Egg Prime Directive comes from a place of, it comes from a selfish place. It comes from a place of self-preservation. You never want to be the person who's cringe. You never want to be the person who makes a wrong guess or who makes somebody uncomfortable. But I think that's where I think it comes from there, from this desire. It's a universalized rule that comes from the desire to avoid cringe, but that ultimately comes at the cost of popularizing the idea that we should just ignore obvious signs that someone could be struggling with their gender and doesn't have the words or the encouragement or the togetherness necessary to make those changes. And let's just be real. Between me and the other trans people out there, you all have known a real bad closet case, right? We all have, okay? Some of us have been the bad closet case, okay? I'm not gonna say I'm the worst closet case, but I'm gonna say I've been there, okay? I fucking detransitioned at one point, okay? Most trans people have known somebody who was in a pretty bad case of in the closet and dying in there, but for whatever reason didn't feel like they could leave. For me, somebody telling me, I think you're trans, was a really, really big moment for me. I'm not joking. When I had detransitioned and was in this position of being like, nah, I'm probably not. I'm just like a fucked up person and all this shit. Someone being like, I think you're probably trans. I think you should do something about that, was a huge moment for me because it was the first time that I had ever actually had unequivocal validation of what I was feeling. Like, I had had plenty of invalidation from many different sources. I had had some neutrality, like doctors being like, well, if this is what you want for yourself, I suppose we can do that. You get lots of neutrality. You get lots of negativity and invalidation. But that was like the first time. I remember when it happened. I remember like I can see the room that I was in the first time that happened. When somebody said, yeah, I think you're probably trans, you know? Like, you should do something about that. And that changed a lot for me. So I think that there's value in it. Obviously, don't be a fucking asshole. But in the worst case scenario, the harm is not as high as people say it is. A lot of people are like, oh, I find egg jokes cringe on the internet. That means we should make a community rule that says you should never tell somebody that they're trans and never interfere in the process of them discovering their gender, a process that is fucking essential. Like, being able to talk to other people about your gender is insanely, insanely important. The idea that you should emulate the Federation of whatever, the Star Trek Federation, and literally no contact, pretend that you don't exist at all, that's outrageous, in my opinion. I think that is a ridiculous position. If you want to say, hey, maybe don't be so overbearing on some people, hey, maybe don't be insensitive if somebody says that a joke bothers them, but the Prime Directive is just, I think it's just misguided and only comes from, its foundation is built on an overstatement of harm that doesn't exist. And now's the part where I'm going to be a little bit mean, okay? It also, almost exclusively in America and in American online discourses, targets trans women, okay? And don't think that I don't see the aspect of misogyny in that. The fact that that every other week I have to see somebody losing their mind over jokes posted on a meme subreddit about somebody being an egg, and people lose their goddamn mind over it and act like, oh, all of a sudden you're these trans women, it's so cringe, it's so bad, let's blow them up all over the internet. Come on. I see what you're fucking doing, okay? That is something that it's so common. You never fucking see. I've never once seen somebody blowing up a post that was about, hey, maybe you should take tea. It's always these fucking cringe cat girls, whatever bullshit. They blow them up. And then, of course, the thing that always happens with that, which usually the person who starts it isn't trying to be this way, but the second that it picks up any steam, all of a sudden, then you have all the right-wingers on it who are looking for a new trans woman to jump on, who are looking for another validation in their goddamn message. It's fucking bullshit. And I don't like it. That's the part where I'm going to be a little mean, because I don't have anything kind to say about people who feel like it's a good use of their time to create little dog piles on random trans posters making a fucking egg joke. And I'm not kidding you, by the way. People are fucking crazy about it, all right? I prepped for this particular topic because I saw how insane people were being about it, okay? People are fucking deranged about this topic. And if you don't believe me, next time, just do me a favor. If you're one of the people who's sitting here going, I don't agree with you about the Egg Prime Directive, next time you see the Egg Prime Directive or any egg-related topic, check the comments, okay? And see what people are willing to say to trans women when they think it's justified over a fucking egg joke. I challenge you. This is my personal challenge. The reason why I'm angry and heated in this portion of the conversation specifically is because I've seen it so goddamn much. It's absolutely nuts. That's a great example, Sirius. Yeah, I'll use that as an example. Sirius said, is this about the Shen comic stuff? So a webcomic artist by Shen Comics drew a comic in which everything was basically their character was presented as usual, except in the final in the final panel of the comic, they were at their own wedding and their character was wearing a wedding dress. Now, you could be like, it's funny because the boy character was in a dress. But there's a lot of ways you can read that. And a trans woman made a joke which said, I think they said, I give it 5 years. Which, first of all, that's a long time. I give it 5 years. Okay. That's a long guess. But they said that. And the post got dogpiled to hell. Okay, if you can go find that thread, you can go see just how hard the thread got, that single joke got dogpiled, okay? For saying, I give it 5 years. An indirect egg joke got dogpiled so hard. Let me just tell you, what was in the comments was deranged, okay? Or was it 6 months? I thought it said 5 years. Maybe you're right. Maybe it was 6 months and I'm misremembering. I apologize if I did a misinformation. The facts of the thing remains. Wait, so are anti-egg people cringe? My plan, my masterstroke has been revealed. We're turning the tables. It is you who's cringe now. I used reversal. Huzzah! Move everything around so that the table is turned the other way. Anyway. I play Mirror Force. Exactly. Anyway. Yeah, so. Anyway, I think I've touched on everything I need to about the Egg Prime Directive in this fairly laborious section, but I wanted to make sure that I was doing my best to communicate this clearly on a complicated topic that I know that people are very, very tense about, because people have strong feelings about the Egg Prime Directive. So, Yeah. That made sense. I had no idea what it was before. Well, like I said, the Egg Prime Directive as a term is fairly new. The discussion of the topic has been around for a while, though I will say the position of do not get yourself involved has become increasingly prevalent on social media, and I don't think that's a good thing. And I'm going to push against it because I don't think that that's the way we should be in a world. I think it's the Tumblr thing again. It's like the normalize straight people. Like, it's like, come on. Like, it's been normalized, okay? Jesus Christ. It's in society, it's normal to basically freak out if you ever think of painting your nails. If you're like a boy and you're like, wow, it would be nice to paint my nails, you're programmed to go, that's gay shit. I'm not supposed to do that. It's like driven into you for your entire life. So, you know. Yeah. Anyway, I think that makes sense. The real discourse. Is it wrong to tell someone they're an egg for doing puppy girl shit? If you are a cis guy and you are posting puppy girl shit in particular, I'm sorry, but that is a cry for help. Okay, that is specifically a cry for help. Based, nasty. Based. True, Nuts. I will say, I hate the term, separate from the actual issue, I hate the term Egg Prime Directive. But people have really latched onto it lately. Okay, real quick. First of all, we have a whopping beautiful 303 imps attending our wonderful stream right now. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting the show. Please make sure that you press like, and please make sure that you're subscribed. We have more discourses to get through, but I actually need to use the restroom. So I'm going to put on a absolutely banger tune for you all to enjoy yourselves to. And then when I get back, we'll talk about this if people are still on this one. And if not, we'll continue on to the next subject, of which we have many. Oklahoma says, I just got back from watching I Saw the TV Glow in the theater. Wow. Just wow. Right? Speaking of a movie that's designed to violate the Egg Prime Directive, I Saw the TV Glow is like a movie reaching out and going, Anyway, let's listen to the music. I will be right back. Where's my... Here it is. Enjoy.
Hey, Chat Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom to listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking push. Demon Mama bathroom song. minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and stay on the most while we wait to chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but distracted. So don't you fret, my little list, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bobbing while she's taking the break. Jesus fucking Christ, can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door. Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door. Need a little... Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Within your phone, the stream's still running. Sun's over. Stop. Somebody
like and subscribe.
Damn, perfect timing. Look at that. I got good sodies on the way. It's gonna be good. The bathroom song goes crazy, right? Yeah. Oh, the soundtrack for I Saw the TV Glow is legendary. It's so good. I'm gonna talk about it. Awkward Renegade says, Demon Mama deserves to be at 100,000 subs by now. Let's be real. 29K doesn't feel right. Thank you. I appreciate that. The truth is, I don't know. I don't know what's limiting my growth at the moment, but I am growing, just slowly. So hopefully I'll figure out a way to break through the plateau. Yeah. 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 I just had a brain train go like that. Oh yeah, I was saying I need to figure out how to break through the plateau. Hopefully we will. I think some of it is probably because of how many changes I've made to the channel. I have changed a lot since I first started this channel, and my average stream viewership has gone up. We have more regular viewers. But the YouTube side, the video segment side, struggles because I think that the audience is... So here's the problem that I run into. This is just a random ramble about what I'm thinking about. The viewers of the YouTube channel, they really love the drama topics. They love debates and they love the drama topics. And they love it when I'm angry about politics, specifically. Thank you. I love you.
I love you too.
Do we have any like cookies or yummy things or anything like that? Do we have anything like yummy like that? Wait. Oh wait, I ordered a chocolate roll from the place earlier. Can you bring that up on a plate for me with a paper towel? That'd be amazing. Sorry, I should have asked you before, but I didn't think of it until just now. I love you. What was I gonna say? By the way, real quick, just a quick aside before I continue my thought. Denverton Road, that would be Gayfesh, is the one who does those. Okay, so how do we do this? So the live stream viewers, you guys love it when I do reviews. You love it when I do gaming content. You love it when I do random rants and tangents. I swear to God, you guys will eat up so much cool shit that I do, the stuff that I have the most fun with. You all will love it, but you will have already seen it by the time it goes to video. So the core stream viewership are not usually the people who end up watching the video later, which means there's a distinct audience for my videos and for my stream segments. And the videos side, the videos audience, I love them, but but I'm moving in a slightly different direction, and so thank you so much. But I'm moving in a slightly different direction and have been for a long time. Like, it has now been almost 2 years of me moving away from politics, news, and obviously debates, because nobody's doing debates anymore. Debates are hard as hell. They're sporadic and unpredictable. And moving towards like reviews, original rambles on topics. So I'll pick a topic and I will tell you my thoughts and my feelings and my reasonings on it. That type of stuff. Stream viewers love that. But the YouTube viewers are not as into that. And on top of that, the algorithm doesn't seem to know where to put me. And that is tough. That is tough. So I don't know, I don't know how to fix that yet. I've thought about a lot of things. I've thought about making a second channel, streaming on this channel, and posting only like politics. When I do a politics specific segment, posting that on, as a standalone edited segment, and then having a second channel where I put everything else so that it can be its own entity in the algorithm, where it's like a channel, my second channel would be, according to the algorithm, known for reviews, personal rambles, things like that. But I don't know yet. I haven't figured it out. I'm not 100% sure exactly how to do it. Oh, that's definitely true. Windleby says, I think broader YouTube audiences are just focused in different places than they were last year or 2 years ago. Well, that's very true. The politics is tough right now on YouTube. People are not as into politics, and they're not as into the same type of politics they used to be. The taste for politics content has totally shifted, for sure. Which is why a lot of politics channels are struggling right now. Yeah. Oh, that's totally fair, Ada. I totally understand that. Yep. I have always been a live streamer first in these in this career. I have always put value over the live stream experience, and I will, because that's what I love. I don't love showing up to stream every day with a list of segments I need to do, like I'm recording a lower quality video essay, and then I will do those, and I think they're important to do for certain things, but I prefer the very spontaneous flowing from subject to subject. Topic occurs organically, or I work it in as a part of a stream flow. I like that more, and I know that my viewers, most of my live stream viewers, love that, and I think I'm good at it. But yeah. Gay Aaron says, having a single diversified channel hurts creators in the algorithm. A lot of creators have separate channels for different genres of videos. Yeah, I've noticed that, and I've heard different opinions on what the right path is to do for it, which I might change my approach in the future, you know, maybe to adapt with the times. It used to be that variety content was good, that was like a real good way to like get your channel out there, but it seems niches are a little bit more, YouTube is more into the niches now. This is so good. This is a little, it's a phyllo dough with chocolate and coconut and cinnamon and maybe a little bit of cloves or nutmeg. So good. That sounds amazing, another board person, not gonna lie. That sounds absolutely crazy. Not homemade. This was from a local Mediterranean place. That's fantastic. We go there. It's one of our fairly regular go-tos. We haven't been for a while, so we got it today. I got a lamb and beef gyro with Greek fries on the side. Amazing. Genuinely just unbelievable. Yes, there will be Dark Souls later. We will be playing Dark Souls tonight, for sure. That's awesome, Brutus, and then you're very appreciated. I do appreciate that very much. Is that a black mason jar? It's actually a purple mason jar, but it looks black because it's full of spiced Coke, which is amazing. Yeah, this local place has absolutely incredible hummus. Spiced Coke is really good, by the way. I hope they keep it as a flavor. Spiced Coke, they say it's supposed to be raspberry flavored, but to me, it just tastes like, and I can get that. There's definitely some raspberry hints, but it's, to me, it just tastes like with extra cola, you know? It just tastes like normal Diet Coke, but with more cola flavor, which is like awesome to me. I can see that. Yeah, for sure. I can see that for sure, Ada. Of course, JS Masochist. Stay strong. See you soon. Oh, that sounds amazing, Jesse, I guess. Zadoki says, off-topic question, what do you think about the beach blonde, bad-built butch body event? It seems like stupid bullshit. Marjorie Taylor Greene is pathetic and a bad person, and She got burnt, but I don't think it means anything. It's just silly drama. I want to bring back the when people throw shoes at each other in the Congress, you know? You ever seen those videos? There's like multiple of them. There's a video. I can't remember where it was. I don't think it was the US. It wasn't the US Congress. I don't remember which Congress it was. But there's a event where the arguing got so intense in the Congress that all of the congressmen were just taking off their shoes and throwing them at each other. Like, it literally looked like when people throw all their stuff onto the hockey rink when a fight happens and everybody's throwing their gloves and helmets off and it's just scattered. There were just shoes all over the place because they were just pitching shoes at each other and briefcases, and eventually at the end they were just throwing chairs at each other. So cool. I think that it's funnier and politics is more interesting when Congress people beat each other up on national news because they're so mad at each other. I think that's funny. Okay? It's kind of funny. Can you imagine how fucking boring the job of being an American, like, congressperson must be right now? Like, your job is to go in and sit around all day on uncomfortable chairs and vote on shit that has no chance of going anywhere at all, unless it's the most genocidal thing that you've ever heard, and then you know that no matter how you vote, it doesn't matter. That must be... like, it's got to be one of the most soul-crushing jobs. Actually, the real soul-crushing job is, like, the assistants who have to sit there and also get paid poorly. Because at least, like, the Congress people have health care and whatever, and they can just be on their phones or whatever, or, you know, watching, you know, gay porn on their phones or whatever. But, like, if you're, like, the assistant where you have to sit there and be, like, all, like, attentive... and you have to run every 40 minutes to go get another chocolate bar from the vending machine because you're the person that you're assigned to handle is getting hangry. Dylan Burns was an assistant. He fell asleep. Yep, I believe it. I fucking believe it. I bet it's miserable. I've done some wild jobs, okay, and I've done some jobs that were really, really slow, and I've done some jobs where I was struggling to stay awake. Okay, to be fair, I've done intense jobs where I was so exhausted that I was struggling to stay awake, but I've also done some jobs where it was like, wow, this is really slow, but it was at least, like, conceptually interesting. I can't imagine a job that's like the current state of, oh, we need to go and attend to, like, we have to be present for the Republicans arguing about who's going to be Speaker of the House, and our votes quite literally do not make any fucking difference whatsoever because we're all going to vote the exact same way because that's the obvious answer and it's between them, so we just have to sit here all day while these fucking yokels yell at each other about stupid shit that doesn't matter. 18 votes in a row, running late every night. It's like, oh God, horrible. Horrible. I wonder if cocaine is popular in politics. I wonder. All right, shall we do another discourse topic? I think I got another discourse topic in me. We ready to do another discourse topic? All right, let's do another discourse topic. I got here a little bit ago. What discourses have been touched so far? We have done straight boyfriends of bi girls at Pride, and we have done the Egg Prime Directive. And we also talked about some other topics beforehand. Let's see, what else did we talk about? We talked about monster games, and we talked about, what was the other one? I can't remember. I think those are the two that were like a part of the Gauntlet. So we haven't done by Pan. That's actually the next after the one that I have coming up now. By Pan will be soon. So we have one more, and then it's by Pan. Yeah. Dark Souls 2 is technically a discourse. It might be at the end of it. As a by Pan person, I hate the discourse. Oh, don't worry. We'll get through it. All right, everybody. It's time. My lovely imps, we now enter round 3 of the Pride Discourse Gauntlet. The other topics: straight boyfriends of bi girls at Pride. Why is that such a hard sentence to say? It is, though. And the Egg Prime Directive. We have delivered you fine discourse solutions already. But now it's time for us to move on to another one. Because if you believe the waves of discourse without knowing how to read them for what hides underneath, you would believe that there is a war brewing. That right now, beneath our very noses, a gender war is bubbling up. A war between femboys and trans women. Bum 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 bum. Everybody has little slingshots, and they're shooting cat ears and doggy collars and estradiol pills at each other. Oh, here's my estradiol pill, but it's not for being trans. Here's my estradiol pill for being trans. And people are fighting with wobbly spears that don't stand up right, you know? They're going, and they're going, and they're like, I'm not turned on, no, God, no. You know, so, it's there. If you believe the signs on the surface, you would think that there is a war between femboys and trans women. But hot take, I don't really think there's much of a war, but there is a lot of toxicity. I'll say that much. There's definitely a lot of toxicity, and I want to talk about it in as fair of a manner as I possibly can. Obviously, I am a trans woman, so, you know, I have, I guess I'm declaring my bias, but I'm going to try and be as fair as possible and bring up the pains and concerns that are at the center of why this would be a discourse at all, outside of just people looking for excuses to fight, which is honestly kind of a lot of discourses on the internet. So, let's talk about it. The femboy versus trans woman war. Now, there has been a lot of, there seems to have been a lot of flare-ups of this very recently. This sort of, and I think that one of the reasons why there's been flare-ups has actually been because of a brutal blow dealt to the femboy community when one of the sort of icons of their community didn't really come out as a trans woman per se, but kind of did. And that's Finster. And when I say kind of did, that's not me imposing that. That's Finster has made jokes about that themselves. So don't get mad at me, okay? I'm not putting words into Finster's mouth. The femboys have been mad at Finster because Finster made too many jokes about femboys only lasting for 5 years before becoming trans women. I didn't make that up, okay? I'm saying, okay? And I know that currently, as of the last video that I saw with Finster, Finster is sort of all gender fluid, not really sticking to a single label type thing. And in fact, seems to have a lot of fun playing with different labels and flaunting them in different ways. And I think that's pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. I like that. I think that's based. But it pisses off some people. And the latest flare-up seems to have been downstream of that, where the femboy side of things basically says, okay, there are femboys who basically are okay with trans people, and then there are femboys who really do not like trans people, especially trans women. I need to be clear about that. I'm going to try and talk about both without letting either one, represent the whole. There are femboys who are engaged in this war who are fine with trans people generally, but who believe that somewhat of a continuation from our last topic, the Egg Prime Directive, basically believe that the current standards of queer culture are erasive of femboys. That they feel like everyone just assumes that femboys are trans women without necessarily consulting them. That there is that a lot of egg jokes and whatever are directed towards femboys, and they might not necessarily like that. And they might even feel that there is some sort of erasure of their experience as a result of this, because in certain spaces, and again, I must remind you that this is online, this is not a real world type thing outside of the simple fact that the online is a part of the real world generally. This is a Tumblr post, normalized straight people type situation. Obviously, we all know that in day-to-day life, nobody's talking about either trans women or femboys basically ever. It's not a topic that's coming up regularly in your day-to-day life for 90% of the planet. However, in online spaces, because of a perceived prevalence of the narratives of trans women, some femboys feel that they are being erased, or that they are being that their experience is being lumped in with a group that they don't necessarily identify with. Wow. On the other side of this war are trans women. Oh, sorry, I skipped. Oh my goodness, I almost made a terrible mistake. Rewind just real quick. There's also a section of femboys that absolutely despise trans women and are extremely far right. And I don't think I need to spend a lot of time on that faction, though I will have to talk about them, so it's important that I acknowledge their existence, because they do exist, and they are not they're not like a totally tiny section of the femboy community. The right-wing femboy phenomenon is a real thing. And I mean, God, fucking Nick Fuentes. What? Oh my God, why am I hiccuping? Nick Fuentes was sort of infamously busted for posting about right-wing femboys all the time and then going on a date with one that definitely wasn't a date, but totally obviously, visibly was. So there we go. Now, on the other side of this war is trans women. And not all trans women, but some trans women choose to engage in this conflict. And on their side of things, they feel that that femboys basically are a community that isn't really a community. That it is a identity that has problematic elements to it, and that it is used, or that it is argued and put on an equal level to a community that is currently struggling with a lot of different things. So, as an example of this, the idea that here's one such example that I've seen, and I'm going to talk about a gamut of things, so don't think that this represents everything. But one such argument is, hey, femboys are an identity that is simultaneously loved and hated by right-wingers, but clearly has the ability to basically disappear into right-wing spaces and thrive in right-wing spaces, which are largely targeting and threatening us. And we're supposed to pretend that that's the same thing as our identity, which is actively being persecuted. And people are trying, do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm getting at there? There is a perception that trans women are being asked to have sensitivity to a group that clearly has a very strong right-wing element and is clearly able to at least somewhat coalition build with the right. Additionally, there is a section of this trans woman side of this conflict that argues that the femboy identity as a whole is a potentially problematic identity. And in the most extreme cases, this faction or this section will argue that femboys are, like, femboy as an identity is wholly flawed, like inherently busted to its core, and that identifying as a femboy in and of itself is a sort of declaration of certain things that should be avoided and that people should be discouraged from acting as such. And beyond that, there is also the argument that femboys and the femboy community want to basically suppress the existence of trans women or people who would otherwise be trans women by basically being like, no, you're so hot, you don't need to transition. So there's that section as well that basically says, hey, why is this, we think that the femboy community encourages people, no, you're so sexy, don't transition. So those are the basic battle lines that have been drawn. Femboys feel like, a section, and I'm trying to address the better sections of each of these communities while acknowledging I should say not communities, participants in a war without getting too far off. Is this making any sense to anyone? I recognize that I think this war is very silly. That's why I keep saying war. But I think that nonetheless there are real things that people are talking about here that we should, yeah. Yes, thank you. As Doe in YouTube chat says, one element of this discourse is femboys not liking when trans women post in femboy spaces, not safe for work or otherwise. There is that as well. There is a mutual frustration and simultaneous frustration and overlap between these communities in certain ways, where a lot of trans women before they come out spend time identifying as a femboy, and a lot of femboys question and wonder and sometimes decide that they are trans women. So there is a section of these communities where there's almost a long existing overlap, and that bothers some people pretty bad. So this is a whole thing. Now, the first thing I want to say about this is there should not be a war between trans women and femboys. You are not enemies. There is no need to have enmity whatsoever. I mean that. Now, right now, there's plenty of right-wingers who like to fetishize both trans women and femboys, And of course, because of certain pre-existing biases in right-wing spaces, they seem to be a little more permissive and accepting, I say, with many asterisks, of femboys over trans women, obviously. But when push comes to shove, right-wing communities are not going to be friendly to femboys. They are not going to be friendly to trans women. They are going to brutally oppress and divest of them all power possible. So people need to keep that in mind, that in the end, femboys and trans women are not at war, and in fact, both belong to a category, a larger category, of gender variance and deviance that is seen as a threat by hyper-conservative, traditionalist, far-right, Nazi, whatever you want to say. All these different groups all take umbrage with any type of gender variance that involves transgressing the traditional lines of gender as they define them, even though, of course, we all can acknowledge that those lines are not well defined, even at the best of times. A couple of things that I think, now that we've laid everything out, and I've gotten that out of the way, I want to talk about a couple of specific aspects that I think are valid, and that I think are, and other things that I don't think are valid. Let's talk about one that I think is a tough conversation, but that I think it behooves femboys who self-identify as such to pay attention to. The femboy identity, as it exists in this current moment, it has a lot of baggage. Now, most identities have a lot of baggage and associations, but femboys in particular, in this current moment, as an identity, has a problem in its construction with a fetishization of youth. And that is something that our entire culture struggles with, but it is especially apparent if you spend any time looking at and listening to femboy communities and people who are passionate one way or another about femboys. It is like a magnifier. People have talked about the term twink death a lot, because twink death is kind of a cruel term and kind of horrible, and has a lot of assumptions that are pretty weird and yucky. It's, like it demonizes aging. But twink death comes out of gay spaces, and specifically is a huge concept in femboy spaces. This idea of the twink death. Yeah, exactly. Oh, thank you. Somebody brought up twink death before I even said it. The twink death thing is like a huge concept within femboy communities. It is the fetishization of youth, and the idea of like sort of ejecting people once they reach a certain arbitrary level is incredibly common in this with this identity label and with this community. So when people say that the femboy community has some fundamental issues as formulated as a community, there is some truth in that is should be worrisome, and also should be worrisome to the people who call themselves femboys. And I think it is. I think it is worrisome. I don't know if it's always acknowledged as such, but I think that it torments and tortures people who see themselves as femboys. This idea that it's a limited identity that you will age out of, that at a certain point you will no longer be who you are or who you see yourself as. And I think that has issues, right? Because, and I don't think that issue is shared with most other identities. People don't age out of being a trans woman or a trans man. People don't age out of being non-binary. They don't age out of being a man or a woman. you can age out of being a girl or a boy, but that's particularly specific when you're talking about the femboy community, because there's a lot of fixation on the perceived youth and perceived beauty that is attached to youth. Yeah, exactly, Windleby. That's a really good point. It does have parallels with the concept of the wall. Yeah, it does, absolutely. And yeah, that's right. It's time to end. Sentient Rat says, that's right. It's time to end femboys and begin femmen. Yeah. This is due to the inherent fetishization of femininity. Well, that is even a bigger thing, because the femininity in and of itself is often heavily tied up into concepts of youth, like traditional understandings of femininity. I've talked about this before, where conservative society treats old women like hell. Conservative culture basically does have that concept that we brought up of the wall, that there's they almost despise old women because they are not what they no longer fit the stereotype, the rules of what the conservative idea of that gender is. And so they're treated poorly. They're treated like they're broken or flawed or disposable. And it's horrible. And I'm not going to say that these things aren't imposed on other identity groups like trans women or whatever, but those communities are very actively involved in not building their identities around such things. There are, of course, contingents of trans communities that are, like the super transmedicalist types, the people who are obsessed with passing. Those people tend to be fixated on it, but that is not it is not even close to as much of a hallmark of the broader trans woman community. That this is a the broader trans woman community does not build the identity concept with such a centered version of youth as femboy communities do. And yes, that's a very, very good point, Mr. Krabs, that ties into this well. Mr. Krabs says, fat and plus-size women, too, are also treated badly. Conservatives would shame women with any fat on them. Well, you want to talk about weight in the femboy community. Weight is already unbelievably brutally judged in American society at large. And in the femboy community, let's just say that there is a lot of problems with the encouragement of weight-based body dysmorphia. There is an obsession with thinness. There is an obsession with skinniness. And do you see what I'm getting at with eating disorders? But do you see what I'm getting at with the identity and community is in a rough spot, because it is very much as an identity, it struggles with being overshadowed by its consumptive form, that like people are looking for an object to consume, and some people want to be that object, and also for some people it's more than that. So it's in a weird place. Now, my position on this, because I am not a participator in this war, is that I think that the goal should be for people to work together to wrest that identity from those elements. That I believe that the idea of a femboy, or the concept or identity of a femboy, can be liberated from these things. It just might be hard. And I think that when there's a conflict like this, where there is a investment in drawing battle lines, and people are more likely to ignore these problems. And I do think that I've seen myself that there is an investment in being like, oh no, like this isn't a problem, or this isn't as big of a problem in this community, when I think it is. I think it is really a big problem. fat phobia and weird age obsession and youth fixation is definitely seems to be an issue within the femboy community. Now, the other aspect that that gets very weird is when talking about hormones. This is a flashpoint of conflict between a lot of people, but specifically in this so-called war. There is a undercurrent of people in the femboy community that see it as like a betrayal of some form to take HRT to make your body more feminine, because to them that's an indication that you are becoming like something else, which is, I'm gonna be honest, that sounds very toxic to me. Trying to be like, oh, I'm a natty's all natty, bro. I'm a natty femboy. Is like, what are you even talking about at this point? Like, hormones are like, they're organic parts of your body that help your body structure itself in certain ways. Why the fuck would you, but it's a real thing. And in fact, I mentioned Finster earlier. That was a real thing that happened where Finster was not being open about HRT for obvious reasons. Not that Finster ever had to be open about using HRT, but rather that there was an active need to conceal because of how weird and angry and aggressive people can be about that. And of course, on the other side, there are people who basically, there are people on the other side of this conflict, on the trans woman side of the war, who are like, well, if you're going to be taking estrogen, you should probably, why aren't you just a woman or whatever? And and to them, I would say, are you listening to yourself? Are you listening to yourself? Why would you make the only type of people who could, why would you try to make the argument that the only type of people who could take estrogen is specifically a trans woman? Like, that's not how that works. Yeah. I remember when Vosh called him out on it. Yeah, a lot of people did, obviously. Of course. But also, it's like, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Finster has actually done like a video, or at least a section of a video talking about the fear of repercussions for being honest about whether or not you're taking HRT. It's a very charged issue. And of course, the reality is that hormones are just hormones. Hormones do not have to be tied to any particular gender at all, and aren't tied to any particular gender. You can have all kinds of T levels and estrogen levels on any level of the gender spectrum. Me being a gender essentialist, believing that we should step beyond gender and that we should shake off the idea that everything needs to be parsed through the concept of gender. I obviously find the idea of like tying gender to what hormones you're taking to be foolish. You know what I mean? That doesn't make any sense to me. Your hormones are your hormones, your body is your body, and what you decide to call it is your prerogative. However, I will also grant that there is, because I'm trying to be as fair as possible here, I will also grant that there is when people, much like I said in the egg discourse, sometimes it just seems like a femboy really wants to be a woman, but doesn't feel like they can, And that sucks, and that's sad. And I think that we should try to make that fear less intense, and that we should encourage people to be able to overcome that fear. That certainly seems to be the case for a lot of people. that there is a fear that, oh, I can't do that because then it'll be bad for me, even though obviously it's probably already not very good for you. If you're gender nonconforming in any way, you're in hostile territory at the current moment, so you may as well be what you really are. And I think this is true for a lot of people generally. I think there are a lot of people who feel, even people who begin to challenge gender, who feel that they have to jump into another box. They can't just go, where they want to go. Again, gender ascensionist. I want people to step above and beyond gender. I want people to realize there's no boxes at all. You can float and gather the traits that you gather that make you feel good and be yourself. You are as a unique being. And if there's a term that helps you express that, use that term and great. Because it's all a big mess anyway. But I think that it's especially strong in femboy spaces where there is, like I said before, that, no, you're so sexy, don't transition. I need you to be my boy. I need you to be my boy, my sexy little boy. And I do think that's a real problem. And I do think that when it's not just the no, don't transition. It's no, don't transition, because if you do, we're going to harass the hell out of you, and we're going to look the other way when the Nazi femboys roll in and the racist femboys roll in and the fatphobic femboys roll in and start heckling the hell out of you or harassing the shit out of you. That's a real thing that makes people actually scared. And I think that people should kind of pay attention to that. You know what I mean? Yes. Another bored person says, Demon Mama, because of the toxic politics around this, there is a fear by many femboy creators that coming out as trans will quarter their income, which is a real thing. They're not imagining that fear. That's a real thing that actually unironically happens. And trans women who used to identify as femboys in the past have experienced it and talked about it. I know some who've experienced that and talked about that. That there is so much prevalent misogyny that that can be a very real thing that people fear. That they feel, I can't do this because people will start hating me just because I changed the way that I identify and the way that I communicate myself, which is really unfortunate and really sad and feels super, super objectifying. So, yeah. Let's continue. So, this is a complicated thing. And again, I want to reiterate, there is no war. There should be no war between trans women and femboys. But you can probably see where the points of agitation come from. And what I'm hoping is that in talking about this and communicating about it, people can see more clearly and will be less likely to jump into the fray and cause the agitation to get worse. That people will go, hold on a second, maybe we can actually, maybe there's a better way to deal with this. And I hope that that's the case, because I do think that the overlap between trans women and femboy communities, both as a transitional space where some people, before they come out exist as femboys, to some people who, are femboys and go, hey, whatever, to people who are saying this is more where I'm comfortable, all of this space is going to continue to exist for the foreseeable future. And I would hope that people will start to see their shared struggles and where they are both being punished by the same demented system, which is to say, hyper-conservative objectification, patriarchal culture. Right-wing men largely who want to consume people as an object to their taste and command their culture and their lives accordingly. That is what is being fought against. Yeah. So, yeah. I think I touched on everything. I think I touched on no, wait, I didn't. There's one other thing I wanted to talk about, which is, I wanted to talk about the section of the trans women side of this war that says that femboy is a fundamentally flawed identity group. There is no saving it. It's a problematic thing to identify as at all. I don't agree with that side, and I want to explain why, which is I understand where that side is coming from, because they are usually coming from a position of attempting to criticize patriarchy, but I don't think that they're succeeding in criticizing patriarchy in the way that they think that they are. The idea, basically, and this is a steel man of this position, okay? The idea is basically that femboy as an identity only exists as basically a marginalized sexual subgroup of men that is tied and locked into a performance and is also tied and locked into a fetishization of youth. That there is no way for that identity to be broken out of that, and that as it persists, it will continue to basically be a prison that people will be aged out of against their will and lead to a collapse of their sense of self. These are all things that I've talked about in this, so I believe there is a element of truth to these critiques, but the idea that identity group is completely and utterly what's the right word? Irreparable? That it is a lost cause? I don't think that's true at all. And I don't think that in and of itself it necessarily reinforces patriarchy, nor does it necessarily reinforce objectification or patriarchal violence. I don't think that it does necessarily. And in fact, I encourage people to take these terms for themselves and use them as liberatory structures. I don't think that there should be an age that you age out of being a femboy. And I think that if people want to take that for themselves and I am a femboy. I support trans women who regularly identify as femboys when they feel like it. I think they should be able to do that. Totally. 100%. Because I think that these identity labels should be a part of expression and not a rigid box that you are locked into. That is a system of categorization, but rather as a tool for expression that is as useful as you want to take it, and that's it. There should not be any hard lines on any of these ever, because there can't be. Because gender is too nonsensical, because it's too tied up in performance and self-identity, internal, external perception, and self-perception to ever have a single clear answer for these things. So there shouldn't be. And so I want to just say to the people out there who feel like femboy is fundamentally flawed, I understand where you're coming from, and I understand completely the critiques of femboy and the femboy community. But remember that gender is nonsensical. These social categories that have been drawn often for us and are attempting to control us are not definable. You cannot, even if you are trying to build a definition that is in opposition to the structure, you have to remember not to write yourself into a new box, you know? And that the end goal is liberation. Liberation of ourselves, liberation of our bodies, liberation of our expression, liberation of our ability to say who we are and not have it told to us. That's what I want people to remember. I think I've touched on everything there is in the femboy versus trans woman war. I went longer than I intended to, but I also felt the need to dive into it, and I think there's a lot of meat for us to dig through. Take that how you wish. Anyway, thanks for watching. We have more of the Gauntlet to go through soon. Hit subscribe, hit like, leave me a comment. Thanks. All right, the Gauntlet. That's point 3 in the Gauntlet. We're gonna do one more, and then we're gonna go play Dark Souls, because this stream, as always, takes longer than I always want. Yeah, we're doing the Hot Takes Gauntlet. We've been on it for a while. Titanium Sar says, agreed with Demon Mama. I consider myself on the spectrum of non-binary and will call myself that when relevant, yet I still call myself a tomboy or woman. Labels like that don't have to be super strict. I wholeheartedly agree. I think that we should be able to play with gender basically however we see fit, well, as long as we're not doing harm to other people, because trust me, you could spend your entire life trying to hammer out solid definitions of various gender identity groups, and the moment that you put pen to paper, it all would have changed. What was a woman today and a woman yesterday and a woman tomorrow are not the same things. They never will be. These are they're incredibly, incredibly broad, unbelievably fluid. There is no ideal, and there can't be. So maybe we should just relax a little bit, you know? Did you fix your save? No, I'm going to be doing it. I've decided that I'm going to continue. Here's what we're going to do. I am going to continue through the save until we get to the boss in Shrine of Amana. Then we're going to try the bonfire aesthetic and see if it clears the hacked items. If it clears the hacked items, I'll go back online again. If not, then I'm continuing solo, as hard as that may be. Thank you so much, Andrew Blood. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. The reaction to "you can't identify as X" should always be "fucking stop me." True. Have you seen the trans lion? Is that goofy ass post where it's got like 1 million lines going everywhere all over and it's saying like, I don't know, maybe not. Did you talk about Furiosa already? No, I'm gonna do that shortly, but we have to do the bi versus pan discourse. We actually have more, so we're gonna have to do a Pride Discourse Gauntlet Part 2, because I will not get through all of these. So we'll do a second Gauntlet, and we'll accumulate more topics as the month goes on. We gotta do bi versus pan. Oh, I've seen that, yeah, Prosy Rosie, I have, yes. All right, everybody, we ready? We ready to do another discourse? I'm ready. My lovely imps, we are on to our 4th topic in the Pride Discourse Gauntlet. And this one is a bit of a classic, if I'm completely honest. This one's been around for a few years, and it's still going. That is, of course, bisexual versus pansexual. Now, this is another one that inspires a lot of strong feelings, but that I think that everyone would benefit from keeping everything a little bit in perspective. The bi versus pan discourse has been raging for a very long time. And there is a lot of different ways that people approach it. But most recently, I've seen people approach it from a very weird and, in my opinion, again, trying not to be judgmental, this is just my opinion, and I hope you'll hear me out on it, from a perspective that seems very pedantic. And I mean very pedantic, because lately what I've seen is people seem to be concerned about literally the words bisexual versus pansexual not having enough of a unique definition to be considered separate words unless we reinforce more strict definitions for each of these. Do you see why I say that's very pedantic? Because it's like an actual concern with the words as if it matters whether they have overlaps in meaning or not, which it doesn't. We have a million words that overlap in meaning and sometimes mean literally the same thing. You know, bathroom versus restroom, car versus automobile. They mean almost, if not literally, the same thing. So I don't know why that's become a talking point that I've seen recently. Maybe it's just what I saw most recently, and people are still arguing about other things about it. But it's a very weird thing to me to care about that in particular. Because the rest of the conversation around bisexual versus pansexual is more like, it's more centered around, it's kind of like hooked into another conversation, which is, of course, there is a side that says we should use pansexual because bisexual implies that there's only two. So the term bisexual, you know, in its own meaning kind of implies a binary, hence bisexual. And the pansexual thing is like, well, you know, that could mean, you know, attraction to many different types of people, and it doesn't imply a binary. And there's all kinds of back and forth. You know, people are like, well, bisexual just means I personally am attracted to exactly two sexes. And then there's other people who are like, well, bisexual just means I'm attracted to people like me and people not like me. And then there's, of course, pansexual people, or there's also bisexual people who go, well, I don't like pansexual because it means that seems to imply that I'm attracted to everybody across the spectrum, but I might not be. And then pansexual people go, well, nobody says that you have to be attracted to anybody. So there's all these different points, and it's kind of attached to a broader conversation about the sex and gender binary. This is too much semantics. There's a reason I saved this one for last, to be fair. Because this one gets this one's getting jargony, you know. Bi means same and different, as in homo and hetero. And pansexuals saying otherwise make me want to chokeslam them. Well, to be fair though, and this is just me being fair, it's kind of hard to be like homo and hetero if you yourself like like, okay, so if you're like a non-binary person, and you're like, I'm bisexual, and somebody takes that to mean homosexual and hetero, does that mean that you like other non-binary people and other non-binary people? Or, you see what I mean? So, or other binary people. It's just, yeah. But do you see where, like, it can be a little confusing for some people? Is all I'm trying to say. I'm trying to encourage understanding here. In the end, I personally believe that these two terms are, in my opinion, functionally identical in what they, in their potential. People use them to mean all kinds of different things, which means, like with most things, you have to ask clarifying questions afterwards. But they mean, in my experience, basically the same exact thing. Most people who say they're bisexual, they basically mean, I'll date anybody who, you know, is in, not literally any individual person, but I am potentially attracted to people from all over a spectrum. And people who are pansexual are just using a word that is a little bit more direct in denouncing or in eschewing a binary. But the reality is bisexual has been around for a while, and it's fairly catchy. You know, bisexual sounds, okay, yeah, cool, I get it. And it's been around a long time. And here's the thing. It hasn't historically only meant, it hasn't historically been tied to a binary explicitly either. It's not like it's a new thing that people are going, yeah, you know, binary kind of, or bisexual kind of implies a binary. Well, we don't believe in a binary. That's been around for a while, and people just use it because it's kind of a convenient term that kind of gets across what you mean. Now, there are some weird people out there. There are a group of people who are very aggressively bisexual, and they mean explicitly a binary, and they don't want to talk to, and they want to pretend that they're never attracted to anybody who doesn't fit that binary. Of course, the grand irony being that they often, almost intrinsically, are attracted to people who do not fit directly into a binary, because basically nobody does, but also because those bisexual people often end up going after people who might be like a butch, you know, where it's like a feminine person who leans very masc in their presentation. So is that a thing? I assure you, the bisexual, hard bi types do exist. I believe that they are a minority, though, like a supreme minority, and that if they're that worked up over it, maybe they should just use a new word. Maybe they should come up with a word for themselves. The super straights did it, right? The super straights came up with a term that means I'm transphobic. Why don't they just come up with one? Why don't they call it like disexual? Relevant tweet. Oh boy, here we go. Oh, that's amazing. Today marks 10 years since I kissed a very attractive twink in a club in Brighton and then found out that she was a lesbian who thought that I was a lesbian. Fire! That is a fire tweet, okay? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Actually incredible. Beautiful. Highly relevant tweet. Actually incredible. What an incredible tweet. Not often I say what an incredible tweet anymore. Wow. Amazing. Beautiful. Love. Absolutely love it. Anyway, yes, that was indeed perfectly relevant to what we're talking about here. The bi versus pan thing seems to be, of all of the things that we've discussed today, perhaps the most manufactured and unnecessary of any of the conflicts. Bi and pan people are not in competition. If bi people prefer to use the term that means people like me and people not like me, that's fine. That's a valid usage of the word bisexual. Why wouldn't it be? It's totally reasonable to have that be a definition. If the pansexual people feel like using the word pansexual is more inclusive, that's fantastic. I hope that each party would understand one another and recognize that, like, hey, I'm not using bisexual because I don't like it. It's just, or because I'm infringe, what's the right word here? Demanding a binary, but rather because it's a term that fits for me and it makes sense to me. I think the terms are, at this point in time, basically the same thing. You know, I really do think that they're very, very, very similar. But I understand where people have their well, you know, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't imply this, but also it's really not that big of a deal. The thing that's great, and this is a really important part. Okay? The thing that's great about the bi versus pan discourse for everybody involved is that the bisexual types will tell you what they are. Okay? They are not going to pretend. Okay? They can't. They are very worried about the binary, and they will let you know. They kind of highlight themselves. They will volunteer that information. You don't even have to worry about it. I do understand if people choose to take pansexual to avoid that ever even being a worry. And I think that's great. But I don't think it's necessary. I don't think bisexual people are bad for using the term bisexual. I don't think that they're joining hands with the ridiculous weirdos who overfixate on a binary. We're all in this together. And the overlap is fine. They're basically the same word. Relax, everybody. It's going to be okay. You know? I think the only thing about this is what flag looks cooler. No. Never do that. Never trick yourself into declaring based on a flag, because I know from experience, next year they might have changed the goddamn flag. It's a real risk, okay? Half the time you'll be like, yeah, I like this one better because it's the flag, and then you'll be using that term, and you'll go online and you'll be like, wait a second. And sure enough, they changed the flag, and now you're the one with the silly flag. My entire house is bi-colored. That's based. A lot of people love the bisexual lighting type thing, okay? And that's awesome, all right? I'm so here for it, okay? And this is just a little parting shot at the world at large. But there are way more people that are bi and or pansexual than anyone likes to admit, okay? Way more, okay? And that's beautiful. And that's okay. It's cool. It's actually awesome. One day, I like to believe that it won't be necessary for anybody to be so invested in any of these labels. And I don't mean that in an erasive sense, because I understand the incredible joy and beauty that can come from like being together with other people like you, you know? Meeting another bisexual and being like, wow, this is amazing. Meeting another lesbian and being like, that's amazing. But that beauty can exist regardless of the label. You are not the label. I know that this is a recurring feature of tonight, but for real, we are not the label. And we ought to be careful and recognize how we are being limited and how what makes us feel so attached to a lot of these labels is not anything to do with anybody in the process of labeling themselves, but rather has to do with a hostile society that hates all of us and wants all of us to be something completely different. You see what I mean? It's not gender abolitionists or pansexuals trying to take away your label at all. We are all being encroached upon by the fucking super straights who want to pound everyone into a white picket fence life. And by white picket fence life, I mean a life where you think about having a white picket fence because that's the only thing you're ever going to get if you're lucky. Anyway, thanks for watching. Make sure you're subscribed to Demon Mama. Whew! How'd we do? How was the Gauntlet? I feel like the Egg Prime Directive section was terrible. Like, I feel it was a useful and interesting stream segment, but I think it's like genuinely gonna be like, if I put that up as a video, I feel like I will lose subscriber over it because it was so tense and awkward. Oh God, it torments me. Oh, it makes me go crazy. Ugh. Don't torment yourself. I can't help it. It's impossible. It's a brain disease. This job, it's impossible not to. I just go, oh God, I literally, after we finished the Egg Prime Directive section, I walked out into the hall while the song was talking, and I was talking to Doe, and I was like, I bet that is gonna be 10 of 10 lowest out of the, when I get to that point, I bet it's gonna be like bottom viewership. That's how bad I felt about it. Oof. This is how my brain operates. It's fucking busted. I know it's content brained. I'm telling you. I know, I'll stop. You're right, I should abolish these thoughts from my mind, but it's so hard. It is so hard, okay? It's miserable, okay? Did I fuck up my focus? No, I didn't. Okay, good. I thought I fucked up my focus. Hope your homework went fine. Well, hope your Whittleby, I hope your Helldivers was fun. I'm gonna talk about Furiosa. Can we talk about Furiosa? I'm gonna try and keep it short, but sweet. My lovely, lovely imps. Rev your engines, because there's a new Mad Max Saga, a Furiosa tale. No, wait, Furiosa, a Mad Max Saga tale. No, I don't remember. It's Furiosa. You should go see it right away because it is high octane. The 8 cylinders firing in your ears at all times. It's amazing. It's wonderful. Furiosa was awesome. George Miller and his entire wonderful cast and crew nailed it once again. This movie, Furiosa, is a prequel. Not that it matters all that much. It is a prequel to Mad Max Fury Road, which, if you haven't seen Mad Max Fury Road, you are missing out on a genuine treat, okay? I want you to understand, and this is true for both of these films, okay, that these are luscious cinema experiences, okay? It is juicy, like eating a classic, perfectly made cheeseburger. Like biting into your favorite food and having all of that rush of endorphins. Both of these films, Furiosa and Fury Road, are both exactly like that. They are immaculately executed. Exciting to watch. You will be engaged for the entire experience of both of these films. They are unbelievable action choreography. Aesthetics that are totally unique to this series, okay? There is no other film that will give you the same feeling as Mad Max Fury Road, except for Furiosa. This wastelander, giant engine, oil punk, dirty, violent, explosive, amazing experience. Just awesome. And when I say that the action choreography is phenomenal, okay? It is the type where you feel yourself, you almost feel the need to go, that's so fucking cool when you're in the theater, but you won't because you don't want to be rude to the other people in the theater, or maybe you will. I was literally like, wow, at multiple points in the movie where I'm just like, how do they do it? How do they make it feel so sick and punchy and juicy and chunky? There's a part in Furiosa where a guy gets pulled under the wheels of a truck, of an 18-wheeler, and the entire truck runs him over. And it's just like they've got the angle just right, the special effects were done, everything was done to line it up to make it the most viscerally horrifying and brutal kill that you've ever seen. And then there's 14 other similarly excellent kills in a giant choreographed scene. I love it, okay? I love Furiosa so much. Now, there are a couple of things I want to talk about Furiosa. I don't want to do a whole lot of spoilers. In fact, I'm going to avoid lots of spoilers because I want you to go see it. There will be one section where I'm going to discuss spoilers towards the end of this little review, so I'll warn you in advance. Furiosa is a different film in a lot of ways from Fury Road. It is not just Fury Road again. It has lots of shared elements. It certainly has the same energy level in the action scenes as Fury Road, but it goes in a very different direction as far as structure. Furiosa is a much more narrative experience than Fury Road, and I think that it's good on that front. Obviously, Fury Road was kind of famous for having a very simple narrative and mostly telling it through action scenes, where most of the unfolding of the story is happening amidst a battle or amidst a fight. That is not the case as much in Furiosa. You get more scenes with different characters. You spend more time, not in the middle of a battle, with, of course, plenty of absolutely amazing action pieces as well. It's a more political movie in that it's explicitly fixated on the politics of the wasteland in a way that Fury Road wasn't, and I like that. I like that it goes in a different direction in that front, that there is a sort of a zoom out on certain aspects and a zoom in others, where you're getting hyper personal and you're also getting this angle of like, what is the play field of the wasteland in this world look like, and how does that contribute to the events that are unfolding? The performances in this film are fantastic. Anya Taylor-Joy plays Furiosa in this film, young Furiosa, and it's magical, honestly. obviously Furiosa was played by Charlize Theron in Fury Road, and it's like seamless. Their performances are seamless. You can it just sells 100% that Anya Taylor-Joy would age up into Charlize Theron's Furiosa. They're so perfect. It's a truly magnificent ability to sell you on the idea that this is not actually a different person at all, that this is truly the younger version of this character. And I love it. She did a really good job. She plays the role very well. She sells the character very well. But also, a big shout out to Tom Burke, who plays Solid Snake, interestingly, which I was like, wow, I didn't know that we were gonna get, we were gonna have the portrayal of Solid Snake in 2024, especially with all the complications and whatnot with Konami. No, of course, I'm just slightly kidding, but just real quick, feast your eyes on this, okay? This is the character that Tom Burke plays in Furiosa, a Mad Max saga. He's fucking Solid Snake. I'm not even kidding. He looks like and acts like Solid Snake through the entire thing. When I saw that Hideo Kojima, of whom I am a big fan, as you can probably tell, when I saw that Hideo Kojima said that Tom Burke was Solid Snake and he couldn't see him as any other way, I was like, now I gotta see this movie. And he bullseyed it. Like, I was blown away by how apt that comparison was. Also, amazing. Great performance. He played a character by the name of Praetorian Jack, basically the predecessor to Furiosa's position of being the war rig driver. And he's kind of this good-hearted but kind of gruff and aloof character. Both Doe and I were joking about the part that makes him most like Solid Snake is that he is he's an incredibly hot character that does not know what sex is. And that comes off like super strong in this character, which was just like, it's so true. And in this movie, that's very true. You'll understand when you see. There's no way I can explain it outside of telling you. Just go see, and you'll understand exactly what I mean. When he's just like he's a character that's designed to be like unbelievably attractive in a certain way, but also does not know what sex is. And it's amazing. And of course, we get to see a lot of the characters from Fury Road again in very different contexts, which is very strange. You see, we get to spend a lot of time with Immortan Joe, who's of course a favorite character. He is in a very different role in this movie, which is awkward and uncomfortable. That's one of the things that is that I like a lot about this movie, is that there's a lot of discomfort with the fact that you know where the story is going if you've seen Fury Road. And the movie was designed with that in mind. So you're sitting here going, why am I kind of rooting for Immortan Joe? What is going on here? That makes me feel sick to my stomach. And it's very weird, and it's very good. And of course, Chris Hemsworth plays Dementius in who is the totally new character introduced in the Dementus. Sorry, Dementus. I always want to say Dementus. And who's an amazing character. And this is the part where no, we're not there yet. I'll wait a second. Dementus is a very interesting and a very different character that we've ever encountered in this series, really. Specifically, there's no character quite like him in Fury Road. As in, politically, he's a very different character. He takes a totally different role than any of the villains or heroes that we've encountered in these movies. He is, and I like that a lot. Now, this is the part where I'm going to get in I'm going to get into a small spoiler section. So if you have not seen the movie, you want to just mute the video for the next maybe 5 minutes or so. I'm just going to do a brief section where I want to talk about something that I really appreciated about the film that specifically has to do with Dementis as a character. So, spoiler warning starting now. Dementis as a character is super fascinating to me, and Doe and I ended up talking about Dementis a lot. And the reason why is because his character actually touches on a bunch of Deleuzian concepts about nomadic war bands. In fact, his entire arc shows the transformation of a nomadic war band into a state society. That is depicted throughout the entire movie very explicitly. And it is sort of overlaid on an analogy or a metaphor of Riders of the Apocalypse. It's incredibly well done, and I love it. At the beginning of the movie, Dementis starts as a pirate king. He has a roving band of loyals. He rules with a semi-mystical, but violent but semi-mystical position. He represents a leader to independent bands. So he has this huge motorcycle horde with other leaders that are under him that kind of swear fealty to him, but are ultimately supposed to be represented. He's a pirate king. Yes. And at first he is the rider of conquest. Huge shout out to Doe for helping me work through all of this and see some of this. But he wears a white cloak and has like he has like an uncolored beard and a white cloak at the beginning of the movie. The rider of the apocalypse, Conquest, and he rides around freely with his chariot, conquering and pillaging and taking and splitting the spoils of conquest among his people. Then he finds the Citadel. He discovers the existence of a Citadel, which is Immortan Joe's, holy empire, basically. And he decides that he wants it for himself. And in this scene, he gets splashed with red. Red paint coats him and his coat. And he becomes Dementis the Red, the rider of war, covered in blood, Red Rider. It's incredible. And in this, he engages in a ill-fated but complicated war where he has a major victory, but does not accomplish what he truly wants, which is full conquest. Instead, he basically settles down. And then there's a bit of a time skip, and the next time we see him, he has been ruling over a specific location, and he has become Pestilence, the rider, the next rider of the apocalypse. His cloak is black, and his beard has gotten grayed, and his cloak is all covered in oil. And when we encounter him, his once roaming war band, built for conquest and war, has been settled down in one place and is completely falling apart. They're literally starving and all diseased. They're sick and all of this. He's literally ruling over Pestilence itself. And it's incredible. And of course, finally, he progresses to the sort of final stage of the movie, which I don't want to spoil the end of the movie, but from there, we see the rest resolve. I won't spoil any of that. But this transformation from a roaming nomadic warband into locked in conflict with a state society, into becoming state society, into rotting as a form of state society is awesome. And that there is nothing like that in Fury Road. That is only in Furiosa. And all of that is also told seamlessly. That political story is told also through a metaphor of the Riders of the Apocalypse. Genuinely fucking amazing. I love it. I've been chewing on it since I saw Furiosa, and I wanted to share it all with you all. For the political heads of you out there, to go see Furiosa. But watch Fury Road at home first, okay? Watch Fury Road. You won't regret it. It's a hell of a ride, okay? It's one of the most, like, adrenaline pumping, legitimately just like, fuck yeah movies that I can think of. Then go see Furiosa. It'll engage the politically minded of you out in my audience, okay? I'm serious. I feel like watching Fury Road first kind of dampened my enjoyment of Furiosa a bit. I think that Fury Road overall is a better movie, personally, than Furiosa, but I think that they work together very well, and that Furiosa is, and that Fury Road is such a rare movie that it's hard for anything to come close, and the fact that Furiosa is like this close to being as good as Fury Road is like a miracle. The fact you can do two movies in a row like that and have them both be such unbelievable bangers that are like just killer gold tier cinema, it's amazing. Also, Furiosa ends literally right when Fury Road starts. It makes it very cohesive. It's not exactly where it ends, is it? It's like there's a little bit of a time thing in there, right? But anyway, it's still really good. And I recommend it strongly. 2-hour time difference, really? I guess you're right. Oh yeah, it does, doesn't it? Oh yeah, okay. I remember, I know why I didn't feel that way. That's right, it does do that. But it's because it's kind of like a time skip thing. But you're right. Anyway, that's all I have to say about Furiosa. Go see it. George Miller knocked it out of the park. Fantastic performances. Anya Taylor-Joy, Tom Burke, Chris Hemsworth. Wonderful, beautiful, action-packed movie. Rare movie that you don't get very often. Go appreciate it for its craft and have a great time. Thanks for watching. Spoilers done. Gayfesh says, honestly, the fact that Furiosa kept so strictly to the canon established in Fury Road kind of took me back a little bit, because the Mad Max movies have historically not given a shit about inter-film continuity. Yeah, I think it's more because these two are like so linked in story, you know? Whereas I don't know that they link very well. I've seen people try to say that like, yeah, like there's some inconsistencies between these things, but I think it's just because these two are so... You're gonna love it, Windleby. It's really good. Yeah, you're gonna love it. It's worth it. If you like Mad Max, you might like Fist of the North Star. It's similar to both Mad Max movies, but adds in superhuman power shonen stuff. Somebody else compared it to Fist of the North Star. Yeah, I intend to watch Fist of the North, watch and or read, or both, Fist of the North Star in the future, for sure. Hello there, Blue Dabba Dee Dabba Die. Blah, first time chatter, welcome. Thanks for being here. Yeah, Furiosa's sick. I hope that was condensed enough. I feel like that was a pretty short review. I want them to be short, but I want people to go check out the movies. And I feel like I described it well enough and touched on the things that I liked. I'm working on getting better and better at my reviews. I'm working super hard to make my reviews coherent and good hooks to convince people to go watch them without always doing a deep dive, you know? Probably won't see it, but it sounds like a fun franchise, no doubt. Can I show you, like... Yeah, if you don't love action movies, I guess, but it's about the best I can think of. Like, it's so good. It's like, oh, it's so good. God. Hold on. War Rig Furiosa. Do they have it? Do they have the shot with the kite? Fuck, it's so cool. It's so fucking cool. Also, it's like the most Australian shit I've ever seen. The war rig in this movie has like a device on it called like the Bobby Knocker. Fuck, what a sick ass shot. This isn't the shot I was thinking of, but it's very close to win. It is. There's a part in Furiosa with this where they've got like this weird fucking kite. So goddamn sick. I swear to God, by the way, this thing was I think this was a tribute to Kojima. I also do unironically believe that Tom Burke's character was a tribute to Kojima as well, because like George Miller and Kojima have been like this lately, and the weird black ink squid kite thing, I don't know, it's just amazing. Gayfesh says, I thought up an interesting story idea for a future Mad Max sequel. Have it turn out the rest of the world recovered from the apocalypse and Australia is just like a cultural preserve like the North Sentinel Islands. So the people in the wasteland are left fighting over gas and water because the UN is like, look, that's just their culture and we should not help them out. But then they find a massive lithium deposit in the outback and that tune changes quick. That is, I love that. I love that idea, okay? I think that's sick. It is funny also that that concept touches on like a prime directive type thing with how much we've been talking about that. The cameo? What cameo? Which cameo? Oh. Oh, are you talking about like... Oh. I didn't know if that was a cameo. I remember it now, but I was like... I didn't even know that was if that was what it was supposed to be. I know what you're talking about now. And I was just like, oh. I thought it was like, at first, when I first saw it, I was like, is that supposed to be, like, and then I was like, nah, it's not, right? But I guess it is. It was kind of weird, but I don't know, it wasn't that bad. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't pick it up. I kind of, like, saw it, and anyway, whatever. I'm not going to have enough time tonight to do I Saw the TV Glow. That'll have to be next stream, but that's okay. I know I'll talk about it eventually, and it will be just as important whenever I talk about it. I don't want to talk about I Saw the TV Glow tonight because I just talked about the Egg Prime Directive stuff, and I feel like I need to collect my thoughts on it. Do they ever say why Max was mad?
Bazinga.
All right, you know what time it is? You all know what time it is. It's that time of the night. I want to say, if you normally stick around for all the others, I know you're going to stick around for the gaming. You're not going to go anywhere because this shit is fun as fuck. This shit is fun as fuck. Shut the fuck up, Uncle Gumball. Don't even fucking try, you asshole. You dick. Shut up. You watch every single time and we have fun every single time. Jesse, I guess, says, I just watched the Chowder Rant and I was laughing my ass off. Thank you. I'm proud of that segment, all right? I'm proud of it. Hold on, I have to turn off, go offline. Now I can go online. Or now I can... Crows83 says, hey Demon Mama, unrelated ethical dilemma. In my Victoria 3 game, I made the USA into a utopian socialist state. The standard of living is night and day better than anywhere else. I don't want to be a conqueror, but what's worse? Allowing the rest of the world to live in squalor with constant civil wars between authoritarian factions, or take over other nations violently once and then fully incorporate them with equal rights? Oh, you think you're gonna be able to just export all over the world your brilliant socialist society? Good luck with that. By the end of it, you won't be the same anymore. I've tried enforcing my form of government on other nations rather than conquering, but that government just gets overthrown in a few years. I've tested conquest on a few Mexican provinces and it worked. Living conditions are way up and they're stable now, which creates problematic implications. Kind of getting a better understanding of Firelord Sozin's mindset right now. Wow! Okay, right now what we are witnessing is an injection of Hitler particles via fucking map games. I know that people are like, it's fucking map games, who cares? But the Hitlerite effect of various map games is so real, it's unbelievable. I need you to understand, and I'm not saying your brain is broken on this, but this is an emblematic example of why people get fucking Civilization and Hearts of Iron 4 brain about politics. They play these games and they don't realize that these games have ideologies baked into them on a very basic level. And then they just go, well, you know, this is how I think about politics now. Actually incredible. Actually incredible. Hearts of Iron 4 moment, yep, straight up. Victoria 3 moment, Civilization 6 moment. But honestly, if you want the, okay, so there's two answers to this question. The first answer is, if you want to win the game and build your utopia, the obvious answer is to conquer and impose your worldview, because that is the ideology of these games. They are 4X games. They are. So it's expand, exploit, well, I don't remember the other X's right now because I'm thinking about Dark Souls 2 already. Whatever, it doesn't matter. That's how you do it. That's the real way to do it. You won't be able to do it the other way without pulling some real bullshit, because that's not how those games are designed to be. So, you know, expand, exploit, exterminate, explore. There we go. Thank you. I always forget that they put exterminate in there, which is fucking crazy. It's actually fucking nuts if you think about it. They're just like, oh, it's a 4X game. Don't mind that we just put exterminate in there. Anyway, thanks for a good question. Map games always make me laugh a little bit just because that's how they are. They're so like that. Okay, so hold on a second here. Do we have souls that we can spend? We don't have any, do we? We got to get back to business. There's so much stuff I have forgotten. It's okay, it doesn't really matter that much. Let's go to Shrine of Amana. Rahoy's Rahoys. And the other answer? Did I say there was another answer? I'm sorry. Wow, that's a big bug. I don't remember what I was saying. I'm at 6.5 hours of stream. I apologize if my brain doesn't remember things. I don't remember what the other answer was. I don't remember what I was saying. I'm sorry. Oh, my answer in real life. Obviously, in real life, the problem lies with fucking, you know, believing that you can ever impose anything on anybody anyway. In real life, imperialism is a dream of giving a universal answer to the world, and you can't do that and won't ever be able to do that. It's not possible. You will not create the society that makes it okay to conquer everybody else. And if you try to, you will simply just become a brute conqueror and nothing more. Wow, that guy dissolved the shit out of my robe. I guess the only answer is violence then? I don't think the only answer is violence. I think that violence is okay, so politics of domination are inherently violent. You are not going to avoid you're not going to solve violence by conquering other people and hoping that down the line you can then do no more violence. That's not how it works. You don't erase violence from the world by doing violence. You are going to leave scars in the world by doing that violence in the first place, you know? When you set out into the world and say, no, my way of doing things is the one that will work. Mine is the okay violence. It's not. And you are going to hurt people in that process who will then justifiably either need to engage in violence in order to survive what you did to them, or engage in violence back to you to stop you from killing them further. Violence begets violence. But also, the idea that you can kind of just like opt out is not really, it's not really viable. Like, we exist amid a world that that has all kinds of forms of violence intersecting with what the fuck is going on over here. So it's very difficult to say that, like, you know, I am not somebody who is like a pacifist type. I don't believe that pacifism is like a real answer to the violent state of the world, because I don't think it works. I don't think it's going to. I think it just leaves you in a position of stepping aside and allowing a violent person to take their path and wreak their violence on the world. Oh my God, here we go. Oh my God, here we go. Oh my God, what is this shit? Ah, fuck you. Okay, we're gonna cook these guys though. We're gonna cook these guys for real. Oh, they healed up. Holy shit, that's crazy. God damn it. I understand where the pacifist position comes from, and I don't think that it's like, I don't think I have hate in my heart for the pacifist, if that makes sense. Ouch. I just don't. I am not a pacifist, and I don't. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Shit. God damn it. Yeah, the physics of the arrow shots at long range is pretty weird, I won't lie. And I did miss a bunch of shots, but that was because the character kept crouching down. So I was getting the headshots, and then they would crouch down, and I would miss. I drowned. I drowned. Oh, I drowned again. Oh. Okay, so these magic arrows are pretty damn good against these guys. Okay, so hold on a second here. We got a RimWorld question. Sentient Rat says, I've been playing RimWorld and one guy won't join my colony. Should I enslave him and sell him off or set him free into the wild where he will probably die? Well, it depends. Does your ideologion forbid slavery? If the answer is no, then you should keep him as a slave because in RimWorld, slaves are way, way, way overpowered. And if your ideology forbids slavery, then you should just let him go because it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's that simple. RimWorld is kind of silly. It's kind of a silly game, and that game really loves slaves. So if you're playing RimWorld, you should just recognize the game that you're playing. And unless you're playing a very specific like challenge run type thing, you gotta just be like, okay, yeah, we're doing slaves then, because you're not gonna find yourself an ethical RimWorld thing. Okay, the game is designed around like it incentivizes you very heavily. You know, it's not like saying like, ooh, it's not making a statement with it. It's not being like, whoa, look, slavery is like obviously super advantageous and blah blah blah. But it's bad. It's just like, nah, the game mechanics say you should do slaves because you'll win the game that way. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Now, Amazing Cultivation Simulator. Now, there's a game that gives you other options. Whoa! Down you go. Damn, this area is creepy. Had a small heart attack there. Really, dude? He's just gonna let me shoot him to death. Because this is funny. Oh, damn you. Ouch. Oh, come on. Come on now. That's so silly. Gotcha. All right, now we kill you. Let's slurp first. Good night, Louie boy. Listen, whenever I play RimWorld, I basically always play... Okay, that's not true. I don't always play an evil group, but I often play what basically amounts to being some kind of demented void BDSM cult. Basically every time I play RimWorld, with few exceptions. It's just better that way, okay? It's better for everyone that way. What the hell is this? Red Iron Twin Blade. Okay. I don't understand the sparklies here. There appears to be sparklies over there. Oh, there's the sparkly enemies. I don't know what they're doing over here now. Okay. This is a little bit weird. I wonder if they're supposed to guide me to somewhere or something. Their placement seems very weird. Homing Crystal Soul Mass. I'm not using those spells, but that's okay. I had a lot of fun on stream today. Today's been a good stream day. I still need to get better at doing more gaming time. I need to break that programming. It is... Oh, whoa, hey. Okay. Holy fuck. I did talk about gay shit a lot? Well, hell yeah, obviously. That's what I'm gonna do. I love that. You know, Discourse is a lot better when you don't have to deal with anybody else on it. Like, when you can just be the one saying what you think. Even though I will say that, like, I obviously spend way too much time, like, thinking about what, like, whether I'm accurately making people heard or shit. But it's a lot easier than trying to, like, engage in it on Twitter or whatever. Like, that shit is miserable. Just being on my stream and being able, like, here's what I think, and it's in my own hands how much attention I give to anybody else's position, which I do my absolute best to do the best to, like, you know, make sure that, like I said, people are heard and whatever. It's just way better. Let's just put it that way. It's just a lot better. I hate the free marketplace of ideas. I do hate the free marketplace of ideas. Hello. Bye. Goodbye. That sounds like... I hear croaking. Is that basilisks? Oh, no, wait, this is the frog guy. I know this boss. Yo! What the hell? Love it! What a guy! What a guy! He's so fucking weird. Ow. Oh, wow, that guy hits like, whoo! Whoa, what a guy. I love it. That's a cool guy. I like him. I think that guy's creepy. I like that he kind of just pulls his skin over him. He's kind of cozy, you know? Just kind of like, Someone taught him to pull it back and wash, is what I'm trying to say, basically. Why does his face kind of look like Joe Biden? Okay, that's not fair, okay? Because Joe Biden looks like every fucking decrepit ass, embalmed dead body that you've ever seen. Like, that's just not fair. You can't say that to everything. That'll be every character in this game looks like Joe Biden because they all kind of look the same. When your skin gets like leathery and wraps around your skull and you're being preserved purely by like dark magic, you have a tendency to look kind of the same, you know? Dear Mama, did you ever watch Smiling Friends? No. I have not watched Smiling Friends. I have basically endlessly been bombarded with Smiling Friends and Smiling Friends related references and stuff, and it's kind of put me off from watching the show. I've heard it's good though, so I'm probably gonna watch it at some point. I know my partners want me to watch it because they like it a lot, but I've just been like, I keep getting Rick and Morty vibes, you know, where I'm kind of like, oh, this is reminding me of how people were about Rick and Morty. Another show that I basically didn't watch anything of because I was just kind of like, I don't like it and I'm not into it. No, come on, you. There we go. Okay. I've only ever seen Pickle Rick. Well, I know he's a pickle. I have seen parts of Rick and Morty, but I've never like sat down and been like, let's watch some Rick and Morty. Haha. I've always been like, oh yeah, somebody showed me that clip. Somebody made me sit down and watch this episode or whatever. I've never been like, oh, I'm feeling in the mood for some Rick and Morty. I imagine, I mean, Smiling Friends seems very funny. People seem to be really into it, and I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's great. Like, I just haven't personally had time. I've been crazy, crazy busy lately, so I haven't really had time for any sort of TV show or anything like that lately. I've been going to the movies and streaming and writing and going to the doctor and all kinds of crazy shit. I've been busy lately. Like, honestly, I need a breather, but I don't think there's a breather like that in my future quite yet, but hopefully soon. I mean, going to the movies is fun, don't get me wrong, but it's like, you know, it's a whole outing and an event. Like, it's a great experience, but also I'm always thinking about it because I want to, like, talk about it and stuff, so. What have you been writing? I've been writing two different things. I've been writing a giant world building document and an accompanying journal for a fantasy world that I've been putting together. So basically my idea is I have this, I've been building this document for a while, and then I wanted to have like a character who kind of like he journals a bunch of his experiences, and that describes further aspects of the world. And I don't know if like those themselves are gonna be what I'm like my final goal, because I might just like that enough, but I wanted it to be like at least for me to start feeling out aspects of the world. And then the other thing that I've been writing is a long-term project that I have been working on and doing stuff for a really long time. And I have been just slowly and surely chipping away at, I don't know what it's gonna be. I think my ideal version of that is some kind of a novel. But it's been something I have been chipping at for a really long time, and I've been writing out small bits here and there, you know, day by day, actually building out the story, and it's been really good. That one I have been, the world building has been done, or at least not done necessarily, because I don't think you ever finish, but it's been, I've had a lot of it, like, a lot of aspects of it, like, pinned down for a long time, and I've been slowly and surely pulling things together and making it all make sense to me and whatever. Writing is very important to me, and I was not able to do it for a very long time. When I say I was not able to do it, I mean I couldn't do it. I literally couldn't make it happen, and it was very painful. I worked as a professional writer for a while, and oh god, the music is probably way too loud. Hold on. Oh shit. He's weak to magic. Okay. If I die, I'll turn down the music. I didn't realize. Oh, ow! What the fuck? My favorite archetype of attack. Ooh. What the hell? This guy's reach is crazy! Well, I'm glad they finally made a boss that can actually hit you. This guy's cool. I kind of love this guy. When he's got his frog skin on, it's a little cartoony and weird, but I'm here for the overall design. I really am. We're kind of doing good. Kind of feeling this shit. Shit. What's he doing now? Ow. Okay, so that's his spinning pose. Yeah, this guy does feel like he would be at home in Elden Ring, but like with some modifications to his design. When he's got the skin on, he looks so goofy that I don't even know. Like, that's the part where I feel like he looks very different than other Elden Ring style bosses. You know, I can't think of another enemy that looks quite like this guy. Or not Elden Ring. Like most FromSoft bosses. His face is totally Elden Ring. His face is Elden Ring as fuck. I like him, don't get me wrong. I'm just like kind of commenting on it. Key to the embedded! I know where that guy is! I know where the embedded is. Now wait a second, is that where I came in? Or is that, no, that must have been where I came in over there. Okay, I gotta turn down the music just a little bit because I turned it up so we could hear stuff here last time, but it's a little bit, maybe a little overwhelming. There we go. Oh, I guess it's not too bad. All right. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I agree, Windleby. Yep. I can see why Demon Mama plays Bowgun and Monster Hunter. Oh. Bowgun and Monster Hunter is just, I can't get over it. It's so goddamn good. I'm so in love with it. Chariot says, that's super cool. I've got some really hot writing in the pipeline, non-YouTube stuff that I hope to have some announcement for in the future. Amazing. I will wait with bated breath for what you bring to us. Truly. Wait, so this was where I came from. That's exciting. I'm excited to see what you have. Oh, thank you so much, Mycena. That was weird. I was gonna say, so I used to write professionally. That was before I was a streamer. And I burned out like catastrophically hard. In a way that I hope to never allow myself to do ever again. I want to believe that I finally learned my lesson, and that like I'll never do that again. I really do want to believe that, but it ruined my ability to write for a really long time. And unless you've ever experienced that type of artistic burnout, I don't know how to describe it exactly because it was terrible. And it made me feel terrible. And I just couldn't for a long time, even though I wanted to. I really wanted to, but I just couldn't. I couldn't write. I couldn't. It just didn't happen. It wouldn't happen. And it sucked. I can't see all that well. And I don't know. I think I've finally started to get over that, like, for real. It took literal years for me to like, get back into it. And that makes me happy. And I have a different approach completely to writing now. I would never do writing as a job again. Even if I decided to, like, publish a book or whatever, which I would like to do someday, I would, no matter what, there is 0% chance that I would ever do writing as a job ever again. Yeah, so. Oops. Yeah, that's kind of what burnout is, right? It's like you start associating the thing with the burnout, so you're discouraged from ever doing it again. Yeah, your brain just does it for you. It's very hard to undo. It's not even like it's not a willing thing, or it's not something you can just psych yourself into or out of. It's just kind of like you can't anymore. And it's horrible. It's like, it feels like having a piece of your body cut off. You know what I mean? Chariot says, I kind of get you. I spent like literally years of my 20s in a kind of depression coma, including getting the wrong meds. And I recently found out having a chronic vitamin D deficiency. Ooh, that'll do you. Like, vitamin D will hurt you. I am lucky that I don't have, like, actually, honestly, I might have dipped back into it, to be completely honest, now that I think about it. But anyway, vitamin D deficiency will get you. No good. And I know my 20s were a wild and strange and weird time as well, so I get you on that. I don't know if you've ever experienced burnout of like a specific artistic pursuit, but I hope you never do. Honestly, I hope you never do. And it's the worst. I wish I had something more profound to say about it, but I don't. All I can say is that it's horrible. It's the worst, one of the worst things I've ever experienced internally. And on top of all of that, no one gives a shit. And I don't mean literally no one gives a shit, because people do. Like, your loved ones, some of your loved ones probably will. But I mean broadly, no one can understand what the fuck you're dealing with, because they don't, most people that you engage with do not engage with their life in that way. Your boss doesn't care, your coworkers won't care, you know, your job prospects won't care, and they won't understand it. And even people who love you might not be able to get it. They might support you nonetheless, but they might not be able to get it. And it fucking sucks. It just sucks. And, oh my god. We got a guy here. Who's this fella? Hello, you've got like a gate of the sun going on over there. Hello. What's your deal? Ouch. And, some people will get it, but even still, there's like, even among artists, there's like kind of a shitty, like a lot of people have a really shitty approach to it, and it really sucks. Cause like there are people who've never experienced burnout, who just are kind of like, oh, you know, get over it or whatever. You just gotta work yourself up to getting back into it. And it's like, that's just not how it works. And most of those people are people who have never had to do or never like tried to do their job as a living, you know? Or if they do, it's not like they're not in a position where if they don't make the deadline, they're screwed permanently. Which that's the part that really did it for me. And I will say, like, my experience with burnout on writing has affected basically every part of my creative life. Chariot says, I'm kind of a writing machine, creatively speaking. I wrote multiple books in college while being a full-time student and part-time employee and part-time volunteer and partying. I don't burn out like that, not in that one area, Stephen King syndrome. But I have started to burn out in content creation before and it blows. But I have been too depressed to write for a long time. Reading too, I have to reteach my ADHD brain to read. I get that. I envy, in many ways, I envy the writing machines. Yeah. I was like that for film before lots of things happened, which I won't burden the stream and kill the mood by talking about, but that's how it was for film. I would basically wake up every day and be like, woo, what we working on today, boys? What's happening? Let's do it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Camera, lights, camera, action, let's go. That's how I was with film. But not anymore. Maybe someday again, who knows? What am I doing? I guess I can come back to that flame if I need to. I have 3 Estus flasks still, so, and I have regeneration, so let's do Radiant. But I think it's good. I think that's awesome. It's an awesome trait to be able to be a writing machine. I am not like that. I am not at all. Now I am like a very slow writer. I am more like that one Oscar Wilde. It was Oscar Wilde where he's like, hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Wait, I don't want to get attacked. Give me a second. Okay, so we can pause here. Maybe it was Kafka. No, who was it? I'm trying to remember who it was. There's this... Here we go. Let's see who... Was it? Maybe it was... Fuck. I wish I could find it. I'm thinking of a very specific writer who wrote in his journal, and he was just like, son of a bitch, I can't write anything today. Want to kill myself, can't write anything today. Tried to write, couldn't write today. Wanted to kill myself. That's what it feels like sometimes with me. And they wrote something fucking sick, but I can't remember who it was off the top of my head. Yes, okay, it was Kafka. Okay, I was right in my second guess. 20 January, the end of writing. When will it catch me up again? In what a bad state am I going to meet? Fuck! The clumsy thinking that immediately appears when I give up my writing, my inability to prepare for the meeting, whereas last week I could hardly shake off all the ideas it aroused in me. May I enjoy only the conceivable profit I have from it. Better sleep. Next day, black flags. How badly I even read. and with what malice and weakness I observe myself. Apparently, I cannot force my way into the world, but lie quietly, receive, spread out within me what I have received, and then step calmly forth. 29 January. Again, tried to write. Virtually useless. The past 2 days, I went early to bed about 10 o'clock, something I haven't done for a long time now. Free feeling during the day, partial satisfaction, more useful in the office, possible to speak to people, severe pain in my knee. 30 January, the old incapacity, hardly 10 days uninterrupted in my writing and already cast aside. Once again, prodigious efforts stand before me. You have to dive down, as it were, and sink more rapidly than that which sinks in advance of you. February 7th, complete standstill, unending torments. 11 March, how time flies. Another 10 days and I have achieved nothing. It doesn't come off. A page now and then is successful, but I can't keep it up. The next day I am powerless. 13 March, an evening. At 6 o'clock, I laid down on the sofa, slept until about 8, couldn't get up, waited for the clock to strike, and in my sleepiness missed hearing it. Got up at 9 o'clock, didn't go home to supper, nor to Max's either, where there was a gathering tonight. Reasons: lack of appetite, fear of getting back late in the evening, but above all, the thought that I wrote nothing yesterday, and that I keep getting farther and farther from it, and I'm in danger of losing everything I have laboriously achieved these past 6 months. Provided proof of this by writing 1.5 wretched pages of a new story that I have already decided to discard. Occasionally I feel an unhappiness that almost dismembers me, and at the same time I am convinced of its necessity and of the existence of a goal to which one makes one way by undergoing every kind of unhappiness. 23rd of March, incapable of writing even a line. Oof, I know what that's like. Yee. True, minor inconvenience. I must kill myself. Oh, God. Oh, it's too real. Way too real. On the topic of, Duke Canoe says, on the topic of burnout, it brings a different kind of pain when you're experiencing with hobbies you've poured so much money into to get good equipment for, waking up every day and staring into what you perceive as a monument of failure. I don't know what that's like at all. Seriously though, look, keep on keeping on. I'm dead serious. I know, but keep on keeping on, okay? Whoa! I know it sucks now, but it's not a monument to failure. What you are doing is stepping out and taking a risk that most people are too afraid to do, okay? Even if you don't make everything that you dream of, you still have made something, you still have tried, and a lot of people literally never try because the prospect of doing so is really scary. Be proud of yourself, okay? I know that it doesn't always feel good. I know this firsthand. Trust me. I sit here and agonize over what I make all the time, sometimes live while I'm doing it, as you all have no doubt seen. But keep on keeping on, okay? Seriously. Holy shit. You don't have to apologize for that.
I believe we've been acquainted. Young Hollow, conqueror of fear. What drives you so to overcome your supposed curse?
Bro.
Life is brilliant, beautiful. It enchants us to the point of obsession. Some are true to their purpose, then they are shadows, flesh and mind. One man lost his own body, but lingered on as a head.
Hey, we met him.
Others chase the charms of love, however elusive. What is it that drives you? Once, the Lord of Light banished dark and all that stand from humanity. And men assumed a fleeting form. These are the roots of our world. Men are props in state of life, and no matter how tender, how explicit,
Ow! Fire!
Knowing this, do you still desire peace?
I don't know. Do I still desire peace? Do I want to get rid of the undead curse? Is that what he's asking? Is he saying that do I want to get rid of the undead curse still, knowing that it's a lie? I don't know what this does. I don't know what the repercussions of this action are. What is my choice? Yes, no? I don't think I want to. I don't know if I want to. I always select no. So wait, hold on. Let me think about this for a second. We need to do some philosophizing here. Humans, hold on. Hold on a second. Gwyn, the Lord of Light, banished all that made humans humans, and then humans had to assume a fleeting form, meaning they became cursed with the curse of undead. Okay? And then he says, but no matter how brilliant, a lie is still a lie. If you, knowing that this is true, knowing that it's a lie, that the idea of banishing humanity is a lie, or that was all an illusion, do you still desire peace? Which peace would mean an end to... What would peace mean? What does peace mean? He's telling you that the darkness that you call a curse is really your nature, so your quest is a struggle against perceived inevitability. He's asking if you will struggle regardless. So if I say yes, then that means that I will continue to struggle against my own nature in order to achieve peace. But if I say no, that means that I will embrace my nature so the no answer is like, I want to embrace darkness and the curse of the undead. But yes is like, no, I want to continue to try and purge out the humanity from within me. Right? Does this change? Does this lock me out of certain things? I think no kind of goes a little bit harder. Like being like, but also it's kind of cool to be like, nah, like I don't care what Gwyn did. I have my own thing. Ow, why is my leg hurting? I'm sitting in an uncomfortable position. Oh, I gotta stretch my leg. Yeah, Aldi is a piece of shit, we know that. He's kind of an interesting piece of shit, though. Which is the case for a lot of characters in Dark Souls, as it turns out. I think we're gonna say no. We have not eschewed our humanity thus far, but we have certainly not embraced the light. We have some faith, but also my character's kind of dumb, so maybe he would be like, Shit. I don't like being lied to. So I think we're gonna say no. Eschewed? What are we, in Harvard? You're talking to me. I use fucking $20 words all the time when I feel it's appropriate. Just because most of the time I'm saying swear words and sailor words and goofing and gagging doesn't mean I don't know a couple. Doesn't mean I don't got a pocket full of them. Nah, I'm gonna go be hollow some more, but that doesn't mean what that means, right? That's not really what that means, right? Like, no doesn't mean I'm gonna go hollow, does it? It means like, nah, hollowing can happen to anybody. I like... Alright, I'm saying no. No.
Venric, the near true monarch, is here, and not far off. But what does it kill? You, neither born with greatness nor granted it by the fates.
Excuse me?
What is it you seek? You cannot even say yourself.
Okay, that's true. You...
We shall meet again.
Okay, you got me on that one. You did get me on that one, Aldea. God, he kind of roasted my ass there. You can't even say yourself. True, I am too confused to know exactly what I want because I don't even know what's in front of me. I'm just kind of going forward and leveling up. The whole hollows are players who gave up lore bit is so fucking good. Well, it's kind of an implied thing. It's not just players who gave up. It's also like, what the fuck? What the hell is that? What the fuck is that? That's fucking crazy. What is that? Why is it like that? Do I go around the other side maybe? I mean, yeah. I mean, there is some, I don't know if it's like directly just players who gave up because, but yes, you do, you know, I don't know. It's more complicated. Interesting fact, the opening narration of DS1 does not describe humans as hollow. It says, from the dark they came and found the souls of lords, including the furtive pygmy who split his soul. So what were pygmies before humanity, before hollowing? Since to hollow is to have one's darkness suppressed by the dark sign. Well, they were like, wait, hold on, sorry. So what were the pygmies? Well, pygmies, they're called pygmies because they're tiny, because they're like humans, you know, they're like little ones. And so it's like, you know, Gwyn is like a big guy, and so he's like, what the hell are these little pygmies? So they were like people, but they were probably more like, they had shadow powers of some type. They had to. Because, like, you know, we see what Manus is when he's, like, unchained, you know? But Manus is, like, mad with fury at what's been done to him. And later on, we see the Pygmy Kings, and they're like humans, but they have the power of dark magic. And also, we know that in their domain nearby, where, like, Dark Eater Midir is, there's all these, like, concentrated humanity sprites. Oh yeah, you're right. I gotta go do the Shrine of Amana bonfire so that we can see if it gets rid of the thing. We can maybe play multiplayer again. That'd be sick as hell. Okay, here's how I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go back, level up, then go try it. Yeah, it's a good idea. Pygmies technically previously referred to unevolved humans, why colonizers historically used it for indigenous peoples. They're prelapsarian humans, before humans were humans, before their nature was muddled and suppressed. So you're saying you think the pygmies were big. They were bigmies, is what you're saying. No, yeah, I get that. It's like Lemuria and stuff. Hey, good night, Jesse, I guess. The Dark Soul kind of expands and consumes, right? That seems to be its nature. Well, we don't know that, right? Because in Dark Souls 3, at the end of the Ringed City, you get the remainder of the Dark Soul, and it's not, you know, it doesn't need to consume or anything. It's in fact distilled into an ink which can create. So I don't think that it's necessarily in the nature of the Dark Soul to expand and consume, but rather that could be the position that it has been in for a long time as a result of it being essentially attempted to be harnessed and restrained, right? I'm kind of judging by the Abyss, which came from the Dark Soul. Well, okay, but the Abyss was like a bursting forth. Like, if you imagine, the Abyss was like, the Abyss was like, imagine if you took put something under incredible pressure, you know, and then there's a crack in it, and it blows out the side and splashes over everything. And if it's, you know, if it's potentially corrosive or whatever, that material might, you know, consume whatever it touches. But that's only because it was put under incredible pressure and then had a breach, which is basically, yeah, the Abyss was like, literally, like, the soul of the furtive pygmy was like literally, you know, trapped and put under incredible pressure, an entire kingdom built on top of it, basically, and then they tapped into it, tink, 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 you know, and it sprayed out all over the place and started going crazy. At least that's the way that I perceived it. I don't know if that's 100% lore accurate, but that's what I picked up from the story of Dark Souls 1, is like, literally at the bottom of the world, underneath Ulasil, Ulasil, of course, being like a sort of like, you know, early human kingdom, but that is ultimately like under the rule of Gwyn. Yeah. That like, you know, he basically,
bearer of the curse,
the whole kingdom
until
is like,
hope has fully withered.
That's a new line. That's a new line. Chariot says, I think the Abyss has an indeterminate nature. It's hard to say what it is, just like it's hard to know exactly what the first flame is. The Abyss wasn't in the age of ancients. Did fire create it? Is it made of the darkness of humanity? Is it what humanity returns to? Is the true heaven that even the gods fear simply nothing at all? Well, yeah, I do think it's somewhat indeterminate and unclear, but also, the Abyss as we know it in Dark Souls 1 is not, like, I don't know, it was not my interpretation that is like the only potential Abyss, or like that it is a specific, or that it is like what am I trying to say? To me, the Abyss that we experience in Dark Souls 1 is like the product of like what's under Ulasil, as opposed to being like, oh, the bottom of Ulasil sunk into some other dimension that we know as the Abyss, but rather like the Abyss spawned out of the dark soul that was within Manus. Also, the Abyss might have been created from Manus and his dark soul manipulating magic. That's what I always perceived the Abyss as. I didn't perceive the Abyss as like a, you know, as like a heavenly plane or a nightmare from Bloodborne, but rather the Abyss as a phenomenon that came as a result of Manus's unleashing, you know? Rakanna says, my interpretation is that the Dark Soul, by its nature of being something that can propagate on its own, unlike fire, which has to be cultivated, was so feared by Gwyn that he suppressed it to the point where, yes, as Mama is saying, it burst out. Generations upon generations of humanity sprites occupying a small space, if that term is even applicable. Well, that's what it seems like to me, too, especially by the way that, like, there's out from the center, all the humanity sprites are, like, drifting like oil. You know what I mean? Like, I see the abyss as like tapping into an oil well, you know? Like literally like psh, and the oil sprays out all over the place to great destruction because it is very powerful. But like in its default form, I don't know that that's what I don't know that's the type of darkness that it would have, that like the Dark Soul would have necessarily produced in all cases. We know as that much humanity has darkness and that in time the abyss will come. Do we know that that's the case? We know that an age of dark is inevitable eventually, right? Like that eventually the fire will go out and an age of darkness will come. But we don't know the nature of that age of darkness in full. I should probably put up my vigor a little more. There we go. Let's get a little more HP. We need to be a little tankier. Vigor soft cap is 50 in this game. Okay, good to know. I'll keep putting love into vigor then for a bit longer because we could use with being a little bit tougher. All right, now we get to have some weird fun. Hey, see you later, Windleby. Thanks for coming by. It's definitely getting late. We're probably gonna wrap up soon, but I'm gonna try this and see if we can get rid of those cursed items. Do we see it over there? I see it. Here's hoping that this clears it. Chariot says, you know what's very interesting? Your quest to take the throne, to be like Gwyn, to be another successor to fire, and because you're human, therefore your quest to evade your nature, darkness, mirrors Gwyn's own quest to evade the nature of the world, the age of dark. Yes, I think that's very interesting, and I think that's the lie, right? That like Aldea is referencing. The lie will remain a lie. That like the false prolonging of an age of fire requires upkeeping. It requires a chain of people continually participating and reproducing Gwyn's way of doing things, which stands in defiance of like any sort of natural flow of the world. It's a refusal to have anything larger than the self. Veronica Benson says, damn, Mama is still streaming. She's a trooper. Thank you. Mithril says, I'm with Aegon of Astora on the Abyss. It's similar to the concept of stagnation in Shintoism. That's why it's represented in DS3 as a fluid. I don't know if I agree with that read. I do believe that the concept of stagnation in Shintoism is a major part of basically every FromSoft game. The concept of stagnation is super present in all of the games. I think most, I can't say that it's most clear in any game because it's such an abundantly central theme to all of the Dark Souls games and to Sekiro and to Elden Ring. But I don't know if the Abyss specifically is a representation of stagnation. To me, the Abyss more seems like an unwanted consequence of a fierce and uncontrollable and terrifying consequence of forcibly attempting to wrangle the natural flows of the world, you know, to your own will, with total disobedience to the consequences that it might have on anyone else and even yourself. Basically, I see Gwyn as an unbelievably arrogant figure who believes that he can not just be a god of light, but be a god of all things, and that the abyss is one of the repercussions of his actions. That it is you know, Manus specifically is a punished and tormented and completely broken beast of rage. There's another character that reminds me of Manus, and also he reminds me visually of Manus in some ways as well, which is the Shura. The Shura from Sekiro. The character who basically you know, spoiler alert, minor spoiler alert for Sekiro, but there is a character who is a Buddha carver. He's a former shinobi who basically slowly his soul becomes consumed with anger and hate until he becomes a shura, which is like a spirit of rage, somebody who is completely consumed by their rage and hatred, a demon that comes from someone's like churning anger and rage and hatred at a world and torment. And that character reminds me of Manus in a lot of ways. In that way, your choice is no choice at all. Your Dark Souls 2 character struggle is overdetermined. Be like Gwyn, reject the nature of things, fear the dark, or be like Gwyn, the world continues with you, you lose, or without you, and you lose your soul. True. Yes. The Dark Souls 2 character seems to be in a shit position. Sucks to be a Dark Souls 2 character. Actually, you know, it kind of sucks to be a character of what is done cannot be undone. Does it normally say that? Ah, you motherfucker! The items are still here! Ah, come on. That is such bullshit. The game actually can't clear them. It doesn't know how to clear them. That is so obnoxious. Also, I probably should have made sure that I got everything from the zone before I reset it, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Did that guy not die? Yeah, that's probably safe, Baphomet. I think, yeah, I think that's probably safe. Once I'm in the DLCs, I can probably go back online. I could also just suck it up and clear out the fucking stuff. It just sucks. It's very boring and makes me angry. But it's okay. I might do it. Oh, we're getting good souls from these guys. This is actually pretty nice. I definitely should have tried to finish the zone before, though. It got all the stuff. I don't think I even resolved all the story stuff, but I guess I can do it now, so not a big deal. Slumbering Dragon Shield, that's cool. The game also explains this because the Emerald Herald says she is imperfect, yet the Firekeeper from Dark Souls 3 has the eyes, resolving her imperfection by giving her what she lacks, and so the cycle can then continue. Wait, does Are the eyes that you give the Firekeeper, are those supposed to be the Emerald Herald's eyes? I didn't know that. Am I interpreting you correctly? I don't want to rush ahead. That is really interesting if that's what you're saying. I thought that the eyes that you give her, that you give the Firekeeper, are her own eyes, but from like or not necessarily her own eyes, but were the eyes of a Firekeeper that saw another path, and so with them she's able to see all of the possible paths and sort of conclude a path to restore the natural cycle of the world. Finally, a need for Dragon HRT? There's already a need for Dragon HRT right now. Scalies rise up. True. Hello?
You quelled that cursed singing.
Oops. No.
When we sing, the little ones grant comfort to those who bear death and dark. This is what we were
What do we, Baphomet says, speaking of Scalies, you're a couple zones away from being able to get the cool dragon form stuff. What are the stats needed to be, like, effective in dragon form? In this game. I don't remember what they are. I always forget what they are. I feel like it's like, I don't remember. It's not confirmed, Chariot says, it's not confirmed to be the Herald's eyes. The Herald is made by Aldea. He failed to beat Gwyn's hold on the cycle. The point essentially is that just like the Herald, the other Firekeepers have been close but couldn't fix things. Anastasia in DS1 is unwilling and imprisoned. The Herald is unable to know what she lacks. The Dark Enshrined Firekeeper has no champion. Only the DS3 Firekeeper is able to do it. Okay. Well, we also know that Aldea is still present in Dark Souls 3, which is super cool. Ouch. And we know that Aldea is still kicking around. Well, I don't know if he's still alive at the time that the game happens, but in the events leading up to the game, we know that he was tooling around. So, and it's only logical to conclude that Aldea is still around, because it's like, well, what? You think nobody can get him? He's kind of like an immortal weirdo. You can put points into Vitality to increase the armor you get from the Black Dragon set's armor rating, but the set itself is pretty light and its main purpose is to give you the damage buff from the Dragon Torso Stone. Okay. Aldea is an Elden Ring. I do not think that Aldea is an Elden Ring. I'm just going to say that. I don't think he is. I could be wrong, but I don't think he is. Just saying, I don't think he is. I think he's out. I think he's out of the running for that game. Also, what is this one's problem? Hello. Why is she doing this? Oh, she's just the healer one? Okay, then I'll leave her be. I didn't realize the healers didn't have any attacks. She's got kind of a nice little walk animation there. fuck you. Look at these damn items still sitting here. That's so cursed. It's so rotten. Use a bonfire on the second bonfire? Huh? I don't even think I have enough. I'm just enjoying getting the souls here for a moment. Honestly, this is kind of zen. We're chilling here at the end of the night. I just had the one. I could probably go find another one, but what happens if you use 2 like that? Does it level it up? Does it level up the whole zone twice? I don't know how that works. I don't know all of the intricacies of the bonfire aesthetics. I did miss 3 aesthetics afterwards. Okay, I could go get them. I could use one for something. I could probably use one to get some cool stuff, I guess, at some point. I'm still kind of cooking these casters, though. Ow. Oh, they only level up the section that the bonfire is in? Oh, I didn't realize that. That's interesting. I did not realize that. Oh shit, I'm way back here. Fuck me. I gotta get back there and get my souls, and then we'll call it for the night, because I'm starting to get a headache, and I don't want to go too long. I'm already at almost 8 hours again. I swear to God, I have a disease. I have a disease that makes it so that I can't ever do a stream that's less than goddamn 8 hours long. It's such a problem. I know it's good, and you all get lots of entertainment out of it, and it's probably good for me on a financial level too. But I won't be. I'll be 100% real. I spend my day after stream like tired as hell, like straight up, just like I am like a hollowed out corpse the day after stream. I don't know what it is though. Once I get going, I don't want to stop. It's kind of one of those things. Oh, you're right. It is. Oh my God, you're right. It would have been faster and less risky. But I like to play stupidly, so. Oh! I'm getting so much good stuff though, which is also kind of nice, you know? Famous last words? Well, of course. I mean, I'm literally admitting to being an idiot. Stream day, sleepy day, stream day, sleepy day. Is this all that life is? Well, that's why I don't stream 3 to 4 times a week anymore, like I used to. Back in the day, can you believe that back in the day, I used to stream like 3 to 4, 6 to 8 hour streams every week? What was I thinking? That's why the bathroom song says 20-hour days, 9 days a week. True, I overdid it before. I way overdid it. And the craziest thing is, the funniest and maybe the saddest thing is that the era when I had the most channel growth was not when I was grinding the hardest. Okay, it's not when I was grinding the hardest on that front. The era when I had the most channel growth was when my streams were the worst, I should say. And by that I mean the era where I had the most channel growth was when every stream was me doing like a rapid fire of like 5 to 6 segments so that we could upload a fucking segment to the channel every single day, which I will never do again. Holy shit. I will never do that again. Not worth it. Didn't make me feel good about it. We did get a crazy amount of growth. I'm not gonna lie. We were getting 500 to 1,000 new subs per month, which is crazy. But it was a lot of work. A lot of work for Danny, a lot of work for me, a lot of work for Cherry, and then Nasty. It's just too much. Too much, too much, too much. Not worth it. And also, I felt like the streams were less fun, and I felt like the streams were less fun, and I didn't like the video content that I was putting out, so. Anybody remember the incel drama? Oh, yes, I do. Dookie Canoe says, I'm surprised you're able to comfortably do streams as long as this one. I'd die if I did that. Define comfortable. Right now, I am getting to the point of physical misery. But no, I have a nice chair. I stretch when I need to. I get in the zone, and I keep myself hydrated. Maybe not as hydrated as I should have today, but... Chariot says, I actually had a sort of sentiment I wanted to run past you, kind of an odd trans-related thought, but I put it in a video for my channel on Friday to kind of outsource my own thought process. I was thinking about a lot of stuff you've discussed before. I'm totally down to discuss that. If you want me to just react to the video, I can do that. If you want to send your thoughts to me, I'm totally open to that. I'm probably after this just gonna go vibe for a little bit, but if you send me a message, I'll respond probably fairly soon because I always like talking with you. So, Doe! That's right, Doe. Perfect timing. I am just about to wrap up. Everybody say hi to Doe. Look at you, you lucky 120 people who stuck all the way to the end. Thank you all very, very much for your support. Thank you for having fun with me tonight, for hearing me out, for engaging in the discussions that we had, for being a part of my wonderful community. And remember, rule number 1, do not fucking die. I'll see you all very soon. Good night, everyone.